All right. All right. Thanks, Deepak, for that update from the United States. One wonders what's really happening, but what is important for our conversation today is that tariffs are kicking in the United States against Canada, against Mexico. And in that backdrop, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is going to present her 8th budget on the trot. She joins the select club of finance ministers of India who have presented 8 or more budgets. That includes Morarji Desai, who presented 10. That includes P. Chidambaram, who presented 9. That includes Pranab Mukherjee, who presented 8, but none of them on the trot. So that's a big record coming the way of Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, as she carries that red bag and Bahi Khata and presents the budget at 11 a.m. in the Lok Sabha. Union budget last year struck the right notes and was largely praised by the India Inc. and other key stakeholders as being reform-oriented and forward-looking. But then the middle class, they were not mighty happy. The budget, according to experts, last year covered a wide range of sectors and the trajectory of the country's key economic indicators. The budget had as much for the agrarian sector as it did for the industry and the salaried class. But one wonders if more could be done. What does report as we track back to the key takeaways from last year's budget?
With only a few hours to budget 2025-2026, there is a huge build-up of expectations and anticipation before Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman steps up to lay out the centre's fiscal roadmap for the year ahead. As Sitharaman rises to present her 8th budget, the sense and expectations on the ground is that it will be an improvement on her last.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Notwithstanding the predictable thumbs down from the opposition, the last union budget was widely praised by India as reformist and cheered by the markets. The budget was largely seen as striking the right chords and covering a wide range of sectors that determine the pulse of key economic indicators. From the agrarian sector, salaried class, middle class to the industry, the budget set the template for a developed India by 2047. However, as the finance minister presents the first full budget of Modi 3.0, there are expectations galore from key stakeholders, industry heads, entrepreneurs, salaried class, youth and even homemakers. While the salaried class and middle-income households are counting on the budget for the tax cuts, the industry has hopes of more reformist announcements to boost growth. Many are also counting on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to bring them more relief in terms of raising the tax deduction ceiling on home loan interest rates. As China's DeepSeek enters the AI race, there are calls for the centre to invest more in homegrown AI-enabled chatbots. As Union Budget 2025-2026 unfolds, it is to be seen if it delivers on these expectations. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, friends, the Union Budget 2025 is likely to bring major tax concessions, perhaps, for the middle classes, the salaried classes, an area which was left untinkered in the last one. Let's see what are the expectations that people have from the Union Finance Minister, given the kind of state of affairs that the economic survey painted yesterday, sort of tapering down growth expectations. Can the Finance Minister give a fillip, give a boost to the growth rates? And one way of doing it is through consumption economy, and to kickstart the consumption economy, you need those cuts. Take a look.
आज बजट सत्र के प्रारंभ में मैं समृद्धि की देवी मां लक्ष्मी को प्रणाम करता हूं।
May Goddess Lakshmi bless the poor and middle class of the country. These were Prime Minister Modi's words as he invoked the blessings of the deity. As Prime Minister Modi set the tone for the Union Budget 2025, many have pinned hopes for tax relief, taking cue from Prime Minister's hint at relief at last for the middle class from Finance Minister in Union Budget 2025.
बजट सत्र के प्रारंभ में मैं समृद्धि की देवी मां लक्ष्मी को प्रणाम करता हूं। और ऐसे अवसर पर सदियों से हमारे यहां मां लक्ष्मी का पुण्य स्मरण किया जाता है। मां लक्ष्मी हमें सिद्धि और विवेक देती है, समृद्धि और कल्याण भी देती है। मैं मां लक्ष्मी से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि देश के हर गरीब एवं मध्यम वर्ग समुदाय पर मां लक्ष्मी की विशेष कृपा रहे।
मध्यम वर्ग का अपने घर का सपना पूरा करने के लिए भी मेरी सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है। रेरा जैसे कानून बनाकर मध्यम वर्ग के सपने को सुरक्षा दी गई है। घर के लिए लोन पर सब्सिडी दी जा रही है।
It is widely expected that more rebate could be announced to give relief to the taxpayers. It is anticipated that the government will increase the basic exemption limit from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees. In addition, a reduction in the highest tax rate from 30% to 25% is expected, providing substantial relief for taxpayers in higher income brackets. It is also expected that the standard deduction could be increased from 75,000 to 1 lakh rupees. It would enable taxpayers to offset everyday expenses against their taxable incomes. In 2024, the standard deduction was increased to 75,000 under the new tax slab structure. With inflation rising and disposable income shrinking, is tax SOP on the cards?
And the focus today will also be on the middle class. The middle class is hoping for some relief from rising expenses and taxes. Full focus on income taxes. There's been enough hint so far that there could be something in it in terms of a change perhaps in the income tax slabs in Union Budget 2025. From lower income tax to cheaper home loans, here's what the middle class specifically expects from this year's budget.
Every budget session, the big question which the middle class asks, will there be tax relief this year? This budget session also, many are hoping for a reduction in income tax, especially for those earning 15 lakh rupees per year. There's a strong expectation for an increase in the basic exemption limit from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees or even up to 10 lakh rupees, which would put more disposable income in the hands of the middle class. The middle class also anticipates a simplification of the tax regime. There's hope for a hike in the standard deduction from the current 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees under the new tax regime to help offset rising living costs. Middle class is also expecting measures like subsidies on housing loans, incentives for first-time home buyers, revising interest deductions to make home ownership more achievable amid high property prices is something which the Aam Aadmi also wants.
With inflation eroding savings, the middle class is keen on government measures to control inflation, potentially through rationalizing GST rates. Expectations also include enhancements like increasing the tax-free investment limit under the national pension system.
Okay, specifically on income taxes, Abhishek, has there been enough hint? What do you expect? What are you hearing?
Well, Niranjan, the biggest hint, of course, was what the Prime Minister said yesterday, that he praised to Goddess Lakshmi, that she showers her blessings on the poor and the middle class. So I think that was, and then of course the mention of middle class in the address of President to the joint sitting. I think there is ample evidence. Even otherwise, the government would have to respond to the manner in which certain stinginess was not liked by the people, perhaps got reflected in the mandate. So I think a responsive government, I'm sure, Niranjan, would do something, and the hints coming in that Prime Minister's comment, opening comment yesterday, and the President's address.
Yeah, Riyanka's live. Should we go to her?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Riyanka, there are concerns across different sectors. It's not just for the middle class, across different sectors.
Reporting from?
Yeah, and she's reporting live from the residence of the Finance Minister. What's her day looking like? Why don't you tell our viewers joining us early this morning, what the it's a customary...
Well, the wind is blowing there,
yeah.
At the residence of Finance Minister.
Yeah. What's going on there? And when does she leave her residence?
Well, as you rightly mentioned, I'm standing just outside Nirmala Sitharaman's residence in Safdarjung Road, national capital. And what I can see here is that the security preparations are being taken place as she is expected to leave her residence at around 8:30 a.m. And from there, she will be moving towards the Finance Ministry, and that expected picture that everybody awaits for with the red book that the Finance Minister will come out. And we know it is the historic 8th time that Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting the most anticipated union budget. For now, the preparations outside her residence are going on, and there is a lot of expectations from various sectors of people, especially the middle class, who have had enough hints from Prime Minister's address as well as the President's address, and they are having a very, very close eye on today's budget, basically in terms of reduction in the tax slabs for the income tax group, as well as several other focus points that include ease of living, ease of doing business. In fact, the impact of AI will also be one of the key highlights that is expected from the union budget today. This is what it looks outside Nirmala Sitharaman's residence, as she is expected to leave around nearly 1 hour from now, and then she will be moving towards the Finance Ministry.
Right, absolutely. To the motions, Niranjan, she goes to the Finance Ministry, the photo op, then she goes to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, another photo op, she comes back, and then reaches Parliament, another photo op, and then, of course, she submits the budget to the Cabinet for its approval. It's approved there, and then, of course, makes the presentation. Now, the economic survey, Niranjan, did not paint a very rosy picture. I mean, it flagged some concerns, some challenges, and the challenge for Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, as she rises to present the budget today at around 11 a.m., is going to be to buck the global headwinds and put the country firmly on the growth track. The economic survey, which was tabled in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha yesterday, pegged the country's GDP growth in the range of 6.3 to 6.8% for the fiscal 25-26, suggesting a marginal decline in growth. Take a look at this report as we build up to the first full budget of Modi 3.0.
As the country counts down to Union Budget 2025-2026, the big question is, will the prevailing global headwinds aid or impede the country's growth? One of the key challenges for Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as she rises to present her aid budget is to put the country's foot on the growth pedal regardless of the global headwinds. However, the concerns around the prevailing global headwinds and fiscal indices weren't lost on the centre, as the economic survey pegged the country's GDP to grow in the range of 6.3 to 6.8 in the current fiscal. The centre's GDP estimate suggested a marginal dip in the centre's growth expectations in the current fiscal. The economic survey also made a strong argument for the need to support investment both by the centre and the states to sustain India's growth story. It also said the country still has a lot of ground to cover, especially in the manufacturing sector when it comes to chasing the ambitious goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047.
140 करोड़ मेरे परिवारजन अगर संकल्प लेकर के चल पड़ते, एक दिशा निर्धारित करके चल पड़ते, कदम से कदम मिलाकर, कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर अगर चल पड़ते हैं, तो चुनौतियां कितनी भी क्यों ना हो, अभाव की मात्रा कितनी ही तीव्र क्यों ना हो, संसाधनों के लिए जूझने की नौबत हो तो भी हर चुनौती को पार करते हुए हम समृद्ध भारत बना सकते हैं। हम 2047 विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य प्राप्त कर सकते हैं।
While the country's automobile industry is currently on an upswing, with car sales picking up, there's hope for a bit more hand-holding from the centre to boost the key sector to ensure that the country's growth indices remain in the green. The economic survey also proposed a go-out-of-the-way policy to reduce regulations and let businesses and key sectors go all in for growth. As the finance minister sets the country's economic template for the current fiscal, the big question is, will the global headwinds throw a spanner in her works?
Okay, taking a break here on Republic. Counting down, building up to the budget. 11 a.m. is when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present Budget 2025 in Parliament. Stay tuned. We have the biggest voices in our studios here at Republic TV over the next couple of hours. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah. No, 2 days before I have been here and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that.
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold, take off his shirt just for everybody to see how big a fan he is. Yeah, you can just take it off. You just take it off. Close up, le lena. So this is the 2011 World Cup squad. He has got all the names of the players, the squad over here. This is the 2024 T20 champions that India became. We became the world champions. This is the squad for that. And can you just turn around? And then you see Virat Kohli's portrait over here, a sketch. How beautiful it is.
You can call me a die-hard Virat Kohli fan.
Of course, you're a die-hard Virat Kohli fan. And thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic World. For such interesting videos, please subscribe to Republic World, the YouTube channel. Thank you so much.
Management failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd, and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos, and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd.
Pictures from the US in Philadelphia, where a plane with at least 2 people on board, we don't have the exact number of how many people were on board that plane, that crashed in Philadelphia, setting homes ablaze, unleashing a fireball. And these are live pictures, not really live, but deferred pictures that came into our newsrooms earlier this morning of a medical transport jet. It's a medical transport jet that crashed in Philadelphia about 30 seconds after takeoff, setting homes ablaze, strewing debris and rattling residents. And it's been captured coming down from different angles. Second air disaster in 2 days in America. 2 people were on board, is what the Federal Aviation Administration in America has confirmed. This is a doorbell camera footage that was captured from someone's home in Philadelphia of the plane falling from the sky in a streak of white and exploding in a fireball as it hit the ground in this residential neighborhood near a shopping mall and a roadway in Philadelphia. Also hearing that the crash happened about 3 miles from Northeast Philadelphia Airport, which primarily serves business jets and charter flights. So these pictures came in of a plane. It's a Learjet 55, which quickly disappeared from radar, according to reports, after taking off from the airport at 6:06 p.m. local time in Philadelphia. Went up to an altitude of nearly 1,600 feet or 487 meters. It was en route Springfield, Missouri, and registered to a company operating as Med Jets, according to the flight tracking website flight away. So you've had two crashes. In Washington DC, you had a chopper go straight into a passenger plane, both of which crashed into a river. There were no survivors. And this, another crash within 2 days in Philadelphia, in what has been one of America's deadliest aviation disaster in almost a quarter century. This is, earlier we had a American Airlines jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members collide mid-air. This was in Washington DC with an army helicopter carrying 3 soldiers, and there were no survivors at all in that crash. And we're getting in more details of this particular crash. This was at a busy intersection, an outdoor shopping center where first responders were seen blocking traffic and onlookers crowded onto a street in this residential neighborhood. This is Philadelphia, where the Emergency Management Office also said that roads were closed, etc. The emergency services kicking in after the crash. Okay, it's Budget Day Live, and as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman prepares to present the Union Budget 2025, all eyes on the upcoming decisions that will shape India's economic landscape over the next 1 year. Abhishek.
From tax reforms to ease of doing business to greater investment in research and development, the corporate sector is banking on policies that will be a game changer for India's growth story. Here's a report.
It's D-Day for the Modi 3.0 government. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present the Union Budget for 2025. Industry leaders are eyeing this budget, pinning their hopes on 3 I's: inclusivity, innovation, and international competitiveness. The demand is for 1, an upward trend toward further deregulation, and 2, a system that allows states to be fiscally prudent and generate Capex themselves.
Overall expectation is to see how we are focused on the budget, which will definitely indicate an upward trend in terms of growth, for the focus on growth. A focus also on Capex is what I would, public Capex is what I would think that, which is sometimes being debated as to whether there will be an increase in the public Capex because it has done heavy lifting. But I would think that the expectation would be to see that, because that will definitely crowd in private sector investment.
Liberal tax slabs, investment in artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, ease of doing business, and a holistic approach to prioritize small enterprises. These are some of the elements that industry experts believe will be a game changer for India's macro economy. From automobiles to hospitality to tourism to retail, the Union Budget must fuel the demands of a growing consumption economy.
The Union Budget 2025 is a pivotal moment to strengthen India's position as a global leader in AI, cybersecurity, and telecom innovation. In this budget, we look forward to the government introducing a robust regulatory framework that ensures responsible AI deployment while encouraging innovation and global competitiveness. Moving forward, a balanced approach, one that fuels innovation while maintaining governance and security, will be the key to unlocking India's full digital potential and cementing its leadership on the global stage.
Our request would be that we should have a unified tax structure where we are charged 5% on the overall car rental as well as the leasing industry, so that we become more competitive compared to app aggregators, because since there are various taxations, that's the reason it leads to a lot of confusion.
One of the biggest things people are expecting from this budget is tax relief. There is an expectation that basic tax exemption limit might be increased to Rs 5 lakhs from the existing 3 lakhs. the people are expecting the tax rates and the tax slabs to be further liberalized also. And if that happens, taxpayers will have more money in the hand, which means higher disposable income and more money to spend. And this will also boost the public sentiments, which is the need of the hour. This will indirectly boost the economy to a great extent.
Are rebates for the corporate sector in the offing?
What exactly is it that you or the industry at large are expecting from the upcoming budget?
So I think if you look at our industry, we're deeply intertwined or interlinked with the furniture sector. And for the past few budgets and for some time now, we have been hoping that the government will bring about a PLI scheme on furniture. As you've seen on other sectors, when the government has launched a PLI sort of initiative, sectors have grown, they have become globally competitive sectors. And in furniture, the opportunity in front of us is tremendous. If you look at Vietnam, if you look at China, their total export surplus in terms of furniture is in billions of dollars. And India, with all the factors that are working in our favor, I think we have every reason to believe that we can become one of the largest exporters of furniture, provided that some impetus is given by the government. So I'm hoping that in this budget, that will be provided for.
Did you have a meeting with the finance minister? Was there a representation made to the finance minister in the run-up to the budget?
Definitely. There have been multiple representations that have been made, both on part of our industry and part of various chambers. And in all the representations, we have put this forward. And I think that the Honorable Finance Minister has given due consideration to it. So we're hoping that this budget will definitely have it incorporated.
But is PLI the only demand, or there are other demands as well?
So I think if you look at the furniture sector, that is the only demand. But regarding real estate, there are definitely more demands. For instance, as you are well aware, the interest rates have gone up. Because interest rates have gone up, EMIs have gone up. And that has led to some pressure on purse strings across. So I think if the government can increase the reduction, the tax reduction or the tax rebate limit on the interest that is being paid on home loans, that can really help ease the burden on consumers, particularly considering the high interest rates. Going forward, if interest rates fall and the reduction on, or rather the rebate on the interest paid on home loans is increased, this will definitely help spur demand. It will help spur higher disposable income. And I think that in the short term, this can be a very good step. Alongside this, if you look at urban centers, 45 lakhs, which is the current limit for affordable housing, is not really a very realistic limit. So I think if the government can come up with slabs, whereas in metros and tier 1 cities, and perhaps in some more high-end tier 2 cities as well, the quantum of this limit for affordable housing is increased to say 75 lakh rupees. That will really help promote a spur in demand for the same, and will help ease the burden on builders. Alongside this, input tax credit in the form of GST credit cannot be availed on most of the inputs that go into the residential real estate sector. So I'm hoping that the government takes some steps to include these as input credits, thereby easing the burden of raw material price inflation on builders as well.
We're expecting the fiscal deficit to be managed to about 4.9%. From a sector perspective, I would expect investments and more budget allocation in areas like health, education, skilling, digital, and also citizen services.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda.
for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common between you and Rahul Gandhi is that even he knows nothing about India, but she put out this tweet. It was also right on the eve of a parliament session. So you see, viewers, before every parliament session, there's a foreign hand, a foreign issue and a foreign interest which comes in. 2021, now mark the chronology in all of this. 2021, just before the winter session of parliament, right on the eve of the monsoon session of parliament, I correct myself, which was supposed to kick in from July 19th, Amnesty International foreign company, Forbidden Stories foreign hand, claimed that numerous politicians, journalists and civilians are targeted using Pegasus spyware, which was later to be proven to be wrong. But Rahul Gandhi picked up the issue in a big way. Rahul Gandhi is in love with anything foreign. Anything foreign he likes, foreign holidays, foreign trips, foreign agents, foreign interests, foreign countries, foreign sovereign interests. I mean, if it were left to Rahul Gandhi, he would make India a foreign country. Maybe it is a foreign country for him. Ladies and gentlemen, the indictment of Adani came 4 days before the winter session, and opposition was quick to capture and jeopardize the
We are primarily the National Industry Association for MSMEs. So we have many expectations for the MSME sector, because India to become a $5 trillion economy and a economic powerhouse, the MSME sector need to grow faster.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible, in terms of setting the parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common between you and Rahul Gandhi is that even he knows nothing about India, but she put out this tweet. It was also right on the eve of a parliament session. So you see, viewers, before every parliament...
Welcome back. You're watching Budget Day Live. I'm Niranjan and I have Abhishek Kapoor, my colleague, joining us live from the studios in Republic Media Network. And Arnab will be live in a few minutes from now. India continues to dominate the global economic landscape, maintaining its position as the world's fastest growing major economy. And today, on Budget Day, India awaiting the Finance Minister's address in Parliament. The government will be looking once again to walk a tightrope between fiscal prudence and continued growth. While running an economy this big is no easy task, here are the challenges that the government is faced with, particularly this year.
Ahead of the Union Budget 2025, the Union Finance Minister expressed confidence in the economy's untapped potential and also highlighted the challenges standing in the way of its pursuit.
With your permission, I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English version. 1. The Economic Survey 2024-25. The Economic Survey 24-25 Statistical Appendix.
The challenges placed are both internal and external. The hardest nut to crack is that of growth, undeniably one of the key factors in driving an economy up the charts. As per the Economic Survey, the Indian economy is projected to grow between 6.3% and 6.8% in 2025-26. This comes against an expected growth of 6.4% in 2024-25. For India to achieve the developed nation status by 2047, it will have to show a sustained growth of close to 8%. The second challenge is that of consumption. Consumption is the biggest contributor to the GDP. However, it hit one of its lowest points in the fiscal year 2023-2024 and only showed a slight growth in 2024 to 2025. Investments also fared as a challenge. In 2024 to 2025, GDP growth in real terms slowed to 6.37%, its slowest since 2014 to 2015. And a big contributor to this was the slowdown in investments. Amongst the list is also the big challenge of employment. On the face of it, employment seems to have improved. The catch is to understand that most of it has improved in the agriculture sector, which in itself has only grown in low single digits. Further, real wages for both men and women in salaried employment have actually declined between the year 2023 to 2024. The fifth big challenge is that of services. With growing use of AI across sectors, the manufacturing and service sector is under pressure to develop a skilled labor force. Till 2023 to 2024, 88.2% of all people were involved in low-skill service work. Hence, upskilling is critical. Another tough nut to crack is that of exports. Exports are highly dependent on the textile industry, whose performance has been weak over a decadal time frame. And the last challenge on the chart is deregulation. Deregulation comes with an aim to decrease the cost of compliance, especially for small and medium enterprises, and can be a growth trigger for the Indian economy.
Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present her record 8th consecutive budget this year for 2025-26 in just a few hours from now, roughly 3 hours from now. It will be the first full-year budget of the Modi 3.0 government. In the third term, it will be the first full budget. While it will be a tough job to balance Capex and fiscal prudence, market analysts have expectations high from this budget, given the volatility that we've seen in the last few months.
Deregulation is key to boosting India's growth. This is CE Ananth Nageswaran's pitch in the Economic Survey report.
Global GDP itself rose 6 times in current prices. Extreme poverty came down because of faster growth in China and India. Internet penetration went from almost nothing to 23% as a share of world population. During this period, applied tariff rates across the world came down and the trade to GDP share went up. But clearly, you all know very well more than we do that this period has kind of ended. Even if we are not reversing very actively, we no longer are advancing along these dimensions.
With the Lal Street waiting for the D-Day, Indian benchmark indices are set for a full trading session today despite being a Saturday. The BSE and the NSE exchanges have confirmed that markets will remain open. With geopolitical uncertainties, Trump's warning to the BRICS, rupee sliding, and Indian markets seemingly volatile, expectations of increased allocation for infra, increased employment opportunities, affordable housing for the middle class, EV sector push, and enabling consumption boost by increasing cash in hand are the key demands of the market watchers. As India progresses towards the Viksit Bharat mission, the allocation and government's commitment towards infra allocation has been steadfast. The market analysts and stakeholders will closely monitor budget announcements.
Overall expectation is to see how we are focused on the budget, which will definitely indicate an upward trend in terms of growth, for the focus on growth. A focus also on Capex is what I would, public Capex is what I would think that, which is sometimes being debated as to whether there will be an increase in the public Capex because it has done heavy lifting. But I would think that the expectation would be to see that, because that will definitely crowd in private sector investment.
So I would be expecting the fiscal deficit to be managed to about 4.9%. From a sector perspective, I would expect investments and more budget allocation in areas like health, education, skilling, digital, and also citizen services.
We have many expectations for the MSME sector because India to become a $5 trillion economy and a economic powerhouse, the MSME sector need to grow faster. So for that, we wish and we are very hopeful that this budget will be very progressive, specifically targeting MSME sector and its all-round development.
Will Budget 2025 provide much needed impetus to Indian markets?
The government should continue to invest in infrastructure because that is very important. Steel demand ke liye bhi it is important, and also it helps reduce the cost of doing business outside the factory gates. Second part is, of course, to look at the cost of doing business and the ease of doing business, because for investors like us, it's very important to have optimal cost and ease of doing business. Third is, I think, the exports from China of multiple products, not just steel, is a matter of concern.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibilities and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There's a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah, no, 2 days before I have been here and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There's a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that.
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem?
All right, welcome back. The 2025 Union Budget. Big focus remains on capital expenditure and tax collections. The Capex growing by nearly 39% from financial year 2020 to 2024. Experts anticipate a continued push for infrastructure development, which is essentially public spending led. The economic survey signaled a potential 20% growth in Capex this year. Remember, last year it was pegged at 11.1 lakh, and along with, of course, tax collection trend, a promising tax collection trend that should take care of the public spending part in the budget. Here's a report.
Ahead of the government's 2025 budget, significant number of eyes are on capital expenditure, tax collection and allocation of funds for different ministries. The economic survey ahead of the budget outlined that the capital expenditure on key infrastructure sectors grew by 38.8% between financial year 2020 to financial year 2024. The report also sheds light that after the general elections, the capital expenditure momentum has picked up between July and November 2024. The budget may announce 20% Capex growth, as Capex is integral for boosting domestic demand. Increasing capital expenditure and putting more disposable income in the hands of consumers, particularly urban consumers, will be pivotal to uplifting growth in domestic demand. In 2022, the government allocated 7.5 lakh crore rupees in Capex spending. In 2023, the amount was raised to rupees 10 lakh crore, and in the previous budget, the amount stood at rupees 11.11 lakh crore. In the 2025 budget as well, analysts expect to see a substantial rise in Capex spending. The government target for total direct tax collections was at 22.7 lakh crore for the fiscal year. As of January 12, 2025, it had already collected over 93% of this target, 20.64 lakh crore. With 9 months of the financial year almost complete, the tax collection trend indeed looks promising. In this budget as well, some believe that the government might announce promising tax collection targets. 3 areas have consistently received bigger pieces of the pie when it comes to sector-by-sector allocation: defense, infrastructure, and agriculture. In the regular union budget of financial year 2024-25, the Ministry of Defence has been allocated rupees 621,940.85 crore, the highest among the ministries. This has repeated itself multiple times, and defence spending has not wavered much so far. However, industries like health, education and social services have been receiving increasing attention over the past few years. This can be seen as an indication of a broader policy shift towards better results in human capital, improvement and social welfare. For example, the healthcare sector received about 90,958.63 crores INR as its share from the budget in 2024-25. The education sector received about 1.48 lakh crores INR from the budget for 2024-25. Schemes like Samagra Siksha Bhavan and the Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya received significant parts of this investment. As highlighted by the economic survey and previous budgetary trends of the Modi government, one can expect holistic nation building, economic growth dipped in social development and sustainability.
Go on, go on.
So you take over.
Yeah. Okay. Can you cut? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Budget morning. Good morning, Sohail Seth.
Good morning.
How are you,
Good
Sohail?
morning.
How are you, Sohail? Thank you.
Absolutely well.
Right. Who do we have on here right now? We've got Ajay Bagga, the one and only Ajay Bagga. How do we introduce Ajay Bagga? Ajay Bagga is smart, good looking, and very, very, very much at ease on a budget morning. Is joining us from Mumbai this morning. We value Ajay a lot because he's seen today as one of the best macro experts in the country. And we're so happy to have Ajay Bagga with us. We have Lokesh with us. And we'll just get started with all our other guests within 1 minute. Abhishek, how has the morning been so far?
Morning is looking up, or a bit foggy. I hope the budget removes some of that with hopefully some rebates, tax concessions, consumption pickup.
We also have Ratun Lahiri who's joining us. Yes. Sorry for missing out the introduction. I just saw her there on air. She's a senior advisor at Unicorn India Ventures. It's a fantastic global investment firm going through many stages, has had some excellent exits. And Ratun really understands. She's been in London now. She spends a lot of time in the United States. She can give us a very good perspective of how the world is looking at us. So I think we are putting together a formidable panel. We also have with us, good morning. I think we must introduce PK Basu. PK Basu, the person who with one question demolished Rahul Gandhi's Rahulonomics in Singapore some time back. And we have Kishore Subramaniam who's here in the studio and his alarm is buzzing and he's unable to manage the alarm. I don't know, you've set the alarm bells ringing in the studio. This morning, Kishore, good morning. It happens to all of us. Good morning, good morning. We have Sushil Kedia, whose alarm is buzzing, founder of Kedianomics. So we have a good panel this morning, right? Okay. Sushil, good morning. How are you? How are you, Sushil? Why are you setting the alarm bells running in the studio this morning? We got Kishore Subramaniam. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Only all the alarms of the day are rung already. Okay, good morning, budget day. Let's take the first round of how things are going. Let's start with a remote guest. Let's be polite for once, Sohail. Let's be polite for once. Let's start this morning with Ratun Lahiri, giving us a perspective of how she sees things between last budget and now. What's changed and what's not? Ratun.
Thank you, Arnab, and thank you for the very kind introduction. So in terms of the last budget, I speak from a startup perspective primarily, but, we'll also delve a little bit into the macro policy and macroeconomics. In terms of startups last time, I think the government did a lot, and I said this on your channel last time, reducing the long-term capital gains tax to 12.5%, doing away with angel tax, and a couple of other measures have really helped the startup industry. And but as I see, this year, looking forward, I think the first thing that strikes one, is there has certainly been a little bit of, there's been slow growth. Growth has slowed. And, while the optimism is still there, India is always optimistic, there is that slight trepidation, at the moment. And I think we need to put more money in the pockets. And I think I'm preaching to the converted. We need to put more money in the pockets of the middle class. I think that is the section that is hurting the most. In terms of, if I go into the startup sector, I think the first thing that we need to do is, when Prime Minister Modi gave a clarion call, for Make in India, we in the last couple of years we have seen a huge, I think activity in deep tech. We as a fund have invested in some fantastic, extraordinary deep tech, companies in space tech, in autonomous transformation, in, underwater drones, etc. But I think that brings with itself, equal challenges. And I think the government needs to look at, things like R&D tax, and, long term. At the moment, I think 10 years is when you can carry losses forward. I think that needs to increase, and a couple of other things. And overall, I will end this, this particular section of mine saying that, I've been traveling a lot in India over the last 6 weeks, and India is many Indias, and all of India needs to develop. And therefore, I think in the East, we need to have particular policies targeted, towards the East. There are some states that are doing very well. I've just come back from Utkarsh, Orissa, the 2-day conclave that they had in Orissa. To showcase Orissa. I think that's a very, very good step. I think a lot more needs to be done, so that every part of India, I think develops that power.
Yeah. Modi is going to be meeting Trump, Ajay, in February. Lot depends on that. How will March look after that? I think the global factors are predominant in this budget. This year, with Trump coming and with the kind of tariff conversation we are having, are we under some kind of a threat? We're not in distress, but will we be able to manage this? How will the markets look forward to the budget? Which are the big headlines you think that can be delivered this morning by Nirmala Sitharaman, if any? Or is this going to be a sedate, no headline budget?
Arnab, definitely there will be headlines. What do we need? I think you have, as usual, you have caught the pulse. The global threat is looming large. Last evening, the White House press secretary has said that today 25% tariffs come in on Canada and Mexico,
Huge.
10% on China. So just Canada, Mexico is $900 billion worth of goods trade with the US. And Trump, from the Oval Office, has also made a statement that I'm looking closely at the European Union and other trading partners. So hopefully India will get a trade deal done. We need an agreement with the US. If they need to bring in Harley Davidsons, let them bring it in. What I read somewhere was that nobody came to the dealerships, and the one person who took out a Harley for a test drive never returned. They found him in Andhra later on.
We're happy with Bullet.
We are very happy with Bullets. We have driven them in our youth, and any mechanic can fix them on the roadside. They're always on. Jokes aside, Arnab, the global issues loom large. What is the big concern right now? You need more money in the people's pockets. That is an equation which gets solved if you bring more income to people. More income comes with more employment. So that's what the government would be looking at: how to generate more employment, or how to make people more self-reliant to be self-employed. That is one. Second will be what the institutional investors will be looking at. How is the government tackling its burgeoning debt and its fiscal deficit? So there is a glide path to reduce the fiscal deficit. We are expecting that to happen. That will be the second. Third, the government has done an excellent job on the capital expenditure front. There are 4 pillars to an economy now. Private consumption, which is okay, it's rolling along. There is private Capex, which is right now it's not doing too well. There is third, government capital expenditure, which did very well. This year, because of the national elections, we got held up, and that is behind all this little slowdown in the economy. The good news is December numbers are 95% better year on year. So the catch-up is happening, Arnab. The fourth is the exports. Now exports, we will have a second order impact of China tariffs, because we saw that in 2018-19, when China gets constrained by the US, it starts dumping the goods because it has so much excess capacity. It dumps the goods in emerging markets, and India, unfortunately, becomes a victim of Chinese tariffs again as a second order effect. So government is very seized of it. It's not a simple solution. It is a multi-year solution that they have to bring to creating jobs and creating incomes. The third big thing I would look at is, okay, fiscal space is constrained. You can't do too much. You're already borrowing 16 lakh crores a year. You spend 48 lakh crores. and you earn only 32 lakh crores. So you're already borrowing 16 lakh crores a year, not too much fiscal space, or if you have to give relief somewhere, you will have to either tax somebody else or take money out of someone else. Both politically not very easy statements. What can be done is twofold. One is monetary stimulus from the RBI. I think last 3-4 months, RBI missed a trick by not cutting rates. They should have gone accommodative much earlier. And today also, on 7th, when they cut rates, it takes 9 to 12 months to transmit into the economy. So we are behind the curve. Part of the slowdown is also RBI being too ultra hawkish, ultra restrictive. The second earner, you can't do fiscal stimulus much. You have monetary stimulus, it will take time. What can you do? Reform stimulus. You have to reform, you have to ease the burden on corporations to function in the country. You have to create ease of living, cut down regulations, and do a reform stimulus. And the last part, this budget, what it will address, Arnab, is the electoral poor. There are the economic poor, which are about 5% in the country, but there's a huge 80 crore electoral poor who are getting food grains, who are getting Ladki Behna, who are getting all these dole-outs. So it will address the electoral poor, who are actually, not all of them are poor. 30-40 crores out of them are earning people paying taxes like us, but they are in that electoral poor by accident of birth or accident of religion or accident of politics.
Yes.
Over to you.
Yeah. So you've set the broad picture out here. What is the world saying about India? The world is saying good things about India. So the world is saying our economy will grow at 7%. Moody's is hopeful about India. ADB is hopeful about India. In fact, our forecasts are a little conservative compared to what the world is saying about India. But the world is also changing. You travel a lot. You travel a lot, you hear people. I don't want us to present just a rosy picture for the Indian budget and have the same language all the time. We're the shining place in the world. What are the opportunities? What are the challenges that you see? What would you broadly expect given this is a post-general election budget? The Modi government may have scraped through to a third term, but it has got a third term. So how can this be a turnaround budget, if at all? So
mine will be a shorter budget speech than Ajay Bagga's. He almost spoke for as long as Nirmala would, but I'll make 4 or 5 quick points. Number one, it is not going to be populist because they don't need to be popular. They won the election. Now they've got to deal with some hard facts. What are the hard facts? Number one, there is an employment issue and it's almost crisis-like. Their jobless growth is something that they now need to address with firmness. Number two, this constant prevarication, flip-flop on every policy, whether it's caramelized popcorn or whether it is investment policies, they don't augur well. Remember one thing, Arnab, businesses and investors only look for one thing, stability. They look for consistency. Pranab Mukherjee created huge damage when he did retrospective taxes on Vodafone and all, went back to 1963. That created enormous problems for India. Third, we have to look at the MSME sector. No one talks about the MSME sector. We look at the low-hanging fruit, middle class, middle class, middle class. As Pawan Verma famously said, the middle class is the most selfish class. They only worry about themselves. He said that in the Great Indian Middle Class book. Yeah. 4, all of us love taxes to be reduced, but where on earth is the government going to get money from? And that's a critical issue. Having said that, Ajay mentioned dumping. Tariffs on Mexico and Canada are tariffs which were prompted by nearshoring. What had started happening was a lot of companies had shifted their businesses and their plants to Mexico and Canada to create more and more vibrant and viable economic situations because it was next to America. Trump has stopped that. Let me tell you, this whole thing about Trump and Modi, great friends, Trump is America's president. He's not India's prime minister. He's accountable and will do things for America. So let's remember the fact that if Trump puts tariffs on, all these woke liberals, most of them are dead now, can't keep screaming, oh, Trump, Modi, that bonhomie is not there. He's the American president when I last checked. So let's keep that in mind. What the lady, I forget her name right now.
Ratun Lahiri.
Ratun
Lahiri.
Ratun Bangari. What she said very importantly is, which is good because I'm from Bengal, about states. Let me tell you, the states have to get into competitive commercial activity. What has happened in Orissa is good. What is going to happen, hopefully in Bengal, we hope something should work. I said this on Arnab's channel when he was with another channel. The day Singur happened, it was a death knell for Bengal, and that reversal still hasn't happened. And I hope the East actually buckles up. You know, states that are rich in minerals are impoverished. I mean, there is no bigger irony. Whether you look at Jharkhand, whether you look at Chhattisgarh, whether you look at Bengal, which the communists had messed up, and now Mamata is only, putting more and more pearls on that. These things we need to worry about. So net, I'm not at all optimistic about the budget. I'm realistic about the budget. Please don't expect sops from every union budget. Finance minister, the halwa that has been given to the ministry.
Can we have Suhail on air, please, while he's speaking? Yeah, please continue. Yeah.
The halwa that has been given to the ministry officials before the budget. Don't expect any halwa. Expect something bitter and be respectful of that, because Modi has a government to run. And my other last piece, I know I'm going to be deeply unpopular with all you guys, is this Revdi and Freebie culture needs to stop.
No, I'm totally with you.
More and more people don't want to work anymore. People are leaving jobs, going back to their homes in villages or wherever it is, because they're getting all these freebies.
Yeah.
This country cannot be run on freebies.
Yeah.
And someone needs to tell these jokers that you cannot create a country of viable economic activity if everything is a dole.
Yeah.
And no one is willing to, address this issue,
yeah,
because everyone, like PK Basu, wants to be popular.
Yeah. Now, we keep talking on the one side, you got fiscal responsibility, FRBM targets, and then we've got to have a freebie responsibility and freebie budget management target. We need to have it because it's crossed all limits. It's become a political part of the political system right now, and I'm really sad that the BJP is bought into it as well. Abhishek, what will be the headlines today? You have some breaking news?
I believe I'm not going to give the budget. It has to be confidential, and the finance minister has to.
But you have. I called you just now. You went to take the call, was it?
No. But I'm told, Arnab, that the government is in a mood to deliver to the middle classes. And remember, you were saying, Suhail, that every budget you can't expect, but which was the budget when we actually got something? So maybe this is the one where we have to get something, right? We have not got anything for the last few.
So you're saying, what are you going to be like?
So the specifics are that there is a tax
no tax below 10 lakhs been suggested, spoken about?
I can't give the exact slab, but there is a possibility of that changing. There is a possibility of NPS changing. There is a possibility of the government making the new tax regime little more enticing. And so all those things you would see when the budget comes.
Okay. So, what?
You're basically suggesting that the new tax regime should become a little bit more like the old tax regime. Giving exemptions. You see, once you start introducing exemptions into
bizarre.
The new tax regime, then it's no longer the new tax regime.
And let me tell you,
idea is, but the slabs can change.
Abhishek,
slabs can change.
Slabs can change.
Abhishek, slabs can change. In India, we have a fraudulent system of taxation. They tell you 33% or 40%. Now start adding all the cesses. Cess on this, cess on that, cess on this. You ultimately end up paying far more than they tell you.
Yes. So maybe that simplifying can happen. The scope is there. The tax buoyancy is there. Mr. Kedia would vouch for it that yes, the government has in its kitty to share with the middle classes.
I don't know why whenever it comes to the middle class, we're always told, is it going to be relief to the middle class or is it going
Why
to
do
be
they
fiscal,
need relief?
Or is it going to be fiscal prudence? The middle class needs relief.
Yeah.
We have a very high, we tax people a lot in this country. We have an extremely high tax to GDP ratio. We're hovering around 19%. Most other countries around 14%. We need to understand that we are a highly taxed country, and maybe that's not a good thing. We need to let people spend a little bit. PK wants to come in desperately. So do you. PK, you agree with me? Lokesh is on here. I mean, wearing the opposition hat on the panel before.
But PK, I also want you to focus on FDI. We need the money coming in. FDI is really low. We're at about 0.7, 0.8%. We were 2.5%. We're at the levels of FDI that we were in 93, 94, 95, post-liberalization. Terrible, terrible numbers. And we are not talking about it. Are we reconciled to it? I mean, do we ever want to be like America and China in terms of the FDI inflows we have? We're 16th or 17th in the world. We talk of being the third largest economy. We're 16th or 17th in the world in terms of FDI inflows. PK.
Yeah, well, I think FDI inflows have taken a bit of a hit over the last couple of years, especially the last year. And something needs to be done to change that story, to turn that around. So you need a more attractive tax regime. But, if you look at the corporate tax regime, it's already quite attractive. What is really lacking is that on the income tax side, the highest tax slabs, I think we really need to shed our socialist mindset.
Yeah.
Why do you need to have a 38% tax rate? Now, if you want to, so for instance, if you look at the semiconductor ecosystem, Morris Chang established TSMC in Taiwan in 1987. He had worked in Texas Instruments and was one of the founders of Intel. He was attracted back. Now, you just think about it. Someone like, say, Vinod Dham, who was the man behind the Intel chip, he should be in India. Interestingly, Vinod Dham started in New Delhi in a semiconductor company in 1971.
He's been given a Padma just
give him a Padma. Padma is not good.
That's an
we have to get him to relocate to Gujarat or to Assam and run these semiconductor new semiconductor plants. Now, in order for that to happen, you need an attractive personal income tax regime. A personal income tax regime needs to be attractive enough for people to come back, for that enormous brain deposit that we have outside to be brought back into the country and to really contribute. Not just, I'm not talking about an individual, but about scientists, technologists. We're now at a stage where we should be looking to attract them back. So if you look at, say, Gift City, right? I mean, Gift City is supposed to be a great success story. I mean, it's relatively small. When I compare it to the financial center in Seoul, or of course, you can't even talk about Singapore and Hong Kong. So the idea is that if you're going to attract true professionals, scientists, technologists, you need to have a change in the top rate of taxation. I don't think 38% is something that
but then the government will be seen to be pro-rich.
So there you go. So this is the problem. We have a socialist mindset. Okay, now the other aspect where there's no progress in the last 4 years, I have to say, is privatization. Remember the budget 4 years ago, in February 21, Nirmala Sitharaman had talked about effectively privatizing everything. She wanted to privatize everything except for 4 strategic sectors where a small core of companies would be retained, but everything else would be privatized even there. Now, nothing has happened. So, I'll tell you one example. No, before I do that.
He has never privatized. Even when he was Chief
Air
Minister
India,
of Gujarat,
Air
he's never privatized.
Air India.
Never privatized.
Air India, he's done a few steel mills. But, you see, now, just recently, in November, 2 months ago, 1.6% of the shares of Hindustan Zinc sold to the public. You compare what they got from that 1.6% to what the government got in 2002 for 45% share.
A pittance.
No. So what they got this time
was huge.
Now the value of the company is 126 times. Just listen, 126 times what it was 22 years ago. So basically what that is telling you.
No, still the dividend income that the government has got from PSUs is much more than what it has got from disinvestment this year, this fiscal year. So obviously the government sees this as family silver.
Yeah. So
they're getting dividends.
They're getting dividends from the likes of Hindustan Zinc as well.
And I think, Arnab, on your program, on your program, you need to park 2 ironies of this government. Number 1, when the Prime Minister took over, he said maximum governance and minimum whatever. There are so many slogans I can't remember.
Minimum government, maximum governance.
Yeah. Number 2, he says it is not the government's business to be in business.
Exactly.
But the government is in every business. Why do we still have BSNL? other than 5 cabinet ministers and 17 secretaries.
It's being recapitalized, by the way.
But that's whose money is that? You are spending tons of taxpayer money in inefficient government management. The government is incapable of managing businesses, as has been known. And to blame this government is unfair. All governments have that.
But if BSNL is not capitalized, then you would blame the government for letting monopolies exist.
But
right?
what do you do? I'd much rather put good money after good businesses rather than put good money after a business that is bound to fail.
Suhail, I want to chip one thing.
Sure, please.
While no government has been good at running businesses, I can't miss one thing as an investor, that no government has given that kind of respectability and quality of management back into the PSU game. The top performers in the stock market were PSUs, and in this budget, I'm betting PSUs will go double from here.
Chalo, bhai,
There's going to be something very good. This government is doing things differently, and I'm not saying governments can run businesses well, but this government is running businesses better than other businesses.
So what will revive market
I agree,
sentiment?
Mr. Kedia.
What will revive market sentiment? 1 minute. What will revive market sentiment?
Has already crushed itself down so much that if this government does not do any of the regular fooleries, like no profligacy signs are visible, the deficit is contained, we appeared, see, a budget is an intent. Final content will be known next year.
They'll make 27 amendments in 24 hours.
In this speech,
so you're saying it's all about fiscal deficit estimate?
Fiscal deficit, talking about, the real intent behind employment.
But that the government is good at that. The government is good at that. The government is good at that.
Viewers, should they punt now or punt after 4 hours?
No, I'll say one more thing. I'd say one more thing. Mr. Kedia, last time, the capital expenditure that was allocated, the budgeted effective capital expenditure and what they spent was about 9 to 10% less than that was allocated out there. So what is this fiscal responsibility, budget management going to get us? We're very, very good at it already. Fiscal deficit is estimated above 4.8, 4.9%. This government is very, very good. In fact, our fiscal deficit for the first half of the year through September was 4.75 lakh crore rupees. That is 29.4% of our annual reserves. Now, fiscal deficit widens a little bit, comes together. I mean, I'm just bored every time to say that all that we want to look at is fiscal deficit, fiscal deficit, fiscal deficit. The argument would be tax less, spend more, right? Increase your base. Then the government says, no, our base is already good enough. Our tax to GDP ratio is already about 19%. We will bring down the fiscal deficit. Now we'll make the fiscal deficit 4.5%. We'll make PK Basu happy. We'll make all the economists very happy. But then this is an opportunity time. This is an unusual time for the world. The world is seeing Trump come in. I think we are missing the wood for the trees. We're not looking at the impact of geopolitics on the economy.
Absolutely.
And deep tech on the economy. We're not looking at cutting edge sectors.
What will happen to jobs with
I'm
AI?
with Sohail. I say this is the time to make that big punt.
What will happen to
if it's a
jobs
conservative
with AI?
budget, okay, as usual, I'm not impressed. What's the big punt? Do we take a big punt?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the big punt.
Is there going to be a big punt?
I'm expecting big punts in very, very bold statements.
Like what? Statements se kya hota hai?
Bold statements, financial statements for expanding spend on defense, expanding spend on railways, expanding spend on infrastructure. The government is going to
we have reduced our spends on defense.
Expansion of expenses does.
Rotun's coming in. Rotun's saying something there. Rotun.
Yes, thank you, Arnab. No, I concur with you. In terms of, I think President Trump coming to power in America, at least from where I see it, has changed the dynamics significantly. This is no doubt India's century. I think we all are. The world is gung-ho about India. There's no doubt about that. But the sheer fact that President Trump has come in and the business optimism that is being generated in the US, in terms of him talking up the US, in terms of things that are happening, we are at the cusp of closing our latest $150 million fund. I'm actually very glad, that we did it last year, over last year, because now with the new business optimism coming in the US, I personally feel it would have been a tad more difficult, to raise it this year. So I think from our perspective, from the government of India's perspective, I concur with you, Arnab. Fiscal deficit is fine. I think we should focus, clinically on growth. Growth and how do we generate growth?
Yeah, we have to focus.
Suhail was saying earlier, in terms of states where. Sorry?
No, please continue. We're just responding to you. Yeah.
Yes, particularly growth, and also, growth in areas where, from states, from regions where, the bar is very low now, and how do we uplift those? I think that is very, very important. And again, the freebie thing must stop. I was in Jharkhand recently. Last week for a day. This was a completely different visit, to visit a non-profit called Pan IIT Reach for India Foundation. They do some excellent work there. I'd gone to see what they're doing. And they're finding it very difficult, to get, to skill people, because they get every lady gets 2,500 rupees, per month, free, I'm told, above the age of 18. Then they get free rations. So there's no incentive to come to work anymore, and if we are getting into this dole culture,
we got into that,
I think we've got a huge issue going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get a couple of thoughts in out here. I kept you waiting for a long time, Kishore. Over to you.
Yeah, I've been waiting for not many years. See, Arnab, I've been many years. Yeah. So I often
that was for the finance minister.
So is Rahul Gandhi.
Yeah. Okay, please don't compare me with. Okay. Arnab, the most important thing I've been often saying, the middle class crisis is bigger than the midlife crisis. You need to understand that. And right from a young age, you've always seen that the budgets have focused on middle class. And it's very important. Let's not forget the fact of the matter that today, you have a long-term capital gain tax that has gone up from 10 to 12.5%.
Yeah.
And if rumors were right, it is further to go up to about 20%. Now remember, if you have to grow an economy where the wealth creators are getting taxed more and more, and look at the real returns. Now, if you invest a lakh of rupees, your inflation is already at 5.5–6%. Your long-term capital gain tax is at 12.5%. So what is your risk-free return that you're making? And please understand, an economy is only going to grow if you're going to give the right incentive for the wealth creators, whether it is the industries. And we also have to remember that, as the economic survey yesterday pointed out, that this deregulation business has to happen. Everywhere the government regulatory processes are very difficult. Try starting a fintech in India. You will understand how much regulation is there with SEBI and all the regulators.
We just had the breaking news plate. Let's keep that on.
Yes.
With the breaking news plate, he's saying, Abhishek is saying, his solid leaders, that the theme this time will be manufacturing.
Theme will be manufacturing. No, manufacturing is good because that's a core industry. That's a core industry.
I would totally agree with you.
Yes.
You cannot have make in India and have such poor emphasis on manufacturing.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I will say it bluntly because, I'm not beholden to any of these.
No, be blunt.
We have no consistent policy qua manufacturing in this country. To say states, today you're getting free land, you're getting this, but there is no impetus. We have to create a manufacturing policy which makes sense, where make in India is about sense. It can't be, make in India and you open a plant. B, and this I've said this on your program, 1 minute, Abhishek. Please start investing in innovation, because that's where you will get incremental IP
So that's
value.
what's going to happen.
We don't have incremental IP value.
We
have the biggest software engineers in the world, and yet we haven't created a Facebook
you will see
or a
scaling
Google.
up of PLI. You will see scaling up of PLI. That's what I'm
This guy is talking as if he's just come out of Nirmala's room.
No. You doubt our connection.
I've just but you see now the question. We keep talking about Trump as a threat.
Yeah.
Trump is an opportunity. Trump is primarily an opportunity, not a threat. And I'll tell you why.
Giving rebates is an imperative. Scaling up PLI is an imperative, because remember, the numbers of the GDP growth are not what they were in the last budget. The economy needs absolute resuscitation. Short break and we're coming back.
No, we won't go into the short break right now. Just give me a moment out there, because we got. I just want to.
Finance Minister left.
Finance Minister has just left her residence. Those are the live pictures there of the FM leaving the residence. We'll keep you.
If she can do something to alleviate the pollution also of this city.
Yeah, that's not pollution. That's the mist. That's the mist of Delhi.
we live amidst that mist and we enjoy that mist. We breathe that mist. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Ferris is joining us right now. Just a minute. Can I have him on air, please? Aditi, can we have Andrew Ferris on air, please? Andrew is an economist and the CEO of Ecognosis Advisory. Thank you very much, Andrew. Good morning. How are you this morning, Andrew? And your views, this is a big budget. It's a post-election budget for India. The world is changing. How are you viewing India's chances? Are there any specific points of concern? And should the Finance Minister of India be punting on any one or two things which you would advise?
Yeah, well, I've read through the economic survey of 2024. I'm a veteran of Indian budgets, and in general, the budget itself and the preamble to the budget tend to be incredibly boring with no specific details. So the economic survey of 2024 tells us that we should support more the private sector, that we should invest more in technology. It's just blah, blah stuff. Okay, I know all this. So I would like to see something much more specific. Number one. Number two is India, as well as everybody else, should grow up about Trump. Can we please forget about Trump? 17% of India's exports go to the United States. The other 83% doesn't. Okay, so let's concentrate on the 83% and let Trump get on with that. Plus the fact India's main two exports, okay, other than petrol and other than telecommunications, is pearls, precious stones, gold and golden jewelry. This is completely irrelevant discussion here, because if there's going to be any tariffs, it's going to be on oil, which is the main export of India right now. So in other words, concentrate on what is important and not concentrate on either anything else. Plus the obsession with the HBIB reports. India has got a pile of incredibly talented people. I, as a professor, have taught generations of Indians, both in Hong Kong and in the United States, and I live in terror of the quality of the people you have. So concentrate on that part, and can we please leave Trump aside? He's not worth it, really. He's the president of the United States. Of course he's a very important person. Okay, so is India. So if you're telling me what are my reactions to the budget, I would like to see something a little bit more concrete. Okay, also actual specific plans, not just we're going to increase more spending on infrastructure. I've been hearing this for a long time.
Yeah, that I agree with. I mean, that's exactly what Ajay Bagga was saying. I don't know if Ajay is there. I want Ajay to quickly react to that. That Ajay, we need to see some specifics and not a statement of intent. That's what Andrew Ferris is saying. Ajay. Unmute yourself, Ajay. Unmute yourself.
No, can you hear me or not?
Yeah, totally, yeah.
Yeah. So, Suhail has already, put a strong constraint on my talk, but I was thinking and putting a broad background. So, unfortunately, I couldn't travel today. Otherwise, I would have taken on the Suhail one-on-one right there. I think we made him get up too early today. So he's not in a good mood with me. But Arnab, I totally agree with what Suhail said. And second big part, so we should not become a Venezuela or Zimbabwe by the way there is political competition to blow out money, which actually we don't own. We are borrowing 16 lakh crores every year, which our grandchildren will pay.
Absolutely.
Or, they will not pay. But these politicians are giving that away, which we as taxpayers are paying for safety, for good infrastructure, for a better living. We are not getting any of that in return. That money is going, again, the term that I use, the electoral poor. These are not economically poor. These are electoral poor, which is now 2/3 of the population has been made electoral poor. Third, on the infrastructure, Arnav, there is an absorptive capacity. How much can you absorb of the infrastructure? Last year, as you mentioned, we couldn't spend the entire budget. Nearly 50,000 crores went unspent. This year is going to be tougher. Yeah,
Abhishek's got some. Just to, for the benefit of viewers who might have just joined, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman left her home a while back and now she has reached North Block. She would be there with her team and the customary photo op with the budget, and then she would be going to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Continue, Mr. Bagga.
Yeah, no issue. You should, interrupt me for her. And I even know the guards there because I go so many times to that office. But two very significant.
He can be on it. Yeah.
One, Arnab, the amount of tax appeals has gone much higher than it was 10 years back. There is so much amount of tax now being appealed because it's total tax terrorism that's going on, be it GST, be it income tax. So that ease of living, ease of doing business, good mutual friends of us, Arnab, when I talk to them, how's the situation on the ground? They say compliance is just too tough. GST has been made so complex that SMEs to forget about it. What is really growing? The new age economy with the private equity funding that is booming at 15-20%. Your broad economy, 85-90%, is growing at 5%. And then out of that, you go and give dole-outs where people don't want to work then. Infrastructure, you might 11 lakh crores might go to 12.5 lakh crores. There is no way with the present capacity of the bureaucracy we can absorb it. We should also recognize that it will be wasteful. I think we should first start absorbing what has happened in the last 5 years. Great work has happened on the infrastructure fund, but let's get those projects finished. A lot of projects are stalled. It's not helping. That infrastructure multiplier of 6 to 8 times normally happens. You put 1 rupee in a road, you get back 6 to 8 rupees in your GDP. You put 1 rupee in airports, you get 6 rupees back as GDP growth. We are not yet getting that because projects are still not finished. You look at Bombay. Bombay is a city under creation. My nephew niece went to Ahmedabad. They said, can we shift here? Because all we are told is to wear masks in Bombay. Every road is dug up. Every metro is dug up. And this is, from a child's perspective.
Okay.
This is the reality, Arnab.
Yeah. But what about the dry city in Ahmedabad? What about the dry state?
It is only dry on paper.
But now
Ahmedabad is only dry on paper.
I think Kishore made I just want to park one thing for everyone to focus on. India as a country gets less tourists than Paris as a city per annum. To this day, despite the Prime Minister being an avowed advocate of Dekho Apna Desh, tourism has not been given infrastructure status. Tourism and real estate are the largest employment generators in any economy. We have only provided lip service, whether it's spiritual tourism, whether it's domestic tourism, luxury tourism. We have done deadly jack. Has Nirmala told you about what she plans to do on that?
I don't know. I'm not but you see, it's an imperative that many of these things are done. Because remember, as I was mentioning, the difference between the last budget and this one is the sputtering GDP growth rate. And that's an area of concern. Short break, coming back. Short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment...
The world's leading LED pioneer. Stunning visuals. World-class LEDs. Republic Studios, powered by Unilumin.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born, and we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this,
अभी 12 बजे तक सारा चीजें आप लोग के सामने आ जाएंगी.
सर, बजट को लेकर आप लोगों की काफी लंबी मीटिंग्स वगैरह भी हुई है, बहुत सारी तैयारी है. क्या आम जनता के लिए क्या कुछ नया होने वाला है? क्या
ध्यान रखिए, 12 बजे तक सब खबर आपको मिल जाएगी. मैं बार बार कह रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा धैर्य रखिए, अभी 12 बजे तक सब पता
कि लक्ष्मी माँ का आशीर्वाद होगा, उस पर क्या
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया तो उसका मतलब आप खुद निकाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There's a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah. No, 2 days before I have been here and just for the match.
Just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd, and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup, and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right?
Welcome back to Budget 25. Before I go back to Andrew Ferris out there, I'd just like a few quick news updates from you. Abhishek, what you're hearing?
All right, so Finance Minister is at North Block. Very soon she would be heading to the Rashtrapati Bhavan for that photo with the President, giving the budget to a copy to the President, and then comes to the Parliament.
A word from you on how many budgets she's presented so far, and the significance of the length of her term in very difficult times.
Oh, that's a significant number, because today, after she presents the budget, she would be the first Finance Minister to be doing so 8 budgets on the trot. And she joins a select club of finance ministers who have given more than 8 or more than 8 budgets. Morarji Desai 10, but again not on the trot. P. Chidambaram 9, again not on the trot. Pranab Mukherjee 8, but not on the trot. Nirmala Sitharaman does that on the trot, of course, including one interim budget.
Okay, your question to Andrew Ferris, and then I'll take this forward. Andrew is still with us right now.
All right, Mr. Ferris, my question to you is: let's address the elephant in the room, or the dragon in the room. What can India do with this budget to take on China with the kind of overcapacity in manufacturing they have, with which they have been literally bludgeoning every other market in the world?
First, that's not true that China has been bludgeoning any other market in the world. Okay, one has to be very careful which markets we're looking at, which countries. You know, the majority of the countries, except Canada and Mexico, export to China less than 20% of their exports. I keep emphasizing this because there is this completely stupid obsession, okay, that China rules the world. It doesn't. Okay, number one, India has to concentrate on 2 things that drive its economy. I'll say that loudly. I'm sorry if I seem to be a little bit exaggerating, but I can see the style of the discussion. Hello, India is an economy which is not driven, by exports. It is driven by consumption and investment. You want to grow fast, concentrate on consumption and investment. And don't waste time on trying to change the export size. Let the markets decide on that. Okay. Concentrate on that, and I think it will be very, very nice. I am not somebody who is going to give advice to to Indian economists. I know them only too well to know that they are Nobel Prize winners. They definitely don't need my input. But there are certain things that has nothing to do with facts. It has to do with opinions. I prefer to stick to the facts, and the fact is do we need an economy which is going to grow fast and perhaps growing as fast as China? The answer is concentrate on consumption and investment. I know that expenses on infrastructure, have failed to meet the actual budget. But this is absurd. You have the money and you're not spending it. Okay, this is very, very important. We know that domestic transport in India, both in terms of roads, in terms of railways, in terms of airports, in terms of ports, still need an enormous amount. And last but not least, and I'm afraid this is highly contentious, defense. Defense. Countries must be well armed, not to wage war, but to make quite sure that if somebody decides to wage war on them, they will be met. India has a huge and very important defense sector. This has to be nurtured, and India is going to find a lot of export markets in Asia right now, because I can assure you that Asia is arming like no tomorrow. Very little is known about it, and India has a big, big market in which to sell. Also, India is possibly the 4th biggest importer of guns. So, hello, this is facts. India is concentrating on where it should concentrate. An economy which is big, an economy which is wealthy, if it is not armed, is not worth looking at.
Right. I think some movement is already happening.
I'm sorry, it's very cruel.
Yeah. No, it's not cruel. It's very realistic. I agree with you. Let me share the sentiment with you. Andrew, you may say it's cruel. I think you're being very realistic. We should not present a rosy picture. We have opportunities in manufacturing. I totally agree with what you said, Andrew, there about the need for a strong emphasis on defense. I would just I would put the emphasis on our own internal defense manufacturing rather than exports, which has been a weakness for 60 years, and we are only trying to make that up. So I think and I also agree that on what you said there on exports. So Andrew, I thank you for your time. I'd love to come back to you on the post-budget analysis, but it's wonderful of you to spend this morning with us. Thank you very much. That's Andrew Ferris. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Namaste. See you in some time. Shailesh Haribhakti is with us right now. Abhishek, over to you. Shailesh Haribhakti has been with my budget programs over the years. Great man on a day of a budget with very, very specific focus. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haribhakti, for joining us. And my question is, of course, which is there on everybody's mind, whether the finance minister is going to deliver on the tax cuts, tax rebates, so that the middle class has something, some takeaway from this exercise.
I will say she will certainly do something dramatic today for the middle class.
Okay.
Tax system has become highly productive. We are in the process of reaching up to the developed country status of tax to GDP ratio. The only way we'll get there is if taxes become stable, simple, and will not hurt and will incentivize people to actually save and spend. And so I think big dramatic action for the middle class should and will be happening today.
Can you be a little bit more specific? I mean, that's getting us all very excited out here. It's been suggested a couple of times out there. First, before that, I want to get a response from Kishore on that. Your thoughts on that? Yeah. Everybody's saying we are sure that something major is going to come on the tax front. Nothing major. Stop being a cynic out there, Sohail.
No.
Yeah,
Sohail, we will discuss that after 11. But I'm telling you, this is 1991 moment where every Indian is expecting something dramatic. If something dramatic is not doled out, something dramatic will happen.
Doled out for what?
Yeah, on personal income tax. On personal income tax. Mark my words, Arnab. If that doesn't happen today, you can take my word, with this low rate of consumption, the stock market will tank further, or the time correction will increase from 3 months to 9 months. As it is, RBI has tightened the liquidity. Yeah. It's just about releasing it. Interest rate at its peak, consumption slowing down, rural consumption is completely in the doldrum. And
okay, we have the visuals out there, and Abhishek can speak over that. That's the finance minister coming out with the Bahi Khata. Abhishek on screen on the bottom left. Abhishek, now just put this in context in terms of finance minister's term in office and how she's handled it. You know her very well. I think she's done an excellent job. Your thoughts, Abhishek?
Of course, she has kept the ship steady, and she has handled the pandemic, and she has taken care of the economy during that very difficult time. Yeah. Finance minister now there with her entire team of bureaucrats and of course her ministers of state. But I think what is important is that Prime Minister really set the stage yesterday, with his comment, opening comment, where he said that I pray that Goddess Lakshmi bless the poor and the middle class. Yeah. I think Nirmala Sitharaman today is in the avatar of Goddess Lakshmi, and I think there is enough queue and what do you say, mauka bhi hai, dastur bhi hai. I think she would deliver.
Let me say this to Nirmala Sitharaman's credit.
Sohail,
never have a steadier pair of hands with resolute calmness, dignity and decency occupied the finance minister's office. What Nirmala has done during the COVID period, post that, you have to give it to her. She's not a person who's interested in hyperbole. Yeah. She's not a dramatist. She has steered the ship, and she's done it with responsibility. She's not the kind like, the good veshti-wearing finance minister who would comment on everything from nuclear science to, Nari Mundus. Yeah. But this lady has been very, very proper, very dignified, And I'm actually glad we have Nirmala Sitharaman as India's finance minister.
And she's always said out
I shudder
there.
to think if we had Chidambaram back again, I mean, he's bright, but the most intelligent
But he's
people
arrogant.
can also be very dangerous.
He's arrogant about his views. And Nirmala Sitharaman is steady
And Nirmala
out here. You don't need to be...
Nirmala is not someone who wants to be popular.
Yeah.
Nirmala is someone who wants to do the right thing.
Yeah. And
sometimes when you want to be popular, you do things which are willy-nilly incorrect.
what she's doing is foundational work.
Will agree with
yeah, what she's doing is foundational work out here, right?
Prudence over popularity is what she's...
Yeah, she's saying, I'm building a foundation for growth. I need to have bold policies. I need to have some strategic initiatives. I need to focus on inclusive development, and that is there, which we call reform, perform, and transform. The problem in the media very often is we need that one big headline, but we need progress at the same time. We need to realize out here, criticism of the government is that why do you then need to feed 800 million people? If you're actually reforming, performing, and transforming, then why are so many people dependent on those kind of, that kind of social support? PK, it becomes a weak point.
Well, I don't think feeding 800 million people is a weakness of the government. It is a sign of fiscal strength. The fact that the fiscal deficit is still coming down, despite the fact that you're able to feed everybody, free food grade. Now, instead of feeding them at 1 or 2 rupees, you're giving it free.
Let's be more honest.
Marginal
Mr.
difference.
Basu, it's political quicksand. Mr. Basu, it's political quicksand. The government has gotten into it and does not know how to come out.
Let me get Lokesh on this. Lokesh hasn't...
Yeah. মানুষকে যদি তুমি চাও ও ভালো করে, don't give him fish, teach him how to fish.
Yeah,
the problem is we are giving them fish rather than teaching them.
But it's become a structural problem issue. It's become a structural issue right now. I don't think Lokesh, from a political perspective, I find it disappointing that the Congress party already begins the morning by saying this is a non-event. It's a non-event. That's kind of cynicism that we are seeing there around how the Congress party is looking at this. But how do you view this, both politically and otherwise? Could the opposition be in for some surprises?
Madam, first of all, let's get some facts on table. Our consumption amounts to 56% of the GDP. And when we talk about investment, yes, it's the 37%.
Yeah.
So up till now, especially after the post-pandemic, the government has been focusing more upon money multiplier model.
Yeah.
So having more and more Capex, which peaked, I would say, in the interim budget 2024-25. Now, what we will look forward over here is, in fact, in the economic survey also, the economic advisor stated that we are going to have a stable core inflation, but we do have price shocks coming in. And he did talk about some form of a mechanism for price stability. So we do have food as well as fuel shocks which can be anticipated. The idea is how do we safeguard our demand side? And the solution to this is more and more outlays for MG Narega, more and more outlays for PM Kisan, more of food vouchers, stabilizing rural demand, because that forms the core component. Now, even in this survey also, we are projecting a healthy agricultural sector. And the distress, and we should stop, as the previous speaker said, we should stop focusing upon exports. IMF has stated 3.2% is going to be the global growth rate. So we do not expect a major form of a global demand trying to influence our domestic sector. The domestic sector has to cater to domestic demand. And we should stop all these forms. In fact, excessive emphasis
You have to incentivize domestic demand.
Absolutely. And even with respect to urban demand, I would like to just put the difference over here. Up till now, too much emphasis was upon urban demand, and urban demand is more volatile to food inflation. Food inflation impacts urban demand more. So there is a time right now that the government balances both rural demand and urban demand. I would say not solely focusing upon some form of tax exemptions and some form of a tax bracket, but also on giving some form of disposable income capacity to the dependable class is going to influence demand better.
Okay, fair enough. Can I take a quick question of Ms. Lahiri? Shailesh Hari Bhakti is going to be back in 5 minutes. But he was mentioning what tax to GDP ratio, and he said that we sort of match with the developed world. So if I just give you a comparison, India's tax to GDP ratio is 19%, Ms. Lahiri. They're about Brazil at 14%, China just 8%. You think the finance minister has a scope of tinkering with the kind of tax buoyancy we have seen of late?
I think she does. I think that is something that we're looking forward to in this budget. But, I've only just come in and I heard the last bit about, growth in consumer demand. And that is something that is very close to my heart. And I wanted to dwell on that a bit, if I may. I see the green shoots of a huge consumer economy, growing in India, consumer products. I mean, I saw, some terrific products, coming out of India in the last, 6-8 weeks. I mean, I saw a box of chocolates, where I could have bought this. It could have been ladder rack, I could have been buying a box of ladder rack in Harrods. That is the quality of both the packaging and the chocolates that we saw here. In terms of perfumes, I saw that again. In terms of China and, brassware, home utensils, home consumables, I've seen that as well. So I think there is a huge, opportunity to put more money in the pockets of the middle class, so that this segment also grows along with it. That is a point that I wanted to make earlier, which I did
you have caramelized popcorn? Did you try caramelized popcorn?
And the GST? Yes, I did actually. Somebody gifted this box of Manam chocolates to me, and I looked at the packaging and I said, this is world class. Then I opened it and I said, oh, well, the product will be okay. I ate it and I said, well, in a blind taste test, I could have been eating this in Zurich or in London, and I wouldn't have known that it's cocoa grown in Andhra.
But to be fair to Arnab Rathun, and he had said this earlier, not in context of the budget, some of the brands that are made in India and made by Indians are brilliant. What we lack is marketing, we lack global amplification, and we lack global reach. Therefore, the government needs to support. I can tell you, whether you look at the crafts business, whether you look at Khadi, we are not doing enough. Even our tourism. We have some ridiculous India tourism offices which are worse than Halwai stores. I mean, Halwai stores are brilliant. But what I mean is they have zero outreach.
No, and can that be achieved, what you are saying, by deregulation is the question?
Absolutely.
Because remember what the economic survey has said yesterday.
You don't need a Ministry of Tourism, even though Gajendra is a good guy.
I think if you... We will take a short break. But while we are saying that, you see, keep in mind, viewers, this budget is happening at a time of economic turbulence, global economic turbulence. We need to have some pragmatic assessment of where our growth trajectory is going to be. I say let's look at space, innovation, deep tech, defense, digital economy, tourism, manufacturing. Let's change our focus. Let's look at game changers. And deep tech is the game changer. When you see Trump with his tech bros, you see that the focus is changing. The language of government is changing. So we have to do that as well. We'll take a very quick break, coming back in 2 minutes, back to our studios.
Director, the taste of success.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India. Pushing boundaries of possibilities and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about...
To see how we are focused on the budget, which will definitely indicate an upward trend in terms of growth, for the focus on growth. A focus also on Capex is what I would, public Capex is what I would think that, which is sometimes being debated as to whether there will be an increase in the public Capex because it has done heavy lifting. But I would think that the expectation would be to see that, because that will definitely crowd in private sector investment.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common between you and Rahul Gandhi is that even he knows nothing about India, but she put out this tweet. It was also right on the eve of a parliament session. So you see, viewers, before every parliament session, there's a foreign hand, a foreign issue and a foreign interest which comes in. 2021, now mark the chronology in all of this. 2021, just before the winter session of Parliament, right on the eve of the monsoon session of Parliament, I correct myself, which was supposed to kick in from July 19th, Amnesty International foreign company, Forbidden Stories foreign hand, claimed that numerous politicians, journalists and civilians are targeted using Pegasus spyware, which was later to be proven to be wrong, but Rahul Gandhi picked up the issue in a big way. Rahul Gandhi is in love with anything foreign. Anything foreign he likes, foreign holidays, foreign trips, foreign agents, foreign interests, foreign countries, foreign sovereign interests. I mean, if it were left to Rahul Gandhi, he would make India a foreign country. Maybe it is a foreign country for him. Ladies and gentlemen, the indictment of Adani came 4 days before the winter session, and opposition was quick to capture and jeopardize the entire winter session on the basis of this issue, and Rahul Gandhi said Adani should be arrested. Now, viewers, the fact is, things are going bad for Rahul Gandhi. Terrible for Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Vadra Gandhi family, Robert Vadra and all that, because their favorite Joe Biden is out of power. Trudeau, who's very much like Rahul Gandhi-esque figure, has resigned. The favorite propaganda tool of the Congress, Hindenburg, has shut shop. There are no Hindenburg reports anywhere. And Rahul Gandhi then made an acceptance speech a week back.
The government should continue to invest in infrastructure because that is very important. Steel demand ke liye bhi it is important, and also it helps reduce the cost of doing business outside the factory gates. Second part is, of course, to look at the cost of doing business and the ease of doing business, because for investors like us, it's very important to have optimal cost and ease of doing business. Third is, I think, the exports from China of multiple products, not just steel, is a matter of concern.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Mismanagement failure, we couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around. People were just entering the ground without checkup.
Long queues, chaos and a lot of mismanagement. That is exactly what we got to see when we came to cover the Ranji Trophy match between Delhi and Railways, where Virat Kohli is making a return to domestic cricket after 13 long years. The conditions inside the DDCA stadium is shabby. There was a lot of mismanagement. The security was beefed up, but the security could not manage the overflow of crowd at the Arun Jaitley Stadium over here. I've got a Virat Kohli fan over here with me who's travelled all the way from Odisha just to come and watch Virat Kohli play this match. So I'll just introduce him to you. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Manoj.
Hello Manoj. So where are you from?
I'm from Odisha and I came all the way from Odisha just to watch the Ranji Trophy match against Railways. So Virat Kohli is coming back after 13 years. So we have came with my friends all along from the Odisha.
So you came to Delhi today?
Yeah. No, 2 days before I have been here and just for the match.
just for the match. So today that you come to the Arun Jaitley Stadium, I'm sure you came in with a lot of expectations and you were looking for an entry from gate number 16 and 17, right?
Yes, so we were expecting 16 and 17 to be for the entrance, but total mismanagement failure. We couldn't even enter the ground. There was a lot of crowd and people were just rushing around, pushing, and management failure. I don't want to give a statement that can spoil anything, but it was a total mismanagement failure. People were just entering the ground without checkup and nothing was happening, and it's coming to the safety of the players. It's really risky.
Safety of the fans, of course. Also, we found out that you told us that a few fans were also injured, right? You saw that.
I saw some jumping around, pushing each other. So it's a total failure, mismanagement failure.
Can you just take off your shirt if you don't have a problem? You're a Virat Kohli fan, so that shouldn't be bothering you. Just take off your shirt. See, it's cold in Delhi. He's still willing to, brave the cold. Take off his shirt just for everybody to see.
Okay, Sohail, we are back here. Okay, Sohail, we are back here right now. Okay, Sohail, we got lots of energy. You've got your third cup of coffee. You're going wild out here, not letting anyone speak.
I'm not saying a thing.
You're a human trampoline, Sohail.
All I'm saying is that today we have the opportunity, not we, the government has the opportunity of actually creating a budget that will define three things. One is a self-reliant economy. Number two, get rid of this freebie culture, which is cancerous to say the least. And number three, actually work towards manufacturing right from MSMEs
Take the opportunity. Take the opportunity out there. KV Subramaniam, good morning. Now
KV will agree.
He's in Washington. He's in Washington. It's almost midnight there. It's almost midnight there. Okay, Sohail, so he hasn't got your energy there. Good morning. Good morning. I saw a headline here where you've said former CEA KV Subramaniam tears into economists calling India's growth fake. Subramaniam asks if economists critical of India's growth will label US growth as fake and overestimated. Okay, fantastic. Making a lot of headlines, KV. So what's your lookout this morning? Did you see the economic survey yesterday? We had Andrew Ferris who said there's nothing in the economic survey. Do you think so? What headline will be grabbed this morning?
Arnab, I'm actually keeping my focus on the budget. And I think the opportunity is for the Honorable Finance Minister to deliver a reformist budget. Because if we have to become, an advanced economy by 2047, 8% growth is what we have to deliver.
Correct.
And I think a growth less than 7%, it is not something which actually gladdens my heart. We have to really be focusing on 8% growth. And, if we have to have average growth of 8%, then to compensate for years when it is less than 8%, we have to have growth more than 8%. And I think for that, the emphasis on, private investment in general, and on manufacturing, I think is really critical. I hope that the central government will lead the way, with reforms. I also want to emphasize, Arnab, that, while we do focus a lot on the union government to do reforms, we equally have to also, ask similar questions of state governments to do reforms as well. I'll give you a very, very specific case on this. If you take manufacturing, what are the 6 inputs that a manufacturing sector firm needs? It's land, labor, capital, power, logistics, and ease of doing business. Of these, except for capital, 5 others are basically state level subjects. And yet do we have, someone like you, as popular a host as you? I would love for you to actually do a similar session when the Maharashtra state budget is presented, when the Gujarat state budget and other state budgets are presented, because we need to be asking these questions, of state governments as well. Why are you not doing the reforms? We need a partnership, like in cricket, both the state governments and the central governments doing reforms for us to really deliver 8% growth.
Well, I mean, there's got to be some sense of this, this profligate environment that we are in. It's very difficult to do that. I mean, everybody's competing for freebies. And I think that's a very bad time to be taking this up, this line. I think we need to bring the focus back, but KV, we are different. Now, let me ask you one more question. Maybe Abhishek can take this forward. We have pictures from Rashtrapati Bhavan on your screen out there. Ladies and gentlemen, as this budget is being presented, the point we must focus is world economy is witnessing an economic slowdown. Trump is going to do something. Modi's got to strike some deal with Trump when he goes to the US. China's economic slowdown will be deepening. Their growth rate is 4.8%. It could go to 4.3%, right? And developing economies, which account for 60% of global growth, are facing their slowest long-term growth outlook since 2000. Economic momentum is weakening. Yeah. Now, can we take this as an opportunity? That's the view I wanted from KV. You can put that maybe to KV in a sharp question and he can take that forward.
All right, Mr. Subramaniam, so the question is that you have been, when you were a chief economic advisor, somewhere suggested that maybe if we have missed the manufacturing bus, we can catch up in many different ways. Can you put up some ideas before the finance minister puts out the budget?
Yes, indeed. Apart from what I was saying earlier to Arnab's question, for states to actually reform the factor markets, those that basically manufacturing sector firms need as inputs, I would focus on credit. And I think this is an aspect that is really critical. If you look at the overall ratio of credit to GDP in India, it's 58%, about 58 to 59%. The world average is 150%. So we have substantial, scope to grow there, and the public digital infrastructure that we've created, we need to utilize that, and therefore we need to remove the blinkers that we have when we think basically about regulation of credit. We can't say, unless you have basically physical collateral, I will not give you credit. We have to use this data, and today in this world with AI, machine learning, etc., we have to mine that data to actually provide credit to manufacturing sector firms, because credit is really critical. At the same time, I also will focus on ease of doing business, and I think this is something really critical, because small firms, they do not grow oftentimes because of the perverse incentives that are created by regulation that keep them as dwarfs. And I think this is an area we really have to focus on, so that we provide the incentives to actually for firms to grow, because only when they grow, they actually reduce their average cost and become competitive.
Responses. Kishore Subramaniam responding to Kishore.
I perfectly agree with Subramaniam here. One more Subramaniam agreeing to
Subramaniam to Subramaniam.
Yeah, the most important thing is that the deregulation for SMEs to become large corporates. Because if you start an organization here, you need 40 damn licenses. It's bureaucratic, it's red tapeism, and by the time you even get to the licenses, half the time in India you're told what not to do.
We need to change that. We need to tide over the global slump.
Nobody is talking about credit.
No one is talking about ease of capital.
Ease of capital. Today the banks
have access to ease of capital. Capital can't be the preserve of the very rich or the very influential.
I say, or the very influential.
Yeah,
or the very rich, or the very influential.
Look at the infrastructure.
No, that's full credit to him. He's built it all.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
You don't have to.
That's not just capital. That's vision also.
But my point is.
He's like Nirmala.
My point is, can you put? Okay, so I say I'm a reflection of the Indian economy, falling wages, slumping company profits, stubbornly high inflation, rate of growth. We're all on a serious note, this budget is coming at an important time. I want KV to focus on the time. Before the time, our economy growth has come down in the July to September quarter. We see a 7-quarter low performance, significant drop from the predicted 7% growth. RBI had to lower its growth forecast, Kishore, you know that, from 7.2 to 6.6% because of the quarter 2 slowdown. And the finance minister said that it is not a systemic slowdown. It is because of absence of economy absence of activity on Capex, absence of activity on public spending. But that's also a part of the blame game. The finance minister is basically saying, I've given you all the opportunities. Why on earth are you not investing in your own country? Right? She's pushing the private sector. She's telling the private sector invest more. But then the private sector is also saying we're being cautious. We don't know what's happening around the world. So we got to do something there. Can I get KV on this? And then I come back to you. Right? And then you got the depreciating rupee as well. Then you got Trump. So I think we're in a different environment from last year, KV.
The moment KV left, things have nosedived.
KV, I want to talk about the environment we are in. Yeah.
I didn't catch what Suhail was saying.
I said the moment you left, things in India have taken a turn for the worse.
He wanted you to say it a second time. Yeah,
I know. You think we don't know tambrams? They're the smartest.
I'm humbled by such gratifying words, Suhail. I think, Arnab, see, for private investment to improve, I think it is really important to enable ease of doing business further. And I think here, a significant part of ease of doing business is tax. Whether it is direct tax or indirect tax. If you take GST, for instance, right? You have basically chapatis or rotis being taxed at 5%, parathas being taxed at 12%. Shoes that are basically more than 1,000 rupees taxed at a particular rate, shoes less than 1,000 rupees taxed at, less than. This is absolutely needless complexity. I think the economic survey also points out labor legislation, for instance, says where should the spittoons be put in an office. I think this is the kind of micromanagement
all this has to stop.
But this is the bureaucracy at work. If you shoot one person who's responsible for these regulations, everything will sort itself out.
And it's also not productive employment anyway. Yeah, please continue, KV. Please continue.
Yeah,
please.
So I think the point actually, especially on tax, right? I think it is important, and Arnab, you will remember that when I was, in the government, we had submitted this report in 2019 on the direct tax code. A draft tax code was created, and it had 2/3 less sections than the 1961 Act. Half of the number of pages. I think, we should, rather than reinventing the wheel, we should be building on it. And I think it is really critical today, for, ease of doing business to really enhance, compliance and reduce a lot of the complexity. I think, I tweeted earlier as well that complexity is oftentimes the bureaucracy's, delight and a citizen's nightmare. And I think this is something that really needs to be focused on. Otherwise, actually, investment will not increase. And I think that is, but at the same time, even private sector also, I would put the onus for R&D. If you look at, on the social media, everybody's talking about why we don't have our own DeepSeek. And I think, we cannot have it when you have, if you look at the composition of the R&D dollar, in a US, in a China, actually about 80% or 75% of the R&D dollar comes from private sector. In India, it's about 1/3. And I think, because the private sector also needs to recognize that they are in a treadmill. They're on a treadmill. Unless they keep running and actually investing in innovation, they're going to lose ground, especially to global competitors.
And it's absolutely true out there. We are not risk takers. We're not looking at innovation. We look at the world. We're very good at analyzing things, but we don't end up putting our money in the right direction out there. I also want to focus here, by the way, how the market's looking.
Just one more
just a quick word on the markets. Markets, how are they looking?
The markets have started.
Markets, how are they looking? 9:30 past, yeah. Sure. Slightly up.
Markets went up 2 days quite a lot, so they are going to be producing their usual pre-budget speech volatility. A little pullback of a few hundred points doesn't unnerve me. I'm looking at a 30,000 Nifty in 1 year.
30,000 Nifty in 1 year. In 1 year.
That's a
35% growth.
But
as 35%.
I'm looking at an unstoppable bull run, and this budget might be the trigger for it.
What unstoppable bull run? On the basis of what? A trade deal with America?
No.
He must have insider information.
Come on. Don't break SEBI rules on my program.
No. What I meant was he has vision and forecasting ability.
You see, you would create a trouble for me when you talk like that.
I didn't mean insider in that sense. He's a sharp guy. He's like you.
Okay. Basically looking at a 30% increase. Again, over the last 2 or 3 years, we've had nearly 20% each year. I doubt you can get another 30% in the next 1 year.
No, it is your doubt that gives me the gumption to risk my capital.
Don't argue with it.
It is your doubt that makes me the bull on India.
Brilliant.
He's a bear. You're saying he's a bear.
No. He is.
I'm never a bear.
You said he's a bear.
I'm always a bull on India. But what you need is much faster economic growth.
Let me touch upon
you basically need to go back. You need to go back.
That is the weakening dollar.
8% as the absolute bottom line. 8% real GDP growth has to be the bottom line. You should be aiming for 10 or 11. And one thing that is required is privatization. Second thing that is required is massive labor-intensive manufacturing. If you look at the labor-intensive manufacturing sector, it employs about 13 million people. That's
but
you have 100 million people employed in labor-intensive manufacturing.
The brightest guy in the room is KV. Let's ask him.
He wants to say something, yeah. So 8% growth that you are pegging at, 8% growth that you are pegging at that we need, Mr. Subramaniam, just two ideas that can deliver that.
And what if you were finance minister?
I have covered actually 25 ideas in that book on India at 100, across 27 chapters. But let me focus on one aspect, and I think this is a more mindset aspect. When we look at aspects, things like sport, for instance, or the chess, we want our Indians to be world beaters. Yet, why don't we ask the same question of our corporate sector? Which corporate in India actually is a world beater? Tell me. I can't count one.
Mahindra.
And I think
Mahindra
this is the kind of mindset that we really need as well. I tweeted this too, that when one of our top industrialists had actually tweeted on India winning the on chess. I said, when will we start having the same dream for our corporate sector? Of course, all I got was actually a deafening silence. But I think it is really critical that we ask these questions of our corporates as well. The CIIs, the FICCIs of the world, the ASSOCHAMs actually need to start.
Sohail wants to break that deafening silence.
No, 1 minute. KV.
Sohail wants to break that deafening silence.
KV, with due respect, I will say that there are groups in India which have become global world beaters. Let me give you an example.
Not an innovation.
If you look at Tata's, whether it's JLR, Taj, it's the world's strongest brand, not given by some Indian, rating agency. Look at TCS. Look at some of the work that Reliance is doing in terms of Jio, the per data cost. So I don't think we should put everyone under the bus. A,
well,
B.
One more, I'll give you.
My point, KV, is... My point, 1 minute. My point, KV, is India has been a very poor marketeer of its talent and of its capability, and we don't have innovation.
No, okay, fair. So I think Mahindra in tractors, the world's largest manufacturer of tractors, with a substantial presence even in the United States market, is Mahindra.
That's because
that's
because agriculture is our culture. But Mr. KV Subramanian. Okay, Mr. KV Subramanian.
I think
he wants to respond.
These are very good examples. All I'm asking is, we are a country of 1.4 billion population, right? It is not enough for us to have just one or two world beaters, right? We have to have far more. Our corporates need to, I think, and these are very good examples, and I concede that for sure. But I think our aspirations have to be much higher. On products, for instance, we have to have a product, do we have basically for instance, if you look at on social media, right? People were talking about why don't we have our own DeepSeek. By the way, I must mention actually what gladdens my heart is that DeepSeek is open source. And I think therefore there is an opportunity because Meta's AI is also open source. This is really the opportunity for the Indian private sector along with the government to actually understand that open source and tailor it and train it to Indian data and thereby have our own Indian AI as well. Because that is something which is really important.
Hopefully, there would be some AI bust to the budget that the finance minister is presenting.
I just want to say before you go to the break that I wanted to understand what is deregulation from KV when I come back. Because if there's one word in the entire economic survey that resonated with everyone from the world of the corporate sector, in fact, even the opposition credited the chief economic advisor on it. That point was deregulation. And Ananta Nageshwaran, chief economic advisor, said for a Viksit Bharat by 2047, it is important to wipe out the trust deficit. He recommended rolling back regulations, quote unquote, significantly, stopping micromanagement of economic activity, embracing risk-based regulation. All very good words. Yeah. But if it is like that song, that words are all I have to take your heart away, then I don't want my heart to be taken away by words.
I thought you were Rabindra Singh.
I am into everything. I'm into everything because the fact is we must understand what is deregulation. What is it?
But that's where India should follow Tagore. Akla chalo re.
Okay, we're taking a short break. Akla chalo re into the break and we are back. We understand what deregulation is. The live coverage is on. Strobe lights are on. Strobe lights.
It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born, and we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children. That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time, in the 70s and 80s, the Indian way. But we would soon learn the American way.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations.
This is Republic and Niva Bupa Health Insurance Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news and updates. I am Shubhangi Shukla. Let's get started. What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning?
I'll watch the mobile, look at my messages, WhatsApp message.
Are you a morning person or a night owl?
Absolutely a night owl.
What's that one thing that always brings a smile to your face?
Food, good food.
If you could describe your career journey using a movie title, what would it be?
Chak De India.
What's one piece of advice you would give to your younger self?
Take the plunge.
What's the best compliment you've ever received?
You don't look like a CEO at all.
Are you a beach person or a mountain person?
Completely a beach person.
If you could live in any era, which one would it be?
Current era, why look at any other era?
What's your ideal way to spend the weekend?
Spend time with the family, once in a while go for a movie.
If you could master any language, which one would it be?
Japanese.
If you could pack your bags and travel anywhere tomorrow, where would you go?
Goa.
What's your favorite way to unwind after a long day?
Listening to Kishore Kumar old songs.
Your favorite actor?
Amitabh Bachchan.
One movie you could watch on repeat?
3 Idiots.
If you could interview any famous person, who would it be?
Subhash Chandra Bose.
What's your favorite movie quote that you often find yourself quoting in real life?
एक बारी मैंने एक बारी ठान लिया जो चीज़ फिर मैं अपना कभी नहीं सुनता.
What's your favorite thing about being the MD and CEO of Berger Paints India Limited?
Innovate, and if it works, scale it up.
If you had to pick one book that has shaped your leadership style, what would it be?
Jack Welch's Winning.
What's a skill you've always wanted to learn but haven't had the chance to yet?
Playing guitar.
Presenting by Damilano, where luxury meets leadership. Driven by New Kia Ceros. Bookings open. Co-powered by Niva Bupa, Zindagi Ko Claim Kar Le. The world's leading LED pioneer. Stunning visuals. World-class LEDs. Republic Studios, powered by Unilumin.
As women, it is our responsibility, because we are capable, to take leadership roles. So I would encourage every young student, everyone who is in your 20s, 30s, seize the opportunity. Look for opportunities to contribute, to learn, to make a difference, and learn from each other.
Presenting by Adani. Knowledge partner, Reva University, a social impact multidisciplinary university. Green energy partner, GAIL, energizing possibilities.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our pre-budget coverage. We had some great shots. Put them full frame on the screen, Aditi. I don't have to direct you. Put them on as quickly as you can. And you have the whole stream of cars. That's not the shot. There was a beautiful shot. That's the shot. That's the shot,
So many cars for one minister, huh?
No, this is not. This is ceremony. This is ceremony.
This is austerity. This is austerity.
Sohail on the bottom left. Sohail, you're being jealous. You want a cavalcade with you when you come to the Republic Studios from Gurgaon to Noida. One day Sohail Seth will also be going in this kind of a cavalcade.
I come by horse car.
Yeah. Sohail on the bottom left. Yeah. You're getting jealous.
But look at this, Look at this. It reminds me of the Republic Day parade. How beautiful. This is austerity at its best. One minister, three bureaucrats need 17
Maybe it's a statement
cars,
that the government has money.
and we get taxed.
And you get a form. And you get...
Let's be
Everything
honest.
is fogged off.
I actually believed that the BJP would indulge in austerity.
Yeah.
Everyone is the same.
Okay.
In a Turkish bath, hammam mein sab nange hain. Everyone is the same, including the communists.
Okay, we have blue stars. Don't admit, we're going to CII right now since you've been attacking CII all morning. By the way, viewers, let me tell you that Sohail Seth is very much part of the CII.
I love CII. I've never attacked
Sohail
CII.
Seth is like Donald Trump. When he wants to be, he's part of the establishment.
The person who attacked CII was KV.
Back on the windows, yeah.
Was KV. I'm all for CII.
Yeah.
It is the best chamber of commerce on the planet.
Why are you talking against FICCI? Why are you talking against Associa? Why are you talking about PhD
If I say I love
chambers of commerce?
Arnab, it doesn't mean I hate person X.
Yeah.
My love is just unencumbered for you.
Okay. Going live right now, we got two fantastic gentlemen, both my friends. KV is joining us there from
KV was the one who was cursing.
Everyone on the windows,
lobbies.
please. Yeah, KV is with us. He's former chief economic advisor. Great guy, and he's going to tell us about deregulation, what deregulation means, and what he thinks Ananta Nageshwaran is talking about. And on the other side, can we go across to CI? Can I have 50-50 windows right now, ladies and gentlemen, please? Okay. We also have with us Rajan Navani, and Rajan's a great friend. And can I have him on screen, please? Thank you very much, producers. I'm moving ahead of you, and we need Mr. Tyagarajan also. So we have Rajan Navani, ladies and gentlemen, the chairman and founder of Jet Synthesis, and we have B. Tyagarajan, the managing director of Blue Star. These two gentlemen, very interesting out here because they represent two sides of the economy. I would say that Tyag, as I call him, is in the infrastructure business, and I think that I would say that my friend Rajan Navani is truly a digital entrepreneur at another level. Some of the work that they are doing there, and he's India's gaming emperor. In the gaming business, he looks at future businesses. He's an incredible guy because he comes from a traditional business family, but is forayed into areas that I would put him among the top 3 digital entrepreneurs of India. How many people will you make finance minister this morning? Everybody who I'm introducing you to, Sohail, you're saying he should have become. You're saying KV should be back. We're creating trouble for all the people and their prospects. Okay, Rajan and Tyag. What's the punt we should be taking here? The economic survey called the AC industry, Tyag, a success story of Indian manufacturing. Given that what has been said, what do you think the manufacturing story should be? What should be the punt? Tyag first.
Thank you, Arnab. It is a pleasure interacting with you. Last year also my interaction commenced with Republic TV, and it was an excellent budget. And I am certain that this budget also will be an interesting one. AC industry story is really a remarkable one. With a PLI scheme that was introduced, we were importing close to 70%. Now our import is almost nil, and we are only importing critical components. The next phase will be to ensure that even the component ecosystem is 100% complete. Consumer durable industry by 2030, by CI estimate, is going to be 5 lakh crore of rupees revenue, creating 5 lakh skilled jobs, and we will be the world's 4th largest. It is a happening industry, and if it is India's decade, it is the decade for India's consumer durable industry as well. There are a lot of things to be done. Right now, there may be some stress in the consumption, but I expect the budget to do something about that. I also expect the union budget to address a few more incentive schemes in order that we cover that last mile component ecosystem creation.
Yeah. But the visuals on the screen, Nirmala Sitharaman is entering Parliament through the main gate, and that's the visual that we just got. You would be looking at these pictures, and this is the new Parliament. I remember the days when we reported from the old Parliament, the other side. So this seems a little unfamiliar for all of us oldies who've been reporting from outside Parliament in the past. Rajan Navani is also with us. I also like to welcome in another great macro voice. Saurabh Mukherjee is Chief Investment Officer of Marcellus Investment, and we have him live with us. Saurabh, just coming across to you. He puts out some great videos, and I like him for his macro view on India. He's not just a person who runs a firm, but he actually has a deep understanding of the direction that the Indian economy is taking. So it's great to have you, Saurabh, with us. Rajan, over to you. Rajan, what would all the new age industries be looking at? I'm sure you're following what's happening in America. You're part of all the India-America forums out there, and you've seen the deep tech changes that are happening in America. What is your industry looking at? What is the digital economy looking for? Rajan, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Arnab, and always a pleasure to be here with you. Firstly, I think this is a very exciting time. It's the young digital always generation that is disrupting the world, but they are also disrupting themselves. Since you mentioned America, I think the time when, you have an Elon Musk standing by President Trump, you can only imagine the combination of, government and a private sector player who has captured, space, voice, mobility, the brain, trying to disrupt the world at a crazy pace. And I think from an India perspective, we do have a very large young population that we have to ensure gets, employed correctly, where we make sure that they have the right skills for the future. So a big push, according to me, on, entrepreneurship, building future skills, the ability to look at areas that India can, create global leadership in the entire space of creative industries, as you rightly pointed out, where technology, content, commerce, all moving together to shape consumer behavior, I think are all industries that we have to see incentivized in some shape and form through a focus from this government. I think it's exciting times for the future industries because all said and done, the largest growing consumer market in the world is India. So the ability to bring global players into India and also strengthen Indian players as they grow global. So I'm looking for a lot of focus around some of these pieces in this budget. And of course, in an era of Gen AI and massive disruptive change, the ability for us as a country to actually use this as an opportunity to create global leadership will be phenomenal. So a bold budget that empowers the young generation significantly.
Well, good morning to Niranjan. Thank you, Rajan. Please stay on. Good morning to Niranjan Hiranandani as well. Great friend for a long time, and I would say one of the pioneers. What I like about Niranjan is the fact that he started from scratch and has become truly an icon for entrepreneurs beyond real estate right now. Niranjan, I'm coming to you in a minute. We got Saurabh Mukherjee waiting. Saurabh, I love your macro takes, man. I mean, I think you're absolutely brilliant. You're an ambassador for our economy. Whenever I listen to your videos, we feel all charged up, but you got your numbers and presentations so dot on. So make a short presentation to us on your take of what we should be looking at, because we're seeing a lot of cynicism. We see this is a Congress party tweet, right? Or Manish Tiwari puts out, what is a budget? It is nothing more than an accounting exercise, nothing more. It should just be laid on the floor of the House. It's an income and expenditure statement. It's useless as a ritual, as the president's address. This kind of cynicism. This kind of cynicism, Sohail.
Manmohan Singh was finance minister.
Yeah.
Did they say that? Number one. Number two, the Congress has a problem for every solution.
That's
their mindset.
I'm saying I'm
absolute dolts.
I think what opportunity you can turn a ritual into an opportunity as well. That's the way I look at it. Saurabh, your take before I go to Niranjan. Over to you.
So look, a decade ago, Prime Minister Modi came to power on the promise of minimum government, maximum governance. So yesterday when the CEA tabled the economic survey, I loved the fact that he's exhorting the government to get out of the way. And I think that's the context we should have the budget. This government is fiscally conservative. I don't think there is any two ways about the fact that they will rein back the budget deficit. But beyond reining back the budget deficit, it'll be interesting to see both in the budget speech today and in the budget session of Parliament what deregulation the government announces. I don't think the CEA would have gone out on a limb to highlight this whole government should get out of the way point of view unless the Prime Minister has some definitive plans in mind as to how to pull back the state and let entrepreneurs do their thing. So we're looking forward to those points of view in the budget. Pulling back the deficit, creating space for the middle class. The middle class is under the pump on cost of living. Food inflation is an issue. Rising cost of medical insurance, rising school fees, etc. is an issue. So up to 10 lakhs, 80% of Indian income taxpayers earn up to 10 lakhs. Seeing relief on that segment, right? The segment between 5 to 10 lakhs would be great to see that. The pulling back of the Indian state, the reduction in fiscal deficit, less government, more governance. I think that's what we need. That's what the government came to power 10 years ago on. And hopefully with the elections out of the way, I think we'll see delivery on that in this budget and hopefully the next one as well.
Saurabh, I want to take up from what you said. Second point you made there, cost of living. Middle class is being squeezed. And who understands more than someone from the real estate sector, because spending is being challenged out there. Can the government do anything in that direction, and what are you looking at? Niranjan, good morning.
Morning. Arnab, let me face two facts. Number one, if we want to achieve 2047, the way that we are talking, we need a growth of at least 8 plus percentage, more than 10 if possible. Two factors plus unemployment. I think these three factors need to be addressed. So number one, I think you have to focus on infrastructure, you have to focus on housing, And you need to actually get into those areas where the unemployment is really to be fixed. We are getting several million people coming out into the unemployment sector. I think we really need to do skilling in a bigger way. If the growth story of China at any point of time was double digit, it was when the focus was on infrastructure and housing. Yes, manufacturing is important, but with automation and other things, manufacturing does not employ more people. So I think a big focus on seeing that this factor is taken into consideration has to come into the budget. The second important factor, which I believe is to be taken up as far as housing sector is concerned, is rental housing. Last year, where Madam Prime Minister did rental housing for industrial workers only. That was the China phenomena, where you have the factories and the housing absolutely next to each other, a common compound wall and doors between the housing sector and the factories. But now we need that now for all the sectors of the economy. I think we have been talking about housing for all, but unless rental housing is taken into effect, it's not going to happen. So focus on skilling of people is required. For instance, about a month ago, L&T made a statement that they need 25,000 skilled workers. And what do you mean by skilled workers? They were talking about carpenters, fitters, plumbers, electricians, and those and so forth. Now, that is their company. My company needs 500 of them deficit. We are less by 500 for skilled workers. And on the other hand, we have unemployment. So I think these two factors, besides, I heard the other speakers, and I'm not going to repeat what they said because they're quite wise in the ways they are talking. But I think this part of it is extremely important, which probably was needed to be also touched by the finance minister.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you placed it well. Going back to KV right now, KV Subramaniam, deregulation. I wanted you to take on that because the survey called for a change in the operating principle of regulations from guilty until proven innocent to innocent until proven guilty. And we need to get over the guilt trip. You know, we need to make entrepreneurs and wealth creators feel less, at risk and guilty. And in any case, Indians are most risk averse, so it adds to the problem. How do you see deregulation? What can be transformative here? KV Subramaniam, please.
Yeah, Arnab, I'm glad that you actually asked these aspects because a couple of weeks back I wrote an op-ed in the Times of India actually highlighting the fact that we need to respect wealth creators. This narrative of thinking about wealth creators as villains is something that we really need to stop because there is a section of the polity that does that. It actually is a residual of Nehruvian socialism, which we need to abandon because, if you go back, our culture, our ethos has been one that really respects wealth creation and entrepreneurship. Now, coming to the regulations, I think, here I actually would differ from Mr. Hiranandani. I think manufacturing is absolutely critical for India to create jobs and not just that, reduce our trade deficit going forward and thereby current account. Because if you don't have manufacturing happening in India, a growing middle class will want refrigerators, ACs, all of those, consumer durables. If we are not going to manufacture them, we'll have to import, and that basically will lead to a trade deficit. So I think manufacturing, even from a job perspective, is important. So what are the regulations given these important aspects that I've highlighted? First thing, when I was in government, the 4 labor codes were passed, but yet the subordinate legislation for that has not been passed. And you will agree with me, Arnab, that the political capital gets invested when the bill is debated in parliament. That political capital has already been invested. So now actually subordinate legislation needs to be brought in. Second, tax.
But within a time frame, KV, within a time frame.
Immediately. I mean, I would say as of yesterday, I mean, that bill got passed in 2020 and we are in 2025 now. A second actually tax. And I think here, the reason is because a large part of the difficulty of doing business comes from tax, whether it's indirect tax or direct tax. And here I would be watching carefully the direct tax code, implementing that. It should be very simplified, reduce the complexity. Third, I think it is really important to, wherever we have perverse incentives created by regulations for our firms, small firms to remain dwarfs, I think we need to remove that so that our firms, small firms can grow into bigger, MSMEs, medium-sized firms into even bigger. I think that's where, because the firms that grow are the ones that create jobs. And that's a third area. Privatization, I think that is something that is really important. Finally, credit creation. I think here, I was mentioning earlier as well about how, the private credit to GDP ratio in India is about 58%. World average is 150%. And we need to really remove the blinkers, the public digital infrastructure that was created. That really needs to be utilized actually, and the regulator now needs to actually take out its blinkers and think about credit creation in a fresh way, new bank licenses. One more aspect, I think this is something immediately. When I was part of government, the infrastructure financing bill, actually creating of infrastructure financing institutions, the erstwhile ICICIs, IDBIs, etc., was passed. I think we need to have more banking licenses being given so that they can provide credit for manufacturing and overall investment. These are just, a couple of a few ideas. As you would agree. I've actually covered many of these.
I want a word on India's financial sector also, because I see an opportunity there. I want to go to Saurabh there. He would be loving to talk about it, because the country's share in global IPO listings also grew from 17% in 23 to 30% in 24, which means there is increasing investor confidence somewhere. How do we use that, Saurabh?
We are one of the few countries in the world.
Louder.
We're one of the few countries in the world where household financial savings are north of $100 billion a year, right? It's a number that most Western countries can't achieve, and $100 billion is the incremental flow that's coming in each year. This number can be much bigger. My estimate is Indian household, the stock of household wealth in India, including gold and real estate, is something like $10 trillion. If we can financialize that $10 trillion, 95% of that $10 trillion is in physical assets. It's real estate and gold. A mere 5% is financial assets. Even if we can swing 1% every year from physical to financial, India will do incremental $100 billion a year of financial savings every year. That's useful for the economy. In fact, it's critical for the economy. It'll also give households a boost in their wealth creation journey. The stock market, insurance, the whole pension fund ecosystem, the NPS ecosystem is central to that. But we also need households to realize that physical wealth is at one level a dead weight on the economy. We need to financialize wealth, and that journey has begun. I think we have much further to go. So $9.5 trillion is our physical wealth. If we can financialize even 10% of that, that'll give us the capital we need to build a second world economy.
Absolutely. And retail participation has also grown. Demat accounts are growing, but our corporate bond market is still underdeveloped. Our bond market capitalization is 18%, much lower than Korea, much lower than China. They're all 36%. We need to do more there. Panacea Biotech's managing director is joining us right now, and I'd like Abhishek to go across to Rajesh Jain, managing director of Panacea Biotech. Abhishek.
Mr. Jain, again, when it comes to pharma sector, it is essentially about what's going to be the Trump impact, because that's our major export to the United States. Are you seeing some headwinds? And can the FM do something about it?
So actually, America first, I believe, is a afterthought, because India definitely has an advantage over anybody else in the world. India realized this manufacturing sector advantage 10 years back, and we implemented a plethora of reforms, be it labor code, be it, company law board, attracting, investments. So we have an advantage that will stay there. America is starting now. So I don't see any headwinds coming in, and additionally, all Indian companies have a foothold in America in addition. It's not that we are exporting only from India. So we have a very strong foothold. However, in order to continue with this 10-year advantage that we have over anybody else in the world, I think we are looking at implementation of new labor codes, 2023 policy, the new Drugs and Cosmetic Act, 2023, and also, decriminalizing at the board level, at the company level, a lot of laws which put, which are making the board a little more sluggish. Our conversations at the board level are more full of fear rather than aggression over, growth. And apart from that, I think the India advantage is being positioned with innovation now. That we now move from manufacturing additionally to innovation. So research-linked incentive schemes is what we are actually looking at. And also, encouraging companies who are investing money in R&D with the 200% tax benefits that can be, given to these companies. And when it comes to specifically, pharma sector, we talk about, gene therapy, cell therapies. We are really wanting to invest money in this innovative field, but would look at a bigger purse coming in from the government so that private capital can be attracted. And also one of my favorite topic is lowering the dividend distribution tax.
Yeah.
We are expected to make a lot of money when we attract private capital, risk capital, and would want to reward our shareholders through dividends, and lowering this dividend distribution tax will go a long way.
This is totally unwarranted, and let me tell you, Rajesh, why. You can't have all the sops for yourself.
Okay.
And you cannot have companies that refuse to invest in research but want government handouts. A. B. I want you in front of the finance minister to say that your board meetings are held in an atmosphere of fear. Most industrialists
They don't say it,
crawl
but
when
it
they're
is,
asked
but
to
they
walk.
say it.
So let's cut out the hypocrisy for national television. A. B. I will say this today. There are companies in India which are dipping into their own coffers and investing in research. You cannot have it both ways.
No, it's not
you
enough.
want government handouts,
Not
you
enough.
want dividend.
Okay, KV responding to you, KV is responding to you, Sohail.
Can't have it all ways.
Sohail, KV is responding to you, KV.
Saurabh,
1 minute, just
one
wait.
minute.
Let's hear KV.
Yeah, I think it must be pointed out, and this is something that has been covered. I had written about it in the economic survey yesterday. The current CA has also written about it. The simple fact remains that, if you look at the proportion of R&D investments, in a country, in advanced economies, 2/3 or even actually 70% of that comes from the private sector. In India, it actually is only 1/3. And let me make it very clear, especially given the ask that came from CII, one of the CII officials, this is not, let me repeat, this is not because India provides any less tax, SOPs for R&D. I think it is time, it is absolutely time today that CII now basically and the industry, private sector starts showing themselves the mirror. And starts basically doing, investments in R&D and innovation. I think their mindset needs to change. I've been part of the budget meetings, and actually one thing that I would mention it actually as a preamble, saying, industry needs to stop saying, give me SOPs, give me SOPs.
Absolutely.
They need to basically come and ask for actually what is it that is stopping business. It is absolutely time. I'll repeat once again, it is time that the CII actually, Suhail, you're saying CII is great. Of course it is great, but I think I would want it to be greater and set the aspiration for India Inc. to become really competitive with the globe. Much like we expect our cricketers or our chess people, all of them to beat the world. We expect the same thing from our CII and the industry.
And I would only give Rajesh Jain one piece of advice. It's time you reheard John F. Kennedy. Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country.
And I want corporate India to be a little bit more outspoken.
You can't ask for every time you go handout.
Let me come back.
No,
let me come back on this. All of us have views. We are free to have our own views, but to say that. And to say that Indian industry is not investing in R&D is incorrect. We have been innovating, making continuous investments, and we have several examples of bringing that innovation to the world. We are.
The data is clear.
No, you argue that with the CEA.
Equal pedestal.
Okay, he's gone. No, go.
Rajesh, when KV was the CEA, and if he had said that, you would have never argued. You would have never. Let me tell you, Rajesh, I love the CII, I love industry. Let me tell you, Indian industry crawls when it is asked to walk.
Of course, we love you as well. We love you as well. Yeah, sure.
I'm grateful and I'm deeply touched.
This is not an issue of
Rajesh,
debate.
All I'm saying is industry. One minute. Industry.
We value
let me
saying.
finish.
War is broken up.
Industry in India must hold its own. You can only get respect when you demand respect. You cannot get respect when you crawl when asked to walk. All I'm saying is that the government will do what it has to, but industry must show, as KV says, the mirror.
Industry must grow as much. Now, one point. Industry,
all in support of industry.
Rajesh, just one point. Rajesh, Arnab here, 1 minute. Industry cannot say, government, you must keep doing more. Keep doing more. Well, the government has done more. The capital expenditure, high quality capital expenditure, capital spending is now 21.4% compared to 13% in 21. Is industry moving at 60% growth on investment? No. Industry, are HNIs leaving the country? Yes.
No, definitely
are people going to Dubai?
Those are
yes.
Those are
no, you can't defend
fugitives.
them. Sure.
Those are economic.
You call them economic fugitives.
Yes. I will tell you today, and I will say this to the credit of Narendra Damodar Das Modi, that many people who have fled to Dubai are afraid of the enormous snafus they've caused in India. I call them economic fugitives. They're nothing more, nothing.
I want Niranjan to respond to that.
But Niranjan is in Powai.
I want Niranjan to respond. Yeah, he's in Powai. He's built Powai. Yeah, Niranjan to respond to that.
Niranjan is the Raja
about the environment. You know, the theme here, Niranjan, is private sector being a bit selfish now. With the kind of investment we are putting, private sector has to put in a part, or shave off a part of its profits towards the greater good.
I agree with you entirely. We haven't done enough, and we need to do much more, much beyond what our personal requirements are or the corporate requirements are. But there are two aspects of it which I think is not understood. Number one, we want manufacturing, we want innovation, we want research, we need all this also. But simultaneously, if you're not going to look at the factor that our GDP growth has to go to double digit, we are missing the bus. So manufacturing alone cannot do it. So yes, full manufacturing, full growth, full investment, but you need to focus now. So I'm not against manufacturing, I'm for manufacturing. I want all the manufacturing in China to move to India. That is number one. But what I'm saying that all that movement is not going to give you employment, which will be what we need, or double digit. So Suhail, what I'm trying to say is only one.
Are your board meetings, Niranjan, are your board meetings held in an atmosphere of fear, to quote one of your colleagues from industry? Because if they're held, if they're held in an atmosphere of fear, that is an indictment of the government.
Of course, the ease of doing business needs to be improved, and especially in the housing sector, there is huge amount of problems as far as the ease is concerned. If you did that, you could have a further increase of another 10 to 15% growth, at least in the real estate sector, if the ease of doing business in the real estate sector is this. And I've said it not once, I've said it 5 times. So, Suhail, I'm always saying that with you. But point is very simple. Unless this direction is also not taken, we have to think of the long-term growth at double digit. We have to catch up with China. We have to be best in the world. Just because our growth is fastest at this moment, we cannot sit back.
So basically the headline on Republic should be industry says they are operating in an atmosphere of fear.
No. Put it, watch it. He hasn't said that. He hasn't said that yet.
Ease of doing
He hasn't said that yet. Why? He's just chubby lagawing out here. Niranjan, don't.
My old friend.
He's a chubby lagawing guy. Don't take him seriously.
I'm saying the ease of doing business needs to be.
We have to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So the ease of doing business of the Republic Media Network also needs to continue. Thank you to Rajesh. Niranjan, try and stay on. That's Amit Shah reaching, full frame visuals, Amit Shah reaching, Rajnath Singh reaching, Prime Minister is reaching. Cabinet has just passed the budget formality at 9:15 p.m. And Republic, by the way, is huge. We are bigger than any business channel on live stream, which just tells you that people want that focus. Going into a break. Back in 3 minutes.
Creating a world using sapphire to power change. Manufacturing semiconductors by resident Indians. India, pushing boundaries of possibilities and innovating a brighter tomorrow. Semiconductors from India, now from Polymatic.
It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna. Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our coverage of the Union Budget. And India's corporate sector is celebrating record-breaking profits. But have employees got enough? Is the corporate sector investing back in terms of, beyond their profitability, which is seeing a strong rise? The post-pandemic return, are they giving back enough, was one of the themes we were speaking about. I am joined in 10 seconds by a great entrepreneur. His name is Vineet Mittal, and he has this great green energy company called Avada, which is one of these emerging sectors. Let's go straight to him. But before I go to you, Vineet, good morning. He's joining us from CII. Abhishek, any pre-budget leads? A lot of people tuning in right now. In fact, I'm happy to say on streaming, we're way ahead of any business channel. We are 1.5 times bigger than any business channel on live streaming, which people are liking your leads. Any more leads?
Well, so I can tell Arnab that the finance minister is going to meet the promise that was made by the Prime Minister yesterday, that the middle class and the poor are going to get some blessings.
Tax relief.
Of Goddess Lakshmi.
Tax relief.
Obviously. So tax relief is one. And then manufacturing push
Across
by way of doubling down of the other.
10 lakhs.
That limit, I can't say, but then 10 lakh is a probability. But for example, because that might be good music for Niranjan Hiranandani's ears, for example, so the possibility of getting deductions under 24B section, which is for home loans, getting into the new tax regime, that's one possibility. So those are the possibilities in the budget. Essentially, what I'm getting to here is that this time it's going to be pulling out all strings so that the consumption economy gets a fillip, and that would be India's antidote to the global headwinds of which you spoke about.
Very important. Vineet, hi. You have a great green energy company, and I'm sure this is one of the emerging sectors. So I want to comment from you on your sector, what your expectations are. It's one of those sunrise sectors, focus areas for the country as well. So there's a lot of alignment. What are you looking at? And then broadly, a pre-budget comment from you.
Thank you, Arnab. This sector is in reality the fastest growing sector, which has potential to attract $1 trillion investment over next decade. And in the last 20 years, we have built 210 gigawatt, and next 5 year government intends to build almost 300 gigawatt. For that to happen, we need more support to be given to the state government in terms of more subsidy for building more storage based tender, because storage is still expensive, and central government came out with a very nice policy last year which has encouraged huge adoption of battery storage by the DISCOMs in India. So that is essential. The second thing is around the transmission line, that for this 300 gigawatt to come up by 2030, we need to speed up adding up our transmission capacity. So that requires huge investment from CTUs, and so we are expecting higher budget there. And the third area is the tax ambiguity on whether the battery generated power is power or it is a service, and what kind of taxes should be put onto that. So that ambiguity clarity, we hope it will happen on the budget. And finally, I think the sector is expecting that central government is very aggressive on this sector. They are coming out with some of the nicest policy, but the implementation happens in state, and there are many states which don't comply with the central regulation on the renewable purchase obligation. What kind of policy intervention or budgetary intervention government is going to make, which will ensure that state governments follow and honor the central government guidelines?
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for that pre-budget comment, Vineet. And ladies and gentlemen, Sohail's back, Kishore's back. Let's have a quick look at the markets again. Markets are okay, normal. Kishore, you want to say something on that? Kishore, markets, quick comment, markets.
Mr. KG.
Markets are flat pretty much. I think markets are waiting for the budget comments, because if middle class shops are given and it's a highly anticipated budget, according to me,
it'll boom.
And it will move up. It will move up. It's already oversold position, according to me.
Yeah.
I think markets are likely to move up.
Sushil, you're watching it closely also.
Yes. I think the stock market is going to go through an unprecedented bull run. The budget may or may not become the reason for it. Let's not confuse it with that. So in the backdrop that the stock market I'm anticipating to be in a bull run, if anything that is sounding remotely also benevolent towards the stock market comes in today, will have a frenzy.
They'll overreact.
That could include rationalization of the tax slabs, income tax slabs.
Right.
That could include
LTCG.
That could include the sort of almost Sotelapan stock market is feeling regarding the LTCGM.
Oh, Sotelapan.
That's an emotion. That's an emotion. So if an emotional address is given to the stock market...
You're saying we are going to jump by 35% in talking of Sotelapan.
Right. There has been a Sotelapan regarding the LTCGM, the long-term capital gains. Government has been paying no attention at all to all the cribs of the people for the last 5-6 years. If something is addressed on that, today could be the day for celebration. If it does not happen, there also the stock market will still go up. I expect a lot more positivity.
Rajan Nawani is still
of the budget regarding the public sector enterprises, defense.
Otherwise I would have gone to him by now.
I'm expecting SOPs for the first time home buyers. I'm expecting real estate sector to find a lot of relief. So if those things come, as Suhail was pointing out, realty and manufacturing, realty is one of the largest employment generators. So
tourism
and employment.
Let me tell you, Arnab, on your program, the Indian stock market is like the bumblebee. Aerodynamically, the bumblebee isn't supposed to fly because of its size, but the bumblebee doesn't know that it flies happily. The stock market will keep improving because these are the guys managing it in a nice way. I don't mean fixing it.
Everyone.
Don't think the stock markets have any logic to them.
Yeah.
I tell you what the economic survey said about economic markets yesterday. It said several stock markets worldwide are at elevated levels and do not appear unduly concerned about economic growth and earning uncertainties. Nor have financial stability risks faced investors, even though serious concerns are re-emerging about securitization, leverage loans, and private credit. And guess what? Markets were up 600 points.
And what does Sushil mean by an emotional
I need to really
address?
chip in onto that.
You want the finance minister to cry so that the markets go up. Won't happen.
See, economists are renowned to predict 11 recessions out of 10.
That markets are in overbought territory.
If the economists comment on the stock markets, I can only say, India के stock market के retail ने जो discover किया might of the market. I just want to give you a small quick anecdote and finish my point. चींटियों की ताकत आपने नहीं देखी, आपने हाथियों की ताकत देखी है. चीनी का एक दाना, शक्कर का एक दाना चींटी से बहुत भारी होता है.
स्टॉक मार्केट को क्या चाहिए?
And चींटी
I want to also understand stock market को क्या चाहिए? You know, if you look at the mood in the Indian stock market on the day of the budget, I have gathered data for the last 10 years regarding the Nifty 50, for example. 24 to 25 out of 14 budgets, including 3 interim budgets, you're in the red with a decline 8 times. You're in the green 6 times. It takes a lot to make the stock markets ever happy, and the stock markets continue to soar. The stock markets continue to complain. In 24, the market closed in a red. I mean, on a day of the interim budgets in 2014 and 2019, market closed in the green, showing a positive trend. When there is nothing significant in the budget, the market is in the green. When there is anything significant in the budget, the market is in the red. I think you guys nobody can make you happy. No. Nobody can make you happy.
I want to give you one.
That's why nobody is watching the stock market channel today.
One indefatigable statistics on the table. Ever in the last 45 years, if the stock market was declining ahead of the budget,
you're like Rahul Gandhi. You can never be made happy.
It went up.
That's the worst thing anybody can say nowadays. By the way,
already into place. Only thrice in our history, stock market continued to go up if it was going up. Every time budget is a disappointer to the ongoing trend. Budget is a mood changer.
I think
budget's a mood changer.
No. There are more stock market experts in India than functioning traffic lights. That's the other reality of India.
So those are unregulated influences.
I have to get Ajay Bagga back to take him on now. You know, this is too much.
Don't confuse us with
too
them.
much. What kind of comments are you making?
It's a fact.
I want to make a point here. One major demand of mutual funds has been to give them indexation benefit. It will be very interesting if the government gives back the indexation benefit.
Correct.
With respect to long term, then there will be a movement in the stock market.
But the stock market is up.
No, I mean there will be a further movement.
Sensex is up.
That's flat. 0.2% is flat, Sohail.
So what do you all want? 0.800?
We had KV Subramaniam saying, why are businesses, private sector not investing in R&D? So let me defend businesses.
No, 1 minute.
The reason
I didn't
why.
bash. No.
You got into trouble.
I did not bash.
So many boards.
I did not
this
bash.
Man is on so many boards.
I did not bash the business sector. When you quote accurately. Otherwise, you'll be like Rahul.
All right.
PK, look at him and respond.
So basically, why is the private sector not investing? Why is it not doing more R&D? Because we still have a situation where the government's deficit, the fiscal deficit, is going to be about 4.8% of GDP this year, and we are happy. You know, we are happy with 4.8% of GDP. Fiscal deficit is going to come down to 4.4%.
What more do you want?
Down to 3.5% or 2.5%.
Maybe that's what people want.
FRBM was passed in 2002, 23 years ago, saying that the fiscal deficit should be below 3% of GDP. How many years in the last 23 has it been below 3%?
What is the fiscal deficit?
So what are you saying?
What is the fiscal deficit got us?
Basically,
what is the fiscal deficit got us? We want a lower tax slab.
Everything.
We pay a lot of tax. We want taxes to go down. Corporate sector is growing. Corporate taxes are down. People are suffering. People's taxes are going down. Why people's taxes are going down? Show me the numbers there of how much. Show me the numbers. How much we want taxes to go down. Bring down taxes. Bring down taxes.
Privatization.
Bring down taxes.
Bring
down taxes. More money for the people. More money for the people.
Get the fiscal deficit down to 3% of GDP in 1 year.
That's where your ratings will go up and your foreign direct investment will go up.
Bring down taxes. Bring down taxes. Bring up Capex. Bring up Capex.
Give free money to Arnab.
Forget about fiscal deficit.
Give free money to Arnab. Forget about channels tax free.
Forget about fiscal deficit.
Media channels tax free. आज यहाँ dance light के साथ dance भी होगा.
So I'm saying
do privatization.
That happens somewhere else. That happens somewhere else.
Actually have minimum government, maximum governance. In order to do that, you need to do privatization. And what I pointed out is that just one example, Hindustan Zinc,
But
its value has increased
take the studio.
126 times.
Everyone throw lights on.
So if the fiscal deficit comes down, then scope for investment by the private sector goes up. You crowd in private investment. How do you crowd in? You really crowd in.
Not dark in, with the lights
sharply.
PK, it's a self-defeating argument, and let me explain why.
With the lights
Hindustan Zinc has had value creation because of private enterprise managerial skills.
Yes. True.
Now, Mr. Kedia says that a lot of PSUs have been beautifully managed under this government. Damn good. So we will give them the Nobel Prize or keep them on an elephant at next year's Republic Day parade. My question here very simply is, how do you address the critical issue of employment, of jobless growth, oblique manufacturing?
Yes.
Answer that. No.
So, deregulate, do what KV Subramaniam said about the labor codes.
He has fled to DC.
The labor codes need to be notified and implemented so that you have labor-intensive manufacturing. Now, if you look at textiles and garments, just 13 million people are employed in that entire sector. That should be 100 million. If that goes from 13 million to 100 million,
Rahul Gandhi
how to raise it to 100 million?
Yeah, I mean, Congress party saying budget is useless, everything is useless. And Rahul Gandhi's really stupid comment, that's the only word. It's a stupid comment which he has made again, saying that tomorrow you will see that the finance minister will go with a briefcase, a photo will come, you will not see a single Dalit, a tribal, backward class person or a minority in the photo. There are 90 officers who will present the budget, 3 are from OBC, your population is 50%, and tomorrow if 100% are distributed, your officers will take only 5 rupees. What is this rubbish going on? What are these anti-national kind of comments that he's making all the time?
Arnab, when we are talking about
We don't have an opposition
budget,
in this country.
it has to be inclusive. The budget has to be a people's budget. It got to have. Now the emphasis was.
So you're saying the budget will not be inclusive if Nirmala Sitharaman is not a Dalit? If Nirmala Sitharaman is not a Dalit, then the budget will not be inclusive.
This
is the kind of regressive
vouchers ensuring that
these are not supposed to be discussed in TV channels. Dalit should present the budget. What is
failure is not to feed.
No. Let's be very clear. You want Dalits to present budget?
No.
You want Dalits everywhere? You want reservation everywhere? But one second. Just let me complete.
It's too much.
Dalits
can present budget. B.R. Ambedkar was a Dalit and he was a fantastic economist.
Let the both of them. No, 1 second. India progressed when we moved from UPA to UPI.
Yeah.
I was born, delivered normally during emergency. I know what shit India has gone through.
Yeah.
1 second, please understand.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Which caste composes the majority section
No,
of the dependable
1975 emergency mein main normally delivered my mother to the hospital. That was the state of this country.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Which caste represents the majority of the dependable population?
Indira Gandhi stopped your mother from delivering you under normal
Emergency में
circumstances.
hospital नहीं जा पाया मेरा मम्मी. आप क्या बोल रहे हो? ये सच्चाई है. I was delivered normally during emergency.
Yeah, we have all been delivered normally with or without an emergency.
Okay, I was delivered abnormally. Are you fine now?
Say that.
Yeah, done.
No, the question or the statement should be, I was delivered unusually.
Okay.
Stop being Renan Martin, yeah.
Okay, so the point here is, ये दलित, ये caste, ये जाति, ये बंद करो. See, now Rahul Gandhi is asking for reservation in private sector.
To identify the beneficiaries. The actual dependable section of population.
Reservation was there for supposed to be for 15 years.
Do you even know that the majority section of the dependable population...
Okay, news point. Make a breaking news point.
No, forget all that. Tell me one thing. What is the percentage composition of the Dalits in the dependable size of the population? Tell me this. Do you have any data? For this, when we talk about socio-economic caste census, you find no logic in it. The point is, you are very vocal when it comes to...
I think Prime Ministers under the Congress.
I think Dalit Prime Minister. Anyway, Rahul Gandhi.
I'll tell you one thing.
Jagjeevan Ram was
You can never have...
You know, the only thing about Rahul Gandhi, I'd say, if he's not got himself into trouble as many times, he got his mother into trouble by trying to do a podcast outside. Now we are in the 10-minute. We are in the 10-minute run-up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get very, very serious. Viewership is at a high. Do you know there are 100,000 people concurrently viewing this live on one streaming platform? We have record viewership going on right now. We must make the most of it. We are in that 10-minute run-up right now to the budget. We must have a sharp discussion on it. Okay? Now, Sushil Kedia, I go across to you out there. We have expectations. In the past, I feel the sense has been, don't expect too much out of the budget. Right? But we want tax breaks. We need a tax break. Will we get it?
Yes.
Will the middle class get a tax break? Because that could be the mood changer today.
Yes, I think the mood changer is going to be, I can feel it in the air.
Tax break.
I do hope I don't go wrong. Income tax slabs are going to be made sweeter. The word is sweeter. You can call it rationalized, changed. Perhaps a new rate of tax, 25% rate is missing, straight from 20 to 30. A 25% rate will make things sweeter for a lot of people. So attention to detail and that nuance that has been missing for 50 years. I'm expecting that the tax regime this year introduce a 25% rate. And the long term, the new tax regime is not going to be compared to and made to the old tax regime. There will be greater emphasis on tax simplification like last few years. Depersonalization of income tax returns processing has happened. Many chartered accountants have become useless. Those things will make things simpler. So capital markets will, if not this year, madam, किस साल में दोगी? इतने budgets आपने दे दिए. आज तो capital markets बिल्कुल रूठा हुआ है. आपको long term capital gains के लिए कुछ करना है.
You see, now direct tax code, the government has said very clearly that the new direct tax code, the direct tax regime, is going to be simplified and changed.
But when Prime Minister Modi apparently told cabinet that this is for the Aam Aadmi.
Direct tax
the Prime Minister has said that in the cabinet meeting which happened sometime back, we have our sources telling us the Prime Minister said this budget is for the Aam Aadmi. This budget.
Aam Aadmi Party.
That is not that. He calls them the Abda Party. He doesn't Abda. Not Abda as in yours, Abda as in a catastrophe. Now, Abhishek, tell me one thing, Abhishek. What does that indicate? With the cabinet, the focus is that this budget, Abhishek, is for the Aam Aadmi. What is the indication? We are 9 minutes to go. Everyone's tracking the mood in.
Well, you see, he has not done this earlier. So obviously, there is...
Revealing something?
Yes, there is a challenge that the BJP at the centre is
Put
facing.
That on the breaking news grid, on the top right, bottom right. Yeah, great.
Since Delhi is in elections, Aam Aadmi Party said, their manifesto, they call their manifesto middle class manifesto. So it's a challenge that has to be addressed.
Prime Minister, the BJP also needs to win the election in Delhi, right?
Absolutely.
Desperately. But you can't have a union budget for a Delhi election.
No, but for the middle classes.
You can't have a union budget for a Delhi election.
For the middle classes.
For the UP election, you can't have the union budget for a
Delhi. No, you can't.
For the middle classes.
No. Why I say put that on the breaking news grid as sources, PM tells cabinet that Aam Aadmi, average citizen, ordinary citizen is the focus.
So then you are excluded.
Yeah. I am ordinary citizen. I am not running some shipping company like your friends. I'm a struggling media entrepreneur. I'm struggling. I need.
Mahatma Gandhi would be so proud of your struggle.
What about SOPs for the media? What about SOPs for the media?
Yeah. Make in India media tax free.
Yeah. What about?
Media tax free.
Yeah. Make
all
media.
Their salaries should be tax free.
Yeah.
And all their research should be tax free because there's hardly any.
Yeah.
And on intellectual property, there's nothing, no land records.
And panelists also tax free.
Yes. No. I'm very happy paying taxes.
No, what does that indicate?
Because I genuinely believe that if this country is to progress, responsible citizens
middle class
must
are the focus.
Aam Aadmi. Taxes.
The PM is telling cabinet Aam Aadmi is the
money
focus.
Should be used properly.
Aam Aadmi is the focus. People are the focus. Forget it right. People are the focus on the grid, not middle class. Don't put it wrong. People are the focus. Grid, bottom grid. To my desk, I'm saying, get it right. Ashish Wakankar is live with us. Ashish Wakankar, who's had a great record in the financial sector, runs his own company. Ashish, I'm only seeing your glasses, adjust your camera. You've never been good at technology. At least get this one right. Ashish, good morning. How are you, Ashish? Who are you attacking this morning? Every morning on the attack, Ashish and I we used to go to the Mumbai Cricket Association swimming pool, and even in the swimming pool, he was fighting with everyone. So he's a fighter all the way. Ashish, who are you fighting with this morning? 7 minutes, expectations from you in 1 minute. Come on, Ashish.
No, the only point that I want to make over here, Arnab, is first of all, thank you for getting me on. I heard PK and I fully agree with everything that he said. I think one needs to take a look at the Economic Survey of India, which was released yesterday. The one line which really catches you get out of the way and deregulate. We've been reading systematically we've been reading. I mean, for how long? I mean, in 2014, May 26, we read this line, minimum government, maximum governance. Then I've been reading in newspapers about animal spirits being unleashed. Now it's time for the private sector to unleash the animal spirits. I read the same line yesterday, a couple of days back, by Uday Kotak in Economic Times. He said, time for the corporate sector to unleash animal spirits. Come on. What is holding them back? What is holding the private sector from coming out? The country is running on only one engine, and that is government or public capex. The private sector, despite we growing at around 8% plus for last 3 years in a row, we have not seen the kind of private capex take place. So time has come now to really sit and ask. So just 2 days back, there was an article in The Economist which said deregulation is taking place, some amount of reforms taking place, and it quoted Sanjeev Sanyal saying that in the erstwhile planning commission, he has his office and he's trying to make things easier. That needs to go to a different level, in my opinion, if this country needs to achieve a Viksit Bharat, which is a 23,000-24,000 per capita economy. We are at 2,500. So we are talking of a 10-fold jump in the next 23 years. How is that going to happen? I think the most important ministry, the most important focus of this government has to be now. I mean, most of the things have been done. No second generation, third generation reforms. I don't know what kind of generation reforms we keep on talking about. The most important is how do we, and listen to your own economic survey. Your own economic survey is saying, get out of the way, deregulate. The same chief economic advisor just 2 days back had said manufacturing has become complicated in this country. There's so many pointers that are there. I think that is what the markets and the economy and the private sector will look at.
Absolutely. Big announcement right now, ladies and gentlemen. With great pride, I want to tell you the biggest streaming platform in the country, Republic Media Network. The total number of people concurrently watching this live telecast as of this minute is 107,800. That is 107,800 people watching concurrently on YouTube alone. That means with all the streaming platforms, we are probably at concurrent viewership around over 200,000 at this point of time, which is massive. And we are over twice the viewership of any business channel, which means the country wants something in this budget. People are watching. People are watching. And I have just been told here that the Prime Minister says the focus is on the Aam Aadmi. Does that make you hopeful? Hopeful? No.
But given your success,
it makes me extremely hopeful.
For the country. And it's time to go to 8% growth as a minimum base mark.
No, but given your success,
line. You cannot
one minute.
Yes.
Given your enormous
when you
success,
get down below 8%, you have to be really worried.
Given your
we are below 8%,
success, which we congratulate you for.
Yes.
Now, can we have some breakfast?
Yeah, we'll have some breakfast when the budget speech starts.
This will be a dream.
Forget the dream budget. It'll be a hungry budget.
It'll be a dream budget.
Army comprises of the dependent as well as the middle, and there's a huge difference between both of them.
Correct.
When you're talking about Aam Aadmi, you cannot include dependent class to that of middle class. We have 50% of the population which are having the PAN cards today.
But I would say that what I'm also looking for today is what the government does on labor laws, because you want to increase our manufacturing competitiveness. You cannot do it. You cannot do it with rigid working hour limits. It hampers manufacturing. Everybody now wants to get into this woke culture. We want to work 30 hours a week. You can't increase costs, delays, risks. We need to be flexible. We need to be flexible, and corporates must be allowed to be flexible.
All the
with employees.
Exporters, all the Bangladeshi government exporters, their top guys are in jail. Beximco is the largest company in Bangladesh. That Fazlur Rahman is in jail. So, if all the government exporters CEOs are being shoved in jail, there's an opportunity to take their place.
So I just want to say here, we got
labor-intensive manufacturing is a huge area, huge opportunity. And I think that with the 25% tariff on Mexico, Canada, 10% new tariff on China, there's another opportunity for India to take their place.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining me right now, we're 2 minutes, 30 seconds, people still joining in. It's a bright Saturday morning. It's the most economically significant day of the year. We are bright. We've had 4 cups of coffee each this morning, and the countdown to the finance minister's speech has begun. Stakes are very, very high. very, very high. I hope Rahul Gandhi is out of bed, at least woken up. I mean, other than tweeting from bed this morning. What we want is Rahul Gandhi.
Finally, the Congress.
Rahul Gandhi. Let's set the bed. The stakes are very, very high this morning. We want an astutely balanced budget. We want relief for the middle class, but not at the cost of fiscal prudence. We want high capex, but not at the cost of fiscal consolidation. We want market sentiment, but we don't want to be populist. Is it possible to do all of them?
Absolutely.
Possible, Kishore?
This will be a dream budget.
Possible, Kishore? Kishore, not Kishore Kumar, Subramaniam.
This will be a dream budget. Mark my words.
Dream, life-altering. The same fabricates have been used for the last 20 years.
No, Sohail, once again, I am not as good in English as you are.
That's evident.
But yeah, that's okay. That's perfectly all right. But remember, this will be a dream budget.
Every budget is a dream budget, yeah.
Arey yaar, bolne to do yaar. Now you are interrupting like Congress. Okay, so please remember that this budget is where you will get a sop on housing.
Prime Minister has said the budget is for Gyan, G-Y-A-N, Garib, Yuva, Annadata or Nari.
That was last year.
Budget.
That's last year.
No, this now. And the budget must be for the Aam Aadmi. Must be for making lives better. These are the words I'm getting in out here. So House proceedings.
You know what we say? Don't give Gyan, just give the tax.
Keep an eye, producers. Keep an eye, production control team. Keep an eye out there because we're going to be getting the live visuals. Please confirm to me. Yeah, come on. Sushil. Come on. We got 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Come on. What's your Gyan?
The Gyan is, an event is only as important as how people react to it. Expectations have been set very low. Historically, when we go into a budget with a negative stock market, we spring up like anything. This government, with the 240 seats last year, the snubbing it got, it's going to flex its muscle now.
Markets are 1,000
It's going to
points
flex.
up.
I'm told Prime Minister has entered the Lok Sabha. There are Bharat Mata Ki Jai sloganeering going on as the Prime Minister enters. And the Prime Minister has said this budget is for the Aam Aadmi. And there are great expectations right now. We don't want to hype it up. But something for the people, I say. Something for the people this time. Something for the people.
Markets are 1,000.
The best thing for the people. The best thing for the people is to reduce the deficit. Reduce the
Okay, we are cutting live to the Lok Sabha, ladies and gentlemen. The speaker is there. The presentation is beginning. We got live.
It's noisier in Parliament than here.
Item number 1.
That is for sure.
Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, Vitt Mantri. बजट के बाद राज्यपाल अभिभाषण में आपको पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है, नहीं माननीय अखिलेश जी, आपने संसद की मर्यादा को आप बना के रखें। कभी बजट भाषण के अंदर इस तरीके का नहीं हुआ, ये उचित नहीं है, ये उचित नहीं है। अखिलेश जी प्लीज, मैं आपको मौका दूंगा राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पे, प्लीज। नो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है। राज्यपाल अभिभाषण पर चर्चा होगी। नो तरीका।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 25-26. This budget continues our government's efforts to A. Accelerate growth, B. Secure inclusive development, C. Invigorate private sector investments, D. Uplift household sentiments, and E. Enhance spending power of India's rising middle class. Together, we embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential for greater prosperity and global positioning under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. As we complete the first quarter of the 21st century, continuing geopolitical headwinds suggest lower global economic growth over the medium term. However, our aspiration for a Vikasit Bharat inspires us, and the transformative work we have done during our government's first 2 terms guides us to march forward resolutely. Our economy is the fastest growing among all major economies. Our development track record for the past 10 years and structural reforms have drawn global attention. Confidence in India's capability and potential has only grown in this period. We see the next 5 years as a unique opportunity to realize Sabka Vikas, stimulating balanced growth of all regions. The great Telugu poet and playwright Gurujada Apparao had said, "Deshamante matti kadoy, deshamante manushuloy," meaning a country is not just its soil, a country is its people. In line with this, for us, Vikasit Bharat encompasses zero poverty, 100% quality good school education, access to high quality, affordable and comprehensive health care, 100% skilled labor with meaningful employment, 70% women in economic activities, and farmers making our country the food basket of the world. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas, focusing on Garib, youth, Annadata, and Nari, spurring agricultural growth and productivity, building rural prosperity and resilience, taking everyone together on an inclusive growth path, boosting manufacturing and furthering Make in India, supporting MSMEs, enabling employment-led development, investing in people, economy, and innovation, securing energy supplies, promoting exports, and nurturing innovation. For this journey of development, our 4 powerful engines are agriculture, MSME, investments, and exports. The fuel, our reforms, our guiding spirit, inclusivity, and the destination, Vikasit Bharat. This budget aims to initiate transformative reforms across 6 domains. During the first 5 years, these will augment our growth potential and global competitiveness. The domains are taxation, power sector, urban development, mining, financial sector, and regulatory reforms. Agriculture as the first engine. Now I move to specific proposals, beginning with agriculture as the first engine. Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, developing agri-districts program. Motivated by the success of the aspirational district program, our government will undertake a Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana in partnership with states. Through the convergence of existing schemes and specialized measures, the program will cover 100 districts with low productivity, moderate crop intensity, and below average credit parameters. It aims to 1. Enhance agricultural productivity, 2. Adopt crop diversification and sustainable agricultural practices, 3. Augment post-harvest storage at the panchayat and block level, 4. Improve irrigation facilities, and 5. Facilitate availability of long-term and short-term credit. This program is likely to help 1.7 crore farmers. Building rural prosperity and resilience. A comprehensive multi-sectoral rural prosperity and resilience program will be launched in partnership with the states. This will address underemployment in agriculture through skilling, investment, technology, and invigorating the rural economy. The goal is to generate ample opportunities in rural areas so that migration is an option but not a necessity. The program will focus on rural women, young farmers, rural youth, marginal and small farmers, and landless families. The details are in Annexure A. Domestic best practices will be incorporated, and appropriate technical and financial assistance will be sought from multilateral development banks. In Phase 1, 100 developing agri-districts will be covered. Atmanirbharta in pulses. Our government is implementing the National Mission for Edible Oil Seed for achieving Atmanirbharta in edible oils. Our farmers have the capability to grow enough for our needs and more. 10 years ago, we made concerted efforts and succeeded in achieving near self-sufficiency in pulses. Farmers responded to the need by increasing the cultivated area by 50%, and government arranged for procurement and remunerative prices. Since then, with rising incomes and better affordability, our consumption of pulses has increased significantly. Our government will now launch a 6-year mission for Atmanirbharta in pulses with a special focus on Tuar, Urad and Masoor. Details are in Annexure B. Central agencies such as NAFED and NCCF will be ready to procure these 3 pulses as much as offered during the next 4 years from farmers who register with these agencies and enter into agreements. Comprehensive program for vegetables and fruits. It is encouraging that our people are increasingly becoming aware of their nutritional needs. It is a sign of a society becoming healthier. With rising income levels, the consumption of vegetables, fruits, and Shri Anna is increasing significantly. A comprehensive program to promote production, efficient supplies, processing, and remunerative prices for farmers will be launched in partnership with the states. Appropriate institutional mechanisms for implementation and participation of farmer producer organizations and cooperatives will be set up. Makhana board in Bihar. For this, there is a special opportunity for the people of Bihar. A Makhana board will be established in the state to improve production, processing, value addition, and marketing of Makhana. The people engaged in these activities will be organized into FPOs. The board will provide hand-holding and training support to Makhana farmers and will also work to ensure they receive the benefits of all relevant government schemes. A national mission on high-yielding seeds will be launched, aimed at 1. Strengthening research ecosystem, 2. Targeted development and propagation of seeds with high yield, pest resistance, and climate resilience, and 3. Commercial availability of more than 100 seed varieties released since July 2024. India ranks second largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Seafood exports are valued at 60,000 crore rupees. To unlock the untapped potential of the marine sector, our government will bring in an enabling framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries from Indian Exclusive Economic Zone and high seas, with a special focus on the Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep Islands. For the benefit of lakhs of cotton growing farmers, I am pleased to announce a mission for cotton productivity. This 5-year mission will facilitate significant improvements in productivity and sustainability of cotton farming and promote extra long staple cotton varieties. The best of science and technology support will be provided to farmers. aligned with our integrated 5F vision for the textile sector. This will help in increasing incomes of the farmers and ensure a steady supply of quality cotton for rejuvenating India's traditional textile sector. Kisan credit cards facilitate short-term loans for 7.7 crore farmers, fishermen, and dairy farmers. The loan limit under modified interest subvention scheme will be enhanced from 3 lakh rupees to 5 lakh rupees for loans taken through the KCC. For Atmanirbharta in urea production, our government had reopened 3 dormant urea plants in the eastern region. To further augment urea supply, a plant with annual capacity of 12.7 lakh metric tons will be set up at Namrup in Assam. India Post, with 1.5 lakh rural post offices, complemented by the India Post Payment Bank and a vast network of 2.4 lakh Dak Sevaks, will be repositioned to act as a catalyst for the rural economy. Details are at Annexure C. India Post will also be transformed as a large public logistics organization. This will meet the rising needs of Vishwakarmas, new entrepreneurs, women, self-help groups, MSMEs, and the large business organizations. Our government will provide support to NCDC for its lending operations for the cooperative sector. MSMEs as the second engine. Now I move to MSMEs as the second engine, which encompasses manufacturing and services with a focus on MSMEs numbering 5.7 crores. Currently, over 1 crore registered MSMEs, employing 7.5 crore people and generating 36% of our manufacturing, have come together to position India as a global manufacturing hub. With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. This will give them the confidence to grow and generate employment for our youth. The details are given in Annexure D. To improve access to credit, the credit guarantee cover will be enhanced. First, for micro and small enterprises from 5 crore to 10 crore rupees, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Second, for startups from 10 crore rupees to 20 crore rupees, with the guarantee fee being moderated to 1% for loans in 27 focus sectors which are important for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for well-run exporter MSMEs, for term loans up to 20 crore rupees. Also for the micro enterprises, we will introduce customized credit cards with a 5 lakh rupee limit for micro enterprises registered on Udyam portal. In the first year, 10 lakh such cards will be issued. Fund of funds for startups. The alternate investment fund, AIFs, for startups have received commitments of more than 91,000 crores rupees. These are supported by the fund of funds set up with the Government of India's contribution of 10,000 crore rupees. Now, a new fund of funds with expanded scope and a fresh contribution of another 10,000 crore rupees will be set up. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. This will provide term loans up to 2 crore rupees during the next 5 years. The scheme will incorporate lessons from the successful Stand Up India scheme. Online capacity building for entrepreneurship and managerial skills will also be organized. Measures for labor-intensive sectors. To promote employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in labor-intensive sectors, our government will undertake specific policy and facilitation measures. To enhance the productivity, quality, and competitiveness of India's footwear and leather sector, a focused product scheme will be implemented. The scheme will support design capacity, component manufacturing, and machinery required for production of non-leather quality footwear, besides the support for leather footwear and products. The scheme is expected to facilitate employment for 22 lakh persons, generate over 4 lakh crore rupees, and exports of over 1.1 lakh crore rupees. Measures for the toys sector. Building on the National Action Plan for Toys, we will implement a scheme to make India a global hub for toys. The scheme will focus on development of clusters, skills, and a manufacturing ecosystem that will create high-quality, unique, innovative, and sustainable toys that will represent the Made in India brand. Support for food processing. In line with our commitment towards Purvodaya, we will establish a National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Bihar. The institute will provide a strong fillip to food processing activities in the entire eastern region. This will result in 1. Enhanced income for the farmers through value addition to their produce, and 2. Skilling entrepreneurship and employment opportunities for the youth. Manufacturing mission, furthering Make in India. Our government will set up a national manufacturing mission covering small, medium, and large industries for furthering Make in India by providing policy support, execution roadmaps, governance, and monitoring framework for central ministries and states. Details are in Annexure E. Given our commitment to climate-friendly development, the mission will also support clean tech manufacturing. This will aim to improve domestic value addition and build our ecosystem for solar PV cells, EV batteries, motors and controllers, electrolyzers, wind turbines, very high voltage transmission equipment, and grid-scale batteries. Investment as the third engine. Now I move to investment as the third engine, which encompasses investing in people, investing in the economy, and investing in innovation. Investing in people. Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Saksham and Poshan 2.0 program provides nutritional support to more than 8 crore children, 1 crore pregnant women and lactating mothers all over the country, and about 20 lakh adolescent girls in aspirational districts and the Northeast region. The cost norms for these nutritional support will be enhanced appropriately. Atal Tinkering Labs. 50,000 Atal Tinkering Labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years to cultivate the spirit of curiosity and innovation and foster a scientific temper among young minds. Broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Broadband connectivity will be provided to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak Scheme. We propose to implement a Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme to provide digital form Indian language books for schools and for higher education. This aims to help students understand their subjects better and in their language. National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Building on the initiative announced in the July 24 budget, 5 national centers of excellence for skilling will be set up with global expertise and partnerships to equip our youth with the skills required for Make for India, Make for the World manufacturing. The partnership will cover curriculum design, training of trainers, and a skills certification framework and periodic reviews. Expansion of capacity in IITs. Total number of students in 23 IITs has increased 100% from 65,000 to 1.35 lakh in the past 10 years. Additional infrastructure will be created in the 5 IITs started after 2014 to facilitate education for 6,500 more students. Hostel and other infrastructure capacity at IIT Patna will also be expanded. Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in AI for Education. I had announced 3 centers of excellence in artificial intelligence for agriculture, health, and sustainable cities in 2023. Now a center of excellence in artificial intelligence for education will be set up with a total outlay of 500 crores. Expansion of medical education. Our government has added almost 1.1 lakh undergraduate and postgraduate medical education seats in 10 years, an increase of 130%. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years. Daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. 200 centers will be established in 25-26 itself. Strengthening urban livelihoods. Our government has been giving priority to assisting urban poor and vulnerable groups. A scheme for socio-economic upliftment of urban workers will be implemented to help them improve their incomes, have sustainable livelihoods, and a better quality of life. PM Swanidhi scheme has benefited more than 68 lakh street vendors, giving them respite from high-interest informal sector loans. Building on this success, the scheme will be revamped with enhanced loans from banks, UPI-linked credit cards with 30,000 rupees limit, and capacity building support. Social Security Scheme for welfare of online platform workers. Gig workers of online platforms provide great dynamism to the new age services economy. Recognizing their contribution, our government will arrange for their identity cards and registration on the e-Shram portal. They will be provided healthcare under PM Jan Arogya Yojana. This measure is likely to assist nearly 1 crore gig workers. Investing in the economy, public-private partnership in infrastructure. Each infrastructure-related ministry will come up with a 3-year pipeline of projects that can be implemented in PPP mode. States will also be encouraged to do so and can seek support from the India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, which is a scheme to prepare PPP proposals. Support to states for infrastructure. An outlay of 1.5 lakh crore is proposed for the 50-year interest-free loans to states for capital expenditure and incentives for reforms. Building on the success of the first asset monetization plan announced in 2021, the second plan for 2025 to 30 will be launched to plow back capital of 10 lakh crore in new projects. Regulatory and fiscal measures will be fine-tuned to support the plan. Jal Jeevan Mission. Since 2019, 15 crore households representing 80% of India's rural population have been provided access to portable tap water connections. To achieve 100% coverage, I am pleased to announce the extension of this mission until 2028 with an enhanced total outlay. The mission's focus will be on the quality of infrastructure and O&M of rural piped water supply schemes through Jan Bhagidari. A separate MOU or separate MOUs will be signed with the states and union territories to ensure sustainability and citizen-centric water services delivery. Urban sector reforms. Building on the July budget proposals, urban sector reforms related to governance, municipal services, urban land and planning will be incentivized. Urban Challenge Fund. The government will set up an urban challenge fund of 1 lakh crore rupees to implement the proposals for cities as growth hubs, creative redevelopment of cities, and for water and sanitation purposes announced in the July budget. This fund will finance up to 25% of the cost of bankable projects, with a stipulation that at least 50% of the cost is funded from bonds, bank loans, and PPPs. An allocation of 10,000 crore is proposed in 2025-26. Power sector reforms. We will incentivize electricity distribution reforms and augmentation of intra-state transmission capacity by states. This will improve financial health and capacity of electricity companies. Additional borrowing of 0.5% of GSDP will be allowed to states contingent on these reforms. Nuclear energy mission for Vikasit Bharat. Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts. For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up. A nuclear energy mission for research and development of small modular reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore will be set up. At least 5 indigenously developed small modular reactors will be operationalized by 2033. Shipbuilding. The shipbuilding financial assistance policy will be revamped to address cost disadvantages. This will also include credit notes for shipbreaking in Indian yards to promote the circular economy. Large ships above a specified size will be included in the infrastructure harmonized master list. Shipbuilding clusters will be facilitated to increase the range, categories, and capacity of ships. This will include additional infrastructure, facilities, skilling, and technology to develop the entire ecosystem. Maritime Development Fund. For long-term financing for the maritime industry, a Maritime Development Fund with a corpus of 25,000 crore rupees will be set up. This will be for distributed support and promoting competition. This will have up to 49% contribution by the government, and the balance will be mobilized from ports and from private sector. UDAN regional connectivity schemes. UDAN has enabled 1.5 crore middle-class people to meet their aspirations for speedier travel. The scheme has connected 88 ports, airports, and operationalized 619 routes. Inspired by that success, a modified UDAN scheme will be launched to enhance regional connectivity to 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore passengers in the next 10 years. 4 crore additional passengers in the next 10 years. The scheme will also support helipads and smaller airports in hilly, aspirational, and northeast regional districts. Greenfield airports will be facilitated in Bihar to meet the future needs of the state. These will be in addition to the expansion of the capacity of Patna Airport and a brownfield airport in Beta. Western Kosi Canal project in Mithilanchal. Financial support will be provided for the Western Kosi Canal ERM project, benefiting a large number of farmers, cultivating over 50,000 hectares of land in the Mithilanchal region of Bihar. Mining sector reforms. Mining sector reforms, including those for minor minerals, will be encouraged through sharing of best practices and institutions of a state mining index. A policy for recovery of critical minerals from tailings will be brought out. Under the special window for affordable and mid-income housing, SWAMI, 50,000 dwelling units in stressed housing projects have been completed and keys handed over to home buyers. Another 40,000 units will be completed in 2025, further helping middle-class families who are paying EMIs on loans taken for apartments while also paying rent for their current dwellings. Building on this success, SWAMI Fund 2 will be established as a blended finance facility with contribution from the government, banks, and private investors. This fund of 15,000 crore rupees will aim for expeditious completion of another 1 lakh units. PM Gati Shakti data for private sector. For furthering PPPs and assisting the private sector in project planning, access to relevant data and maps from the PM Gati Shakti portal will be provided. Tourism for employment-led growth. Top 50 tourist destination sites in the country will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode. Land for building key infrastructure will have to be provided by the states. Hotels in these destinations will be included in the infrastructure harmonized list. The following measures will be taken for facilitating employment-led growth. Organizing intensive skill development programs for our youth, including in institutes of hospitality management, providing mudra loans for homestays, improving ease of travel and connectivity to tourist destinations, providing performance-linked incentives to states for effective destination management, including tourist amenities, cleanliness, and marketing efforts, and introducing streamlined e-visa facilities along with visa fee waivers for certain tourist groups. Continuing with the emphasis on places of spiritual and religious significance in the July budget, there will be a special focus on destinations related to the life and times of Lord Buddha. Medical tourism and heal in India. Medical tourism and heal in India will be promoted in partnership with the private sector, along with capacity building and easier visa norms. Investing in innovation. To implement private sector-driven research, development, and innovation initiatives announced in the July budget, I am now allocating 20,000 crore rupees for this purpose. A deep tech fund of funds will also be explored to catalyze the next generation startups as a part of this initiative. In the next 5 years, under the PM Research Fellowship Scheme, we will provide 10,000 fellowships for technological research in IITs and IISc with enhanced financial support. The second gene bank with 10 lakh germplasm lines will be set up for future food and nutritional security. This will provide conservation support to both public and private sectors for genetic resources. We will start a national geospatial mission to develop foundational geospatial infrastructure and data. Using PM Gati Shakti, this mission will facilitate modernization of land records, urban planning, and design of infrastructure projects. A Gyan Bharatam mission for survey, documentation, and conservation of our manuscript heritage with academic institutions, museums, libraries, and private collectors will be undertaken to cover more than 1 crore manuscripts. We will set up a national digital repository of Indian knowledge systems for knowledge sharing. Now I move to exports as the fourth engine. We will set up an export promotion mission with sectoral and ministerial targets driven jointly by the Ministries of Commerce, MSME, and Finance. It will facilitate easy access to export credit, cross-border factoring support, support to MSMEs to tackle non-tariff measures in overseas markets. A digital public infrastructure, Bharat Trade Net, for international trade will be set up as a unified platform for trade documentation and financing solutions. This will complement the Unified Logistics Interface platform. The BTN will be aligned with international practices. Support will be provided to develop domestic manufacturing capacities for our economy's integration with global supply chains. Sectors will be identified based on objective criteria. Facilitation groups with participation of senior officers and industry representatives will be formed for select products and supply chains. Through this, there are huge opportunities related to Industry 4.0, which needs high skills and talent. Our youth have both. Our government will support the domestic electronic equipment industry to leverage this opportunity for the benefit of our youth. A national framework will be formulated as guidance to states for promoting global capability centers in emerging Tier 2 cities. This will suggest measures for enhancing availability of talent and infrastructure, building bylaw reforms, and mechanisms for collaboration with industry. Our government will facilitate upgradation of infrastructure and warehousing for air cargo, including high-value perishable horticultural produce. Cargo screening and customs protocol will be streamlined and made user-friendly. Reforms as the fuel. Over the past 10 years, our government has implemented several reforms for convenience of taxpayers, such as faceless assessment, 2, taxpayer charter, 3, faster returns, 4, almost 99% returns being on self-assessment, and 5, Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. Continuing these efforts, I reaffirm the commitment of the Tax Department to trust first, scrutinize later. I also propose to introduce the new income tax bill next week. I will detail the indirect tax reforms and changes in direct taxes in Part B. Financial sector reforms. The FDI limit for the insurance sector will be raised from 74 to 100%. This enhanced limit will be available for those companies which invest the entire premium in India. The current guardrails and conditionalities associated with foreign investment will be reviewed and simplified. The services of India Post Payment Bank will be deepened and expanded in rural areas. NABFID will set up a partial credit enhancement facility for corporate bonds for infrastructure. Public sector banks will develop Grameen Credit Score framework to serve the credit needs of SHG members and people in rural areas. A forum for regulatory coordination and development of pension products will be set up. To implement the earlier announcement on simplifying the KYC processes, the revamped Central KYC Registry will be rolled out in 2025. We will also implement a streamlined system for periodic updating. Requirements and procedures for speedy approval of company mergers will be rationalized. The scope for fast-track mergers will also be widened and the process made simpler. As proposed in the interim budget, we signed bilateral investment treaties with 2 countries in 2024 to encourage sustained foreign investment, and in the spirit of First Develop India, the current model BIT will be revamped and made more investor-friendly. In the last 10 years, in several aspects, including financial and non-financial, our government has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to ease of doing business. We are determined to ensure that our regulations must keep up with technological innovations and global policy developments. A light-touch regulatory framework based on principles and trust will unleash productivity and employment. Through this framework, we will update regulations that were made under old laws. To develop this modern, flexible, people-friendly, and trust-based regulatory framework appropriate for the 21st century, I propose 4 specific measures. A high-level committee for regulatory reforms will be set up for a review of all non-financial sector regulations, certifications, licenses, and permissions. The committee will be expected to make recommendations within a year. The objective is to strengthen trust-based economic governance and take transformational measures to enhance ease of doing business, especially in matters of inspection and compliances. States will be encouraged to join in this endeavor. An investment friendliness index of states will be launched in 2025 to further the spirit of competitive, cooperative federalism. Under the Financial Stability and Development Council, a mechanism will be set up to evaluate impact of the current financial regulations and subsidiary instructions. It will also formulate a framework to enhance their responsiveness and development of the financial sector. In the Jan Vishwas Act 2023, more than 180 legal provisions were decriminalized. Our government will now bring up the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 to decriminalize more than 100 provisions in various laws. I now move to fiscal policy. In the July budget, I had committed to staying the course for fiscal consolidation. Our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that central government debt remains on a declining path as a percentage of the GDP. The roadmap for the next 6 years has been detailed in the FRBM statement. Revised estimates for 2024-25. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 31.47 lakh crore rupees, of which the net tax receipts are 25.57 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 47.16 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 10.18 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 4.8% of the GDP. Budget estimates for 25-26. Coming to 25-26, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 34.96 lakh crore rupees and 50.65 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 28.37 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated to be 4.4% of GDP. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.54 lakh crore. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 14.82 lakh crore rupees. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. My proposals relating to customs aim to rationalize tariff structure and address duty inversion. These will also support domestic manufacturing and value addition, promote exports, facilitate trade, and provide relief to common people. Rationalization of customs tariff structure for industrial goods. As a part of comprehensive review of customs rate structure announced in July 2024 budget, I propose to 1. Remove 7 tariff rates. This is over and above the 7 tariff rates removed in 23-24 budget. After this, there will be only 8 remaining tariff rates, including 0 rate. 2. Apply appropriate cess to broadly maintain effective duty incidence, except on a few items where such incidence will reduce marginally. 3. Levy not more than 1 cess or surcharge. Therefore, I propose to exempt social welfare surcharge on 82 tariff lines that are subject to a cess. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, rare diseases, and other severe chronic diseases, I propose to add 36 life-saving drugs and medicines to the list of medicines fully exempted from basic custom duty. I also propose to add 6 life-saving medicines to the list attracting concessional custom duty of 5%. Full exemption and concessional duty will also respectively apply on the bulk drugs for manufacture of the above. Specified drugs and medicines under patient assistance programs run by the pharmaceutical companies are fully exempt from BCD, provided the medicines are supplied free of cost to the patients. I propose to add 37 more medicines along with 13 new patient assistance programs. Support to domestic manufacturing and value addition. Critical minerals. In the July 2024 budget, I had fully exempted BCD on 25 critical minerals that are not domestically available. I had also reduced BCD of 2 other such minerals to provide a major fillip to their processing, especially by MSMEs. Now, I propose to fully exempt cobalt powder and waste, the scrap of lithium-ion battery, lead, zinc, and 12 more critical minerals. This will help secure their availability for manufacturing in India and promote more jobs for our youth. To promote domestic production of technical textile products such as agro-textiles, medical textiles, and geotextiles at competitive prices, I propose to add 2 more types of shuttle-less looms to the list of fully exempted textile machinery. I also propose to revise the BCD rate on knitted fabrics covered by 9 tariff lines from 10 or 20 to 20% or 115 rupees per kg, whichever is higher. Electronic goods. In line with our Make in India policy and to rectify inverted duty structure, I propose to increase the BCD on interactive flat panel display from 10% to 20% and reduce the BCD to 5% on open cell and other components. In 23-24 budget, for the manufacture of open cells of LCD, LED TVs, I had reduced the BCD on parts of open cells from 5% to 2.5%. To further boost the manufacture of such open cells, the BCD on these parts will now stand exempted. Lithium-ion battery. To the list of exempted capital goods, I propose to add 35 additional capital goods for EV battery manufacturing and 28 additional capital goods for mobile phone battery manufacturing. This will boost domestic manufacture of lithium-ion batteries, both for mobile phones and for electric vehicles. Shipping sector. Considering that shipbuilding has a long gestation period, I propose to continue the exemption of BCD on raw materials, components, consumables, or parts for the manufacture of ships for another 10 years. I also propose the same dispensation for shipbreaking to make it more competitive. Telecommunication. To prevent classification disputes, I propose to reduce the BCD from 20% to 10% on carrier-grade Ethernet switches to make it at par with non-carrier-grade Ethernet switches. Export promotion. To facilitate exports of handicrafts, I propose to extend the time period for export from 6 months to 1 year, further extendable by another 3 months if required. I also propose to add 9 items to the list of duty-free inputs. Leather sector. I propose to fully exempt BCD on wet blue leather to facilitate imports for domestic value addition and employment. I also propose to exempt crust leather from 20% export duty to facilitate exports by small tanners. Marine products. To enhance India's competitiveness in the global seafood market, I propose to reduce BCD from 30% to 5% on frozen fish paste, surimi, for manufacture and export of its analog products. I also propose to reduce BCD from 15% to 5% on fish hydrolysates for manufacture of fish and shrimp feed. In July 2024 budget, to promote development of domestic MROs for aircraft and ships, I had extended the time limit for export of foreign origin goods that were imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year and further extendable by 1 year. I now propose to extend the same dispensation for railway goods. Time limit for provisional assessment. Presently, the Customs Act 1962 does not provide any time limit to finalize provisional assessments, leading to uncertainty and cost to trade. As a measure of promoting ease of doing business, I propose to fix a time limit of 2 years, extendable by a year, for finalizing the provisional assessment. I propose to introduce a new provision that will enable importers or exporters, after clearance of goods, to voluntarily declare material facts and pay duty with interest but without penalty. This will incentivize voluntary compliance. However, this will not apply in cases where department has already initiated audit or investigation proceedings. For industry to better plan their imports, I propose to extend the time limit for the end use of imported inputs in the relevant rules from 6 months to 1 year. This will provide operational flexibility in view of cost and uncertainty of supply. Further, such importers will now have to file only quarterly statements instead of a monthly statement. I now come to my direct tax proposals. In Part A, I have briefly underlined taxation reforms as one of key reforms to realize our vision of Vikasit Bharat. In respect of criminal law, our government had earlier ushered in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, replacing Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. I am happy to inform this august House and the country that for new income tax bill will carry forward the same spirit of Nyaya in its drafting as well. The new bill will be clear and direct in text, with close to half of the present law in terms of both chapters and words. It will be simple to understand for taxpayers and tax administrators, leading to tax certainty and reduced litigation. Reforms, however, are not a destination. They are means to achieve good governance for our people and economy. Providing good governance primarily involves being responsive. The Tirukkural captures this in verse 542, which reads, "Vaanokki vaazhum ulagallam, mannavan kol nokki vaazhum kudi," meaning, just as the living beings live expecting rains, citizens live expecting good governance. Our government is committed to keeping an ear to the ground and a finger on the pulse and responding while balancing our national building efforts. The following measures will detail just how our government will, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address. I repeat that sentence, sir. The following measures will detail just how our government, under the guidance of PM Modi, has taken steps to understand and address the needs voiced by our citizens. My tax proposals are guided by this spirit. The objectives of my proposals are as follows. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Rationalization of TDS and TCS for easing difficulties. Encouraging voluntary compliance. Reducing compliance burden. Ease of doing business. Employment and investment. I will come to my proposal on personal income tax towards the end. TDS and TCS, rationalization for easing difficulties. I propose to rationalize tax deduction at source, TDS, by reducing the number of rates and thresholds above which TDS is deducted. Further, threshold amounts for tax deduction will be increased for better clarity and uniformity. The limit for tax deduction on interest for senior citizens is being doubled from the present 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees. Similarly, the annual limit of 2.40 lakh rupees for TDS on rent is being increased to 6 lakh rupees. This will reduce the number of transactions liable to TDS, thus benefiting small taxpayers receiving small payments. The threshold to collect tax at source, the TCS, on remittances under RBI's liberalized remittance scheme, the LRS, is proposed to be increased from 7 lakh to 10 lakhs. I also propose to remove TCS on remittances for education purposes, where such remittances is out of a loan taken from a specified financial institution. Both TDS and TCS are being applied on any transaction related to sale of goods. To prevent such compliance difficulties, I propose to omit the TCS. I also propose that the provisions of the higher TDS deduction will now apply only in non-PAN cases. In July 2024, the delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement was decriminalized. I propose to provide the same relaxation to TCS provisions as well. The government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi believes in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas. In line with this, we brought in updated return facility in 2022 for voluntary compliance by taxpayers who had omitted to report their correct income. Our trust in taxpayers was proved right. Nearly 90 lakh taxpayers voluntarily updated their incomes by paying additional tax. Taking this trust further, I now propose to extend the time limit to file updated returns for any assessment year from the current limit of 2 years to 4 years. I propose to reduce the compliance burden for small charitable trusts and institutions by increasing their period of registration from 5 years to 10 years. It is also proposed that disproportionate consequences do not arise for minor defaults such as incomplete applications filed by charitable entities. Presently, taxpayers can claim the annual value of self-occupied properties as nil only on the fulfillment of certain conditions. Considering the difficulties faced by taxpayers, it is proposed to allow the benefit of 2 such self-occupied properties without any condition. To streamline the process of transfer pricing and to provide an alternative to yearly examination, I propose to introduce a scheme for determining arm's length price of international transaction for a block period of 3 years. This will be in line with global best practices. With a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation, the scope of safe harbor rules is being expanded. A number of senior and very senior citizens have very old national savings schemes accounts. As interest is no longer payable on such accounts, I propose to exempt withdrawals made from NSS by individuals on or after 29th August 2024. I am also proposing to allow similar treatment to NPS Vatsalya accounts as is available to normal NPS accounts subject to overall limits. In my speech in July 2024, I had promised that all processes, including giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. So I'm happy to announce that digitalization is being made operational now. In July 2024, we brought in the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme to resolve income tax disputes pending in appeal. The scheme has received a great response, with nearly 33,000 taxpayers having availed of the scheme to settle their disputes. I have a few proposals to promote investment and employment. It is proposed to provide a presumptive taxation regime for non-residents who provide services to a resident company that is establishing or operating an electronics manufacturing facility. I further propose to introduce a safe harbor for tax certainty for non-residents who store components for supply to specified electronics manufacturing units. Presently, the tonnage tax scheme is available only to sea-going ships. The benefits of existing tonnage tax scheme are proposed to be extended to inland vessels registered under the Indian Vessels Act 2021 to promote inland water transport in the country. Extension for incorporation of startups. We continue to support the Indian startup ecosystem. I propose to extend the period of incorporation by 5 years to allow the benefit available to startups which are incorporated before 1/4/2030. In order to attract and promote additional activities in the IFSC, I am inter alia proposing specific benefits to ship leasing units, insurance offices, and treasury centers of global companies which are set up in IFSC. Further, to claim benefits, the cutoff date for commencement in IFSC has also been extended by 5 years to 31/3/2030. Category 1 and Category 2 AIFs are undertaking investments in infrastructure and other such sectors. I propose to provide certainty of taxation to these entities on the gains from securities. To promote funding from sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to the infrastructure sector, I propose to extend the date of making an investment by 5 more years up to 31st March 2030. Personal income tax reforms with special focus on middle class. Democracy, demography, and demand are the key support pillars in our journey towards Vikasit Bharat. The middle class provides strength for India's growth. This government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has always believed in the admirable energy and ability of the middle class in nation building. In recognition of their contribution, we have periodically reduced their tax burden. Right after 2014, the nil tax slab was raised to 2.5 lakhs of rupees, which was further raised to 5 lakh rupees in 2019 and to 7 lakh rupees in 2023. This is reflective of our government's trust on the middle class taxpayers. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. lakh per month other than the special rate income such as capital gains under the new regime. This limit will be 12.75 lakh for salaried taxpayers due to the standard deduction of 75,000. Slabs and rates are being changed across the board to benefit all taxpayers. The new structure will substantially reduce the taxes of the middle class and leave more money in their hands, boosting household consumption, savings and investment. In the new tax regime, I propose to revise tax rate structures as follows. 0 to 4 lakh rupees nil, 4.8 lakh rupees to 4 to 8 lakh rupees 5%, 8 to 12 lakh rupees 10%, 12 to 16 lakh rupees 15%, 16 to 20 lakh rupees 20%, 20 to 24 lakh rupees 25%, and above 24 lakh rupees 30%. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of normal income other than special rate income such as capital gains. I read that again. To taxpayers up to 12 lakh of income other than special rate income such as capital gains, tax rebate is being provided in addition to the benefit due to slab rate reduction in such a manner that there is no tax payable by them. The total tax benefit of slab rate changes and rebate at different income levels can be illustrated with a few examples. A taxpayer in the new regime with an income of 12 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 80,000 rupees in tax, which is 100% of tax payable as per the existing rates. A person having income of 18 lakh rupees will get a benefit of 70,000 rupees in tax. That is 30% of tax payable as per existing rates. A person with an income of 25 lakh gets a benefit of 1,10,000 rupees. That is 25% of his tax payable as per existing rates. Details of my tax proposals are given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, Honorable Speaker, sir, revenue of about 1 lakh crore in direct taxes and 2,600 crores in indirect taxes will be foregone. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2025.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Thank you. सभा की कार्रवाई सोमवार दिनांक 3 फरवरी 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Right now, and I need to get into quick reaction mode out here. I think this has been an excellent budget for the middle class. It's an incredible budget for the middle class. It is even more than what people expected. We were expecting that there would be zero tax to up to 10 lakh rupees.
Yes.
But it's been brought up to 12 lakh rupees. But I'm not totally clear what happens beyond that. Can you give us the tax suggestions from the way you understand it. Abhishek, over to you. Let's do a quick 5-minute analysis.
Finance Minister clearly said, that from 0 to 4 lakh, that's for the old tax regime, I believe. 0 to 4 lakh, no tax. 4 to 8 lakh, 5%. 8 to 12 lakh, 10%.
That was old tax regime.
Yes, but for the new tax regime, I think till 12 lakh, no tax, plus 75,000 standard deduction. So till 12 lakh, 75,000 rupees, no tax. That's a big one because earlier it was 7 lakh rupees plus 75,000.
Right.
So 5 lakh rupee jump.
But
and just for comparison,
there'll be benefits beyond that as well.
Absolutely.
But she's including in indirect tax when she's calculating the benefit for people, say, above 25 lakhs.
No, this is personal income tax. This is personal income tax. And remember, the limit, which was just 1 lakh rupees in 2005, was increased to 2 lakh rupees in 2012. When the Modi government took over, it's about 2.5 lakh rupees. It stands at 12.75 lakh now.
So this makes the Modi government the absolute hero of the middle class for this morning at least. Your first take on this, Sushil? How are the reactions to this? What do you see the income tax slabs in comparison to the expectations?
See, the first reaction that came to mind as I heard her talk was that a large number of us in India who used to be feeling the guilt of being tax burglars, we will have a more legitimate life of earning more legitimately and spending more legitimately. There are too many people I know who hold big cars but still do not declare more than 10 lakhs or 8 lakhs as taxable income. So the entire GDP computation will go up.
I think we should have the graphics out on the previous
tax collections will go up.
Situation very, very clearly, please.
And I think, more than Arnab, just the arithmetic of putting some more money into the pockets of middle class. What to me it hints is government going forward.
Can I have the tax regime graphics up quickly, please? Thank you.
To me, what it hints is 4 years ago, Narendra Modi ji had once uttered, which no Prime Minister uttered, that this government respects wealth creators. I think, some very solid steps are getting taken in government's aggression in direct taxation. And going forward, some very dynamic measures may not be impossible at all, wherein India will be one of the most friendly countries in terms of income tax. This kind of huge jump. Huge positive feedback coming. I think preliminary reactions are absolutely exuberant. And though of course I'm yet to see it in the markets. I don't know why, Mr. Kedia, the market's still in red somehow. Why? See, markets had run up ahead of the finance minister.
They'll respond in a bit. Maybe it's just sinking in.
Those who see the stock market is a simple place. Stock market is a simple place. You can be comfortable or you can be profitable. Those who want to be profitable after having the comfort of listening to the budget will pay money to people like me who bought tremendous
boost to India's human resource ecosystem. I can see the manner in which focuses on skilling centers, the manner in which there is focus on STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, math, the manner in which medical colleges seats are to be increased by 10,000, IITs to be upgraded, all those which have been set up after 2014 to be brought to the level of ones that existed earlier. I think it's a huge thing. National nuclear energy mission,
let's focus on the tax, please. I mean, that's the only focus. This plate just came in and it went away.
Contributing to economy, but this tax thing is huge. Personal income tax, I think this is going to be the cherry on the cake.
So understand that what is going to happen now is that since there is a 12 lakh exemption, more people are going to move from the old tax regime to the new tax regime. Because at 12 lakhs, it's a huge number. You're going to cover a lot of ground, more than 25%.
I think the last point is mistake. 16 to 12 lakh we've written. I think we need to correct that very quickly. Production team, you got a factual error there. Please fix that, please. And let's redo and recheck the graphics before we fire them. Thank you. Let's not make mistakes, production team. Thank you.
So when the 12 lakh exemption comes, more and more people are going to move from the old tax regime to the new tax regime. What it is going to give is that today that consumption flip will happen. That's very, very important. And also remember, they have ear to the ground. The Honorable Finance Minister has heard what the people wanted. The TDS limit, as you know, when you're paying rent, has gone up from 2.4 to 6 lakhs. So there is a clear indication that the middle class needs to be concentrated. Yes, and the best part is no tinkering on LTCG, no increment on long-term capital gain tax. And believe me, from one house, 2 houses has been given for self-occupation deduction. So there is a clear understanding of what the middle class wants. 12 lakh is a major number. Imagine this is a number bigger than what we gave for 50, 60 years. That's the kind of increment.
The finance minister began by saying that she has her ear to the ground and fingers on the pulse. I think that the government has really finally read.
But I want to understand a layman question out here. When we are saying that there is no income tax up to 12 lakh, but we are saying that the 8 to 10 lakh segment is 10%. How does this add up?
No, that is for the old regime. So if you file under the new regime where there are no exemptions available for you, you can straight file under 12 lakhs without any tax. So if you choose the new regime, you will get straight exemption. So more people are going to move from the old. In the old, you have the exemption of Section 80C, insurance, housing loan, and all those exemptions. There they have increased the number. So what has happened earlier, after 15 lakhs, it was 30%. Now they have gone that to 24, which means 9 lakh rupees more has gone there. So on the old regime,
people who move, suppose there's somebody, please come in. Suppose there's somebody with an 11 lakh rupee income.
Yeah.
Who chooses the new tax regime.
So they don't have to invest anything for any risks. So 12 lakh is straight zero tax. You don't have to invest for anything.
Suppose someone is earning 11 lakh rupees and comes in the tax slab of 10%, 8 to 10 lakh. How does it become 0%?
Now he can just file the tax return in new tax regime. So there is no tax for him up to 12 under the new regime. Because
what is this 10% then?
No, that if you file under the old regime.
Old regime.
So Arnab, just to clarify for your viewers,
because that graphic will be confusing for a lot of people.
Anybody who is filing
the old tax regime. Yeah, this is for the old tax regime.
Yeah. So Abhishek, there are two important points to be noted. If you file under the new tax regime, you can't go back to the old tax regime. That's another point you need to remember.
You have, my question is, you've been told there's a no income tax up to 12 lakh rupees.
Correct.
I earn 11.99 lakh rupees.
Correct.
Right.
No tax.
I have no tax.
Correct.
But the tax slab, the tax slab is showing me at 10%.
Okay.
Explain how do the two add up?
Okay. Let me explain this for you.
That's what I want to see added up on the graphics as well on the screen out there.
Yeah.
I want to be clear about this.
So there's a bit of a nudge towards new tax regime.
Okay, I'll explain this, Arnab. Let's say your salary is 11.99 lakh.
Correct.
You should file your taxation under new tax regime. Okay. If you file under new tax regime, you are zero taxed. If you file under the old,
what happens to this 10% category?
That is only for people who are filing under old tax regime. Now let us say Arnab has got two choices, old tax regime or new. If you file under the old, then you will be under 10%.
Yeah, so what the mistake we are making on the graphics also, we are showing this as new tax, old tax. Let's be very clear about one thing. There are tax slabs and there is
the old tax regime. For the new tax regime, up to 12 it's zero.
Yeah, so when we show the tax, please show the graphics properly. When you say that there is under the new tax regime, up to 12 lakhs is 0%, because you're showing this as 10%. That is if you choose the old regime.
Correct.
Under the old regime.
Correct.
In the tax slab would be at 10%.
Correct.
But then with that 10%, you would have the option of several areas in which you can ask for deductions. So it amount more or less to the same thing. We need to be very clear. We need to show the new tax regime. And that has to be done very, very carefully. I want my entire business team, I want the Republic Digital team to make those graphics of the new tax slabs under the new tax regime so that there is absolutely no confusion. Yes, please. I want to understand this once again. Please, can you tell me once again how this will work out? Sushil Kedia, and I'd like to get a chartered accountant on air, please, so I can get my personal finance expert to explain this. Can we get Sanjeev Narayan, please, on air? He's been with us for a long time, and can we get him on air to explain how exactly this is going to work out? So I'm telling my guest relations team right now to get me the personal finance people right on air, 2 or 3 experts, immediately within the next 3 or 4 minutes, so that this can be explained, right? And I don't need to be nudging my news desk now on what to be doing on this. The fact is, they're also told that there is a new income tax bill which is going to be introduced next week, and the finance minister has said that the new income tax bill is designed to be clear and direct in its language, ensuring simplicity and ease of understanding for both taxpayers. Can I have the market graphics also on there? Why do you have to prompt that? For both taxpayers and tax administrators, it's straightforward. The market graphics can be fired. It's straightforward and aims to eliminate confusion, making it more accessible and user-friendly for all stakeholders involved. So we are looking forward to a new income tax bill. I think what will happen is everyone's going to move to the new tax regime.
Yeah.
So everyone will
aimed
move.
at nudging people from the old to the new. That's what I was saying, that they will try to make the new tax regime little more enticing, and that's what seems to be the aim, because in the old tax regime till 12 lakh, you still pay some tax. But in the new one, you are not paying any tax till 12 lakh, right?
Most of them will swing out here.
Yes.
Now, because it's 0 till 12 here. And once you swing, remember, you can't go back.
Yes.
So it's basically to dephase it out and ensure that the old tax regime no longer remains, but given higher an exemption. But yes, it will affect certain industries like insurance, where Section 80C and other investments used to come during Jan, Feb, March. That will reduce. But yes, it will ensure that people have more consumption and wallet share left in their pocket to spend. This will be a real boost, and 5 lakh is a big number.
And that chartered accountants remain in business.
I don't have guessed their list of...
Because to understand all of this, you will need a brain of a higher order. So chartered accountants will be the beneficiaries of any scheme, old, new or middling.
Yeah, we need to get our chartered accountants on air in the next 3 minutes. I'm giving a 3-minute deadline.
How do they do your tax planning, Arnab? How's your tax planning done?
Well, it's done very meticulously, very much in advance, and completely, above board, always.
But we are talking about
middle class, as a company, as an individual. Mukesh Aghi is president and CEO of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. I get a comment from him. Mukesh, what do you think about what you've seen so far in the budget? Your post-budget reaction, please.
Another DC guy.
Thank you.
Well, I think the budget is very, very pro-people. They're able to bring the taxes down. I think the important thing is bring a balance on economic growth, making sure there's equality down to the lower segment of the society. It's important that India is the fastest growing market in the world today, and that we need to maintain the momentum. At the same time, ensuring that the gap between the haves and have-nots does not get much broader and wider. So I applaud the budget presented by the Modi 3.0, and look forward to bringing more US companies into the Indian market.
Yeah, absolutely. Abhishek, over to you. I'm just doing some desk stuff out here.
Mr. Aghi, there's a big announcement that has been made, and so the entire focus is on that. But we have you, and I believe you are prepping up for Prime Minister's visit to the United States next month. Is it going to be a big one? Are there going to be major announcements insofar as India-US trade relationship is concerned?
Well, you have to understand, we have a new president with a very different vision than the Biden administration. It is going to be a very, very transactional presidency. So the fundamental question you have to ask is, what is the president looking at? What works for India? What does not work for India? At the moment, he is looking for market access, level playing field. He's looking for basically a trade deal with India, but at the same time making sure that India is able to take back a substantial number of illegal immigrants. So I think the focus is going to be illegal migration. Focus is going to be on a trade deal and more investment from Indian company into the US.
Right. Fair enough. And do you see the budget, an indication in the budget that the government of India is really also readying up for that, prepping up for that kind of transactional relationship?
Come on.
Well, I don't think the budget is tied to this trip or visit itself, but the budget is more focused on trying to drive further consumption, spending power of the Indian consumer. That means that gives a choice to US companies to go after the domestic market. Classic example is Apple. 4 years ago, Apple didn't have much of a market share in India. Today, its revenue has gone up by almost $5 billion in domestic market. So I think as you increase the purchasing power of Indian consumer, that is going to attract US companies to come into India more and more.
I'll thank you.
There is one issue here. What Trump will do is he will try and move all manufacturing back to the United States. So the manufacturing of Apple that is happening in India could be a potential red flag as far as Trumpian policies are concerned. We've seen that in the past. It may happen again, unless you, with your massive influence, can lean on Trump to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, you have to understand, it took almost 40 years for manufacturing to move out of the US and concentrated in China. It will take at least 20 years to move back. So I think that's where we have to look at Atmanirbhar Bharat and America first, and see how you can blend and collaborate, cooperate.
Thank you very much.
You can finish some goods in India and finish some goods in the US. So I think it's an opportunity for India to leverage
we're getting a response right now. We got Tyag back of Blue Star, and we got Rajan Navani, both from CII, for their post-budget reactions. Let's go across to both the gentlemen. Rajan, this time you first. Rajan.
Visionary budget.
So I think
volume up. Windows on the screen.
Budget, when you look at it from, it's been a great budget when you look at it from the angle of the investment in people, innovation, and economy. But I think what is important is going to be how do we really look at the government's initiative of building a trust-based regulatory framework and creating ease of business that will trigger an accelerated investment from the private sector. I think the last closing statement of giving more money in the hands of the middle class was really going to be something that will boost the morale of many young people. I think the investment on technology, which we discussed earlier, while we have an additional center of excellence in AI, I think we have to narrow down and really invest significantly in Gen AI. As a country, I don't think we're getting the impact of such a technology on the world and what it's going to do, because it hits across every industry. Would have loved to see more there. Additional national skilling centers coming up, all are very good. But I think overall covered many aspects, but this will really unlock its true value if all stakeholders are able to align around this larger inclusive agenda for India's future.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what I'm going to do in about 10 minutes is I'm going to open up phone lines to everyone who wants to ask questions regarding tax slabs. And at 12:45 onwards, I will have a panel on personal finance experts, because that's the focus, as far as I understand, of this budget. Everybody wants clarity on that. Tyag, your reaction, please. Tyag.
Arnab, thank you. The first thing is the fiscal discipline. It is commendable. Second thing is about the consumption story. Because of the personal taxation limits being raised, I think the consumer durables industry, FMCG, should be immensely benefiting from that. National manufacturing mission and focus on exports is other important element of this budget. Becoming a global toy hub or the electronic manufacturing, MSME focus are commendable.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyag. Let's go back on the personal finance aspect out here. You want to give some bigger views, overall views, Suhail, on what you've seen the budget so far?
It has been a wise budget. I'm not prone to hyperbole saying visionary budget, pro-poor, pro-earner, pro-location. No. I have 3 points to make. Number one, I think the entire focus on energy is a welcome focus. We need to be self-reliant. My grouse is, why do we believe in partial pregnancy? We only have 50 tourist destinations outlined. Why not the entire spectrum? Because that's where we need to take a broad-based policy. Number three, Arnab, while everyone will be ecstatic about tax slabs, I will repeat what I said earlier in the day. As responsible citizens, we need to welcome the fact that
I need to see a busy screen right now. I want 6 windows. Vijay Sardana is looking down. So I need to see the 6 windows. Aditi, I won't direct for you. Come on. Yeah, please, carry on, please.
So I generally believe it's a wise budget. It's a budget meant to harness India's potential. And I only hope there are no rollbacks. And I hope the bureaucracy and the other arms of the government are whipped into shape. Because one thing which Rajan also talked about, ease of business has not been effectively deconstructed as I wish it would have. Because the point is, you can keep wanting to do a lot of things. If there are obstacles, nothing will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. The grids and breaking grids have gone completely slow right now. Desk needs to perk up. And ladies and gentlemen, the development measures are proposed across 10 areas, focusing on poor youth, farmers and women. But I think that essentially this focus here is on tax cuts. We've not seen tax cuts like this. Old tax slabs and new tax slabs. Vijay Sardana is with us tonight. How do you, Mr. Sardana, look overall at this budget and in terms of the macroeconomics before I go to the personal finance aspect at 12:45? Vijay.
I think there are a lot of initiatives which Government of India has done, but the biggest concern is if you look into economic survey and also the outcome. Let me give you an example to put things into perspective. This year we launched many of the missions. In last couple of years we had a oilseed mission. If you see the economic survey, the least growth is in oilseed category, even after launching the mission.
Oh, okay.
What this indicates that whatever mission we are announcing in the budget, the execution is somewhere not in place, and that is leading that you are giving focus the least in across the agriculture, where there is no mission, no development, no government intervention. Those sectors are doing better.
Put the 4 window and the market graphics up.
And wherever it is government intervention in the name of mission, I think there is the least growth. And reverse side is
4 windows and market graphics up, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, go on, please.
And the reverse side is
that
we have the least growth in oil seeds. Oil seed product costs are less than MSP and imports are highest in the world.
Yeah.
I think this is where the government of India, especially Modi government, should focus is on execution.
Yeah.
Because announcements are many,
Abhishek.
executions are missing.
I think there are some announcements, but I still want to focus on this very important aspect coupled with the TCS, TDS changes, Mr. Kedia, and the change in the new tax regime. I think the whole discussion that was there in the morning about getting some disposable income out in the economy, I think the finance minister has sort of delivered on it.
Yes, I said we will expect sweetness regarding personal taxation from the finance minister. I don't think there is any elbow room left for things to be sweeter than what she has said. TCS and TDS being rationalized to a point, taking care of the elderly, the stupidities of taxing rent paid at 20,000 a month now gone to 50,000.
Now.
Okay, and also, including, for example, these this increase in limit for rent from 2.4 lakh to 6 lakh, including for the senior citizens, the TDS limit from 50,000 to 1 lakh. What difference is going to make in terms of greasing of the economy?
See, these were frivolities given the size of the economy, the way things have changed. And government is undoing with administrative frivolities, looking at the realistic changes that are happening in the economy today. They were a nuisance for citizens at that order. So, it's a simplification more than, putting more money into the pockets.
Yeah.
The greater money into the pockets has been put in by, adjusting the new tax regime in a way that because of the rebate, and mind you, rebate is not a birthright that will last forever. Rebate is a temporary measure being given, if you read in between the lines.
This is not. One sec. I take that off, please. Yeah.
If you read in between the lines, you've changed the rate and you've given a rebate. The rebate can be lifted any time into the future.
Yeah.
But people are assuming, both will continue.
Yeah.
So, right? ये गवर्नमेंट बनिए के दिमाग से काम कर रही है.
No, you think the constituency has been addressed, Lokesh? The constituency that was getting restless?
Well, there is a lot more to do. Right now, yes, the government has given a relief by increasing the tax slab. By the new tax regime, there is a 12 lakh limit where nobody is subjected to taxation. This will stimulate microfinance also. It will stimulate domestic demand also. It will have positive outcomes. But the major area of worry is there isn't any major declaration with respect to the social sector scheme as per se. The government is talking about skill development. The government is talking about Atal Tinkering Labs. It is talking about some form of measures to bring about a skilled workforce and all. But
what I'm not clear about, and you explain this to me, there is a nil tax slab up to 12 lakh. Right? There is a nil tax slab up to 12 lakh, that is 12.75 lakh for the salaried class taxpayers with standard deduction of 75,000 rupees. My question therefore is that when the government tells us that the slabs and rates that are being changed across the board shows 8 to 12 lakh rupees at 10%.
So how is it then?
How is it zero? Can someone explain that to me?
I'll explain it.
You
file it under
your
own tax regime. When an assessee is, when you are filing an income tax return, you have two options.
Yeah.
Whether you file it under the old tax regime or you file it under the new tax regime. So if a taxpayer is filing it under the old tax regime, then he has to be subjected to tax slabs of 0 to 4 lakh,
Correct.
4 to 10 lakh, 10 to 12 lakh. That's 4 to 8 lakh, 8 to 12 lakh.
Correct.
However,
that is the old tax regime.
That's the old tax regime.
Okay.
So suppose that the person tells his chartered accountant that now since the government has raised the limit to 12 lakh and 75% deduction, so we will be filing the returns this year in the new tax regime. Then that person doesn't have to pay any tax up till 12 lakh rupees. He can claim a standard deduction.
But he can't go back to the old regime
but
ever.
After going into the new tax regime, he cannot come back to the old tax regime.
He can't come back. You can't keep switching.
But under the
So I think the government should get its communication right on this.
Don't agonize over this. In life, there are only two certainties: taxes and death. Whatever has to happen will happen. Don't agonize over this, because there's a reason why governments are governments. Their job is to confuse the hell out of us.
Okay,
they've done with aplomb.
What I'm going to do is that from Ashwini and Associates, fantastic chartered accountant Sanjeeva Narayan is joining us right now, one of the best and leading chartered accountants of the National Capital Region. And let's open up the phone line so people can answer this. Sanjeeva, I'm going to ask some really layman questions out here. I'm earning 11.99 lakh rupees. The government says that I have zero tax, but then the government is also showing me slabs which are going on air right now in Republic, saying 12 to 16 lakh rupees, 8 to 12 lakh is 10%. Can you clarify for me, is it 10% or 0%? And
no,
how do these
things... The way the new scheme functions, you have a rebate of a specified amount, so that incomes up to 12 lakhs should be exempt from tax. So they provide a rebate, from 4 to 12 lakhs, the amount of tax which is due. To that extent, there is a rebate. So you get an exemption from that, and effectively the amount of 12 lakhs, you are not liable to pay tax. So this is the
But how does it add up? I mean, you're saying 10%, but you're giving me rebate of 10%, making it effectively 0%.
That is the way it adds up.
Technically, I'm paying tax.
Huh?
Technically,
no, you're not paying tax. No, nothing is going out of your hands. So you're not paying tax.
So this is only aimed at making sure I file my returns.
You file your returns so that you are in the radar. People know the.
So the thing is, the point is, there is going to be a rebate given on the 10 lakh rupees. So this effective rate of taxation will be 0%. But since you think I may cross over to a taxable category, you're going to keep a watch on me.
And I would not say you'll watch on me. I'm nobody to put words.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that a person paying zero tax after a rebate should not think that they will not be required to file their returns. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, they're not seriously out of the tax system. They're not. You will still be required to file return. Yes, that's right.
So a person will have to file the return and then get a rebate.
I told you
get a rebate on.
Sanjeev will be rich by the end of next fiscal year. All of us will be depleted.
I hope I'm. Sohail, thank you for the wishes. I hope your words come true.
Sohail will come to you for his tax returns. He's got to pay more tax. Tax authorities keep the focus on this man.
Please keep. Anyway, I don't want to say what I did to Jaswant Singh many years. But Sanjeev, on a serious note, do you believe that even in our taxation, even in their taxation policy, there is ease of understanding? Without ease of understanding, how will there be ease of business? I'm unable to understand why we have complexities for every simple thing in this country.
No, but Suhail, on that...
No, 1 minute, let him... No, 1 minute.
Phone numbers on. Phone numbers on,
No, just to reply to what Suhail is saying, that our Income Tax Act, it came into being in 1961. Since 1961 to 2025, more than 60, 70 years later, there's been an entire change in the operating ecosystem, the social needs, the political needs, the economic needs have changed. So, I understand that we make our bread and butter out of a complicated tax regime, a complicated tax structure. But with the FM's, promise of bringing a new simplified tax law, which will, we have provisos, we have sub-provisos, we have explanations, we have sub-explanations, we have clauses. So there's a lot of complication in the existing act. But with the new act, I'm sure the FM would take care of all those things and limit the income tax to what it is meant to be. That is a collection of direct taxes and not extended to many other socio-economic and other political aims.
Okay, so this is an explanatory Saturday afternoon where we are trying to explain. And the first question I asked today on behalf of many of you, will I have to file my returns if I am under 12 lakhs?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
In your case, it's a non sequitur. because your income will never be under 12 lakhs.
He's talking about per month.
I am asking on behalf of people. I am asking on behalf of people.
Yeah.
I'm asking on behalf of the people.
You have to file Arnab.
You're asking on behalf of corporate India, Sohail.
Yeah, that 12 lakhs is a kind of a misnomer.
I don't understand. Pre-budget, he's against corporate India. Post-budget, he comes for corporate India. He's got to decide which side he's on. No, your friend Piruz Kambata is on right now.
Piruz, fine, yeah.
Okay, put Piruz on it.
Let me tell you, I'm not against anyone. All I'm saying is that corporate India must absolve itself of latent hypocrisy. You cannot want sops from the government and then ask for freedom. There's always a catch. And there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Okay.
Or a free rasna.
Should I open order free rasna? Okay, this is going to be a boost in my view for India's consumer FMCG sector. I'd like to see how Piruz is responding. Piruz, are you excited about this? It's great for the middle class, this budget. What do you think, Piruz?
Yes. They are going to save a lot of money. They should at least spend 2-3 rupees more on rasna. I'll be very happy.
Stop plugging. Put an ad out on. Buy an ad on Republic. Stop plugging. Okay, now tell me seriously. What do you expect the impact of this to be?
I was expecting this to go up to 10 lakh or something.
Okay.
12 lakh rupees up to that no tax is a very great move.
Yeah.
And it is not only 12 lakhs.
Yeah.
Even up to a 25 lakh income, you save money, and you save significant money.
Yeah.
And in spite of this 1 lakh crore giveaway, the deficit, the fiscal deficit, will still be within the target.
Yeah.
And I think that shows that the government is pretty confident on growth.
Very confident on growth, punting on growth.
Otherwise, this little deficit would not have stayed safe.
Yeah.
See, you haven't touched on, you're worried about taxes.
Now, I think don't only focus on this salary. I think we should focus on the overall budget into various sectors. Like, for example, even manufacturing has been given a lot of boost.
Exactly.
Food processing has been given boost.
Yeah.
Exports have been given boost.
Yeah.
They are talking of EODB.
Agricultural growth.
And they are talking of decriminalization of more laws. So this is, I think, the whole package will also add to the growth.
You see, it's all linked. It's all linked, Piruz. Piruz, the growth areas, agriculture, rural prosperity, manufacturing, MSME, then energy supplies, promoting exports. All of this is the belief of the government. That's why the government says we are going to take the hit we're going to forego income we're going to forego income, but we are confident the country will move forward and we are all moving forward.
So I think if I were to position this budget, it's a belief in India and a belief in Indians' budget. The first time ever the government of India has recognized that Indians have the potential and India has that potential to be in the comity of nations as an economic superpower. And they are enablers,
I have too many
not
callers.
interrupters.
Numbers. Too many callers are calling in right now. The phone numbers are on the screen. Sanjeeva will take questions. All of us will support Sanjeeva in the process. We are just going to be taking our callers in 1 second once I get a go-ahead from my very busy PCR. But for many salaried individuals, especially in the middle class group, this reform on taxes is going to result in significant savings. Additionally, the increased tax relief will give much needed support for household consumption, which has been household consumption location. It's going to be a huge factor, household consumption this time. It'll benefit large sections of the economy. I think that's one very important thing. Okay, Jeetu Punjabi is also joining us in a bit. Jeetu Punjabi is a fantastic guy, runs his own fund now, used to be heading the Capital Group, one of the best investment bankers the country has seen so far. But we have clarity on this. Abhishek has clarity. Let's get Jeetu in first before I come to you. Jeetu, big headline you're drawing. Big headline you're drawing today.
Well, I think the big headline is that she had something for every section of the economy. She's been extremely responsible fiscally, and she's given hands in the pockets of the people who really needed it. I think it's good for the country, and she's also had the manufacturing sector. So I think all of the above, but that's really what I think my top thoughts are.
Absolutely. Jeetu, stay with us. We got callers calling in on the tax changes. Pawan from Bengaluru, first caller, and then we keep it going. Pawan, your question. Can you keep it brief? Do you have a question on the tax issue?
Hello.
Yeah, Pawan, on the tax issue, any question?
Yeah, actually, I'm working in corporate, and they're cutting a minimal amount already for the tax. So will I get the refund as it is up to 12% as nil now?
Sanjeev, you got that?
Yeah, these, the new tax rates will apply prospectively from 1st April 25 onwards. So they are effectively for financial year 25-26, not for financial year 24-25.
Excellent.
So for the current year, the old rates will apply. So you cannot expect a refund for the tax bill this year. The reduced tax rates are applicable for financial year 25-26. That is assessment year 26-27, for which you will file a return next year.
That's brilliant.
Unfortunately, I have to say no.
In fact,
You won't get a refund.
Arnab should put your phone number on the screen so that people can actually call you directly. And
then I'm going to charge a commission then from Sanjeev.
He'll help the people. He'll help the people.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. You know. Come on. Okay. Vivek Kumar is calling from Mumbai. This is a absolute people tax session I'm going to do for 15 minutes. Yeah, Vivek. Hi. What's your question? Sanjeev's taking questions. We'll have more experts also joining. Vivek Kumar from Mumbai.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Louder, louder. Yes, go on, Vivek. Go on.
Up to 12 lakh, there is no taxes. But what is like somebody who's earning more than 12 lakhs, like somebody who's earning 30 lakhs? So how much he need to pay taxes in the new tax regime and how much he need to pay tax in the old tax regime? So let's do a comparison and show how much we have benefited from this new policy. This is what we want to understand.
I'll explain.
Exact figure, Nirmala Sitharaman has pointed out, it will be about 80,000 rupees.
The slab will apply.
He's saying, Vivek, if I understand correctly, you're saying you want to know what exactly a person will forego in taxes, direct taxes, at various levels, right, Vivek?
Like somebody who's earning more than 12 lakh rupees, so how much, he need to pay, like 5%, 10% in the new tax regime. And the same if somebody is, opting for the old tax regime, and that guy is going to be taxed on like from 0 to 4 is free, 4 to 5, 4 to 8 is 5%. So including that guy is going for like 80C and 80D and 80G. So how much he is going to benefit if he chooses the old tax regime and new tax regime? This is what I'm comparing.
Let Sanjeev take that. Let Sanjeev take that. Sanjeev, thank you, Vivek. Sanjeev is you want to answer that?
You see, in the new tax regime, up to 12 lakhs, the tax level you will get a rebate and you will not get any further deductions except for the standard deduction on account of salaries. So effectively, if you are a salaried taxpayer, you get a rebate of 12 lakhs 75,000. And the tax rebate, the rates are as for 12 lakhs onwards. And if you are following the earlier tax regimes, your 80C, 80G, etc., you are entitled to those rebates, but your tax liability kicks in at 4 lakhs. So you will, depending on your personal status, what kind of exemptions do you have, what kind of rebates do you have for under various sections, you'll have to do a back of the envelope calculation comparing the two. The income tax sites offer a facility where you can compare your two regimes and opt which one to apply for. So one can't give any blanket answer as to what would be applicable.
But would it be fair to say there'll be overall benefit for someone say at 15 lakh, 20 lakh, Sanjeev?
Yeah, it'll normally speaking, generally speaking, very broadly speaking, it'll be beneficial to people in that range. Yeah.
We have just one minute here, please. There are different voices in my ear right now. Ashok Sehgal is joining, co-chairperson of CII. Thank you very much, Mr. Sehgal. Your first reaction from CII on this budget?
Well, I think, as you mentioned, I'm with CII, National Council for MSME matters. Yeah. And this budget has been very, very encouraging for MSMEs. The turnover required to qualify for each of the slabs of micro, small and medium enterprises has been doubled in this budget. Now, if you look at the contribution of MSMEs to the national economy, contribute in the past about 45% of manufacturing GDP. With the new limits which have been announced, I would expect that this number may touch 60%. Similarly, in terms of exports, which were earlier about 35%, this should be somewhere in the range of close to 50%.
Yeah.
So once we get up to such a large contribution by MSMEs, I'm sure MSMEs' problems and issues would be looked at much more seriously at the central level, as it is already identified by FM as one of the 3 thrust areas or engines she defined right at the beginning of her speech, but also at the state and local levels where most MSMEs face difficulties in the interactions with the bureaucracy and the rule makers.
Exactly.
Once they realize what is the contribution being made by MSMEs, I'm sure that they would be far more responsive in terms of making life easier for the MSMEs and in facilitating anything to help them to grow faster. So I think this has been the most significant thing we could have seen.
Ashok, taking off from what you just said, a good thing for you and CII, I mean, under your stewardship would be to actually launch a nationwide awareness campaign to encourage states to involve MSMEs in this new ecosystem of the mainstream economy. That would be a step forward.
Thank you.
Quite right. And I'm happy to say, of course, not related to the budget, but generally, CII does have a structure that from the National Council, we have regional councils and state councils, and each of them have a lot of representation from MSMEs. And there is a misconception somewhere that CII is a organization of large corporates. About 70% of the membership of CII is from MSMEs.
Absolutely.
And apart from that, every meeting that we have, we see the large corporates are very, very supportive of MSMEs. They always talk of MSMEs, MSMEs part of the supply chain, and encourage MSMEs to come up.
Ashok Sehgal, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I'm joined by Mayank. Mayank is joining us, and Mayank is partner of Khaitan & Company. This is a tax segment, Mayank. Actually, the way the budget panned out, Mayank, this has completely become a focus on tax. So I'm opening up lines. Thank you for joining us. And that's your practice. And we also have with us Sanjeeva Narayan, partner at Ashwini & Associates. 2 great personal finance experts with us. Thank you very much. Jeevan is calling in from Assam. We're going to take your calls. I have 100 calls lined up and waiting to go. So each caller will get 10 seconds and straight answers. Short answers, please. Jeevan from Assam, if you can hear me, what's your question? And lines should go straight on the landlines through. Jeevan is not lined up right now. Okay, PCR is informing now that he's dropped. And ladies and gentlemen, raising the income tax exemption threshold to 12 lakh is a deeply positive move, especially for the middle classes. Yes, please.
One important point, India is the only democratic country which is given an exemption of 5.2 times their national per capita income as exemption. India's per capita income is at about $2,600. Into 5.2 times is your exemption given, which is the highest world over. Point number 1. Point number 2, all TV channels, including, we need to be very specific because the words are very confusing. It is new slabs for old regime. The moment you put new income tax slab, people get confused between new regime, old regime, new slab. So English has to be new tax slab for old regime, and new regime is different. So this is how you have to put.
So I mean, I just said because it's the regime. They might get confused when you say regime. They might think it's another tax. No, I'm just saying to be clear.
Next time I'm going to use some words, Sohail, I'm going to ask you before I use it.
I love it.
Okay, so I think 5.2 times the per capita income is the highest in the world. So for any democratic country. And that's big. And I think the highlight of the budget is that 12 lakh exemption. And it's going to save a huge number.
Very true.
Can you be quiet, please, Abhishek? Now, the question is, Rajesh Dimri, is chair of CIS Taxation Committee, is going to be joining us. But I want to start by asking Mayank to explain to all our viewers before the calls come in, and maybe we have a few callers. I think Ganesh is calling in from Bengaluru. What this means for those below 12 lakh and above 12 lakh. How should they look at it?
No, so Arnab, thank you for this. See, it's a tax that's being applied to the old regime, right? So therefore, one, you'll have to see how it pans out in terms of the fine print in the bill. But nonetheless, at least from the preliminary reading of the finance bill that's been released till now, it appears to have a positive impact for both under the 12 lakh income bracket as well as also above the 12 lakh bracket as well. So one, you're pushing a lot of people who were liable to pay tax earlier, and that was a significant portion of the middle class and the earning class, who will now have a lot more disposable income at their hands and probably end up increasing consumption as well. That seems to be the intent. As also the fact that for people who are in above the 12 lakh regime, for them also there's a significant amount of tax savings. We'll obviously have to see how the finance bill is panned out in terms of the deductions that are available and whether that may have an impact or not. But that's something that we can surely sort of look at over the course of the next 2-3 days when there are intellectual discussions on the fine print of the budget.
Okay, I'm just checking where the calls are on. Ganesh from Bengaluru, are you there? Ganesh from Bengaluru, are you there? PCR again. He's there.
Yeah, I am there.
He's there. Thank you very much. Our producers are saying you're not there, but I have a belief you're there. Ganesh, go on, please. What's your question?
Yeah. My question is, say I am a senior citizen. Suppose if my total income is 16 lakhs, well, and under the new tax regime, up to 12 lakhs, 12.75 lakhs, there is no tax. For the balance 4 lakhs, so what rate I should pay the tax in the new regime?
No, what is your income?
No, my income is 24 lakhs.
24 lakhs. So, what's your taxable income? So, what's your question? What's your question?
My question is, see, you said up to 12 lakhs there is no income tax. Now, for the balance 12 lakhs, how much of tax I have to pay?
No, I don't think it's like that. But they will explain to you. If you are having an income of 24 lakh, you will be taxed at the 24 lakh income level, I guess. But Sanjeeva will explain to you. Sanjeeva, answer the question, please. Sanjeeva.
Yeah, you see, it's a grading system of taxation. Correct. It's a slab rate. So as per the slab rate applicable to him, I don't know whether he has any deductions under Chapter 6A, etc., etc. And as Mayank said, we'll have to look at the fine print as to how the scheme of deductions has been reframed in the budget. But it will be on the slab rate as applicable to his current level of taxation. And we'll have to compare both the old and new regimes and decide what would be the effective rate and what would be his exact tax liability. But the fact remains, the basic answer is that he would be liable to pay tax as per the slab rates in force.
Ganesh, I hope that answers your question. And in case you need more information, Sanjeeva Narayan of Ashwini Associates is of course there to help you. Jayaraman is calling in from Hyderabad. Jayaraman ji, hi, what's your question? Jayaraman ji, are you there?
Hello. I'm Ganesh from Bangalore.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, you got your answer, sir, Ganesh ji? Thank you.
No, I did not get my answer. See, suppose if my income is 24 lakhs, at what rate I have to pay tax? More than 12 lakhs, at what rate I have to pay tax?
You need to appoint a CA first.
It is a chartered accountant session. Let Mayank answer that. Mayank.
No, so it's a progressive system of taxation. Yes. So while you are taking a very simple mathematical calculation, the 24 less 12 and therefore on 12 I'll have to pay taxes. That's not how the law works. You will have to first see what's your gross income, reduce the deductions, then come to the taxable income. And then depending on the slab in which you are, you'll be liable to pay taxes. So it's not a simple calculation that it's X percentage of 12 lakh and we'll call it a day. Unfortunately, the law is not, and in fact, income tax laws across the world are not as simple as that. But that's where the reality lies, Ganesh, for you.
Plus, it will also depend on the nature of income that you have. The level, the head of income, whether it is salaries or house property or interest, each scheduler system.
Louder.
Yeah. It will depend on the nature of tax liable income that you have. So calculations will depend on the quality of the income that you have, whether it is salaries or pensions or interest or house property.
Yeah, so I'm asking PCR again, when do I have to take my next break? Because I'm not getting instructions, so I'm having to speak on air. So Rajesh Dimri is the head of the CIA's Taxation Committee. Rajesh Dimri ji, what do you feel about the tax suggestions, the tax relief that has been given? Are you still waiting for some clarifications?
I think it's of course, we have to get into the fine print. A lot of details come in the fine print. But on an overall basis, if you look at the direct tax provisions, government is foregoing 1 lakh crores. That much money is going to be left in the hand of the taxpayers. And that on an overall basis is a great news for the taxpayers. Now, how individuals will get impacted will make it, will be different. But overall, 1 lakh crore of tax is being foregone.
No, as I understand it, Mr. Dimri, The fact is that if you are earning more than 12 lakh rupees, then this nil tax till 12 lakh does not apply to you. You are out of that.
So, this 12 lakh, 7 lakh being increased to 12 lakh rupees, if somebody is earning 24 lakh rupees, earlier they were getting a minimum, threshold of 7 lakh, which is going to get to 12 lakh. That will impact everyone, but people in the high income bracket will still end up paying tax. So it is only meant to apply to the middle income group, which is, I think, the whole focus on the, so the target audience has been. It is not that everybody will have a reduction because the 30% reduction remains. So it is only going to maximum impact a certain segment, but on an overall basis, a little bit benefit is available to everyone.
Amit Agarwal, founder of No Broker. Everyone knows No Broker is joining us right now. Amit, what do you make of the changes in the tax regime? What impact will this have on everywhere, including real estate market? Amit Agarwal, No Broker. Please go ahead, Amit. What do you think?
So basically having more money in the hands of the consumers is a good thing overall. But on the real estate side, we are a bit disappointed because not much has been done in terms of the real estate. So we were hoping that the housing loan exemption limit will be revised. We're also hoping that the capital gain taxes which were changed last year would be relooked at. So that hasn't been looked at. So not much for real estate in this budget, but happy to note that the income tax slabs basically have become more favorable.
Yeah. Okay. Amit, thank you. Abhishek, lines are open. Ram Mohan Naidu is calling from
Anantapur.
Anantapur. Mr. Naidu, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, what's your question? Go on, please.
Sir, actually, I'm getting nearly 20 lakhs.
Louder, please.
Yeah.
PCR, louder. Audio is to be pushed on louder from the audio control room. Thank you. Yes.
Sir, actually, I'm getting nearly 17 lakhs per annum.
So, 1 minute. Yes, sir.
I'm getting 17 lakhs per annum, and nearly now 15,000 rupees per month income tax is deducted. So just I want to know how much I can save with this new budget rules, sir, actually.
What's your income?
17.5 per annum, sir.
17.5 per annum, and you are,
yes,
what's
sir.
your question?
Now I have applied for new regime, sir, and nearly 15,000 rupees per month tax is deducted. So with this new slab, how much amount I am going to save per month, sir? Month or annum?
Okay, audio not very clear, but can you answer that? Sanjeeva, 17.5 lakhs per annum is his income, right?
And just do a simple back of the envelope calculation to tell you the amount of tax that you will pay. But again, as we discussed a couple of minutes earlier, it will have to depend on what kind of income that you are generating and what kind of exemptions that you have. So on that basis, we can do a calculation. As I also said earlier, the department offers a tax calculator. They have a facility on their e-filing website where you can compare what would be the kind of liability. And secondly, just to make it clear, these slab rates, these new rates apply from income with effect from 1st April 2025, and not for the income from the current year. So it applies prospectively from next year. Yeah.
Absolutely. We have Vivek Vadwa, Vice President of Taxman, who is joining us right now. The focus is on tax.
Yeah.
Naveen, I'm going to ask you to take some questions. Our next caller is BN Kumar Swamy from Bengaluru. Mr. Swamy?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yeah, go on. Ask your questions, sir. We have all our experts lined up for you.
Sir, I would like to convey my happiness over the budget announced.
Yep.
And the one thing I want to make it clear.
Quite.
Suppose my income is 20 lakhs per annum. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing,
Yes,
sir?
Go ahead.
Suppose my income is 20 lakhs per annum. Which plan I have to adopt? Whether I have to go for old plan or new plan, sir? Please clarify me.
Okay, I'll ask Vivek to answer that question. The question is very simple, Vivek. I'd like to put you on air. I can be on a 2-window there on the left-hand side. And the question is, Vivek, the gentleman calling in right now is saying, I have an income of 20 lakhs per annum. What should I opt for? New tax regime or old tax regime?
Definitely. Now, old tax regime is out of question. The gap in the tax payable in the old tax regime and the new tax regime is now so wide. The old tax regime is
I need to see the guest on air for the vision mixer. I'm saying put the guest on air. Thank you very much. Yeah, quicker. Yeah, go on.
So what I'm saying, the gap in the tax payable and the old tax regime and the new tax regime is now so wide that the old tax regime is virtually not valid for anyone. And in your case, I don't remember the name of the speaker. In your case, the tax payable you can save 85,800 rupees if you opt for the new tax regime. So by default, you should go in the new tax regime. Old tax regime is out of question for you, sir.
Thank you very much. Tanuja is calling from Mumbai. Tanuja, please stay on, please. Tanuja from Mumbai.
I love, sir. Thank you for the question. So basically, I have one question regarding, first of all, as per the budget, I could understand that old tax regime will be scrapped out completely in the next coming years. Secondly, I just want to mention that rationale behind, neutralizing this new tax regime, is there any move a government is making sure to keep it for the next 2 years, and maybe they are in the process of bringing a new direct tax code. So in that new direct tax code, maybe these budget, which is looking fancy for us right now, will definitely come out as a drawback for the next 2 years if the new direct tax code is out there. I mean, I just want to understand the rationale behind introducing this big exemption tax rebate.
Vivek.
Okay, so the rationale behind going for the new tax regime over the old tax regime is clear. The deduction and exemptions in the current income tax act, that they're so confusing and it creates a lot of scope for tax exemption, and eventually the department can harass the taxpayers. And you can see that recently the salary taxpayers have been claiming the political deduction for the political donation, and all these are the fake donations and the fake deductions. So to make the thing simple, to make the tax regime simple, the income tax department has taken this move, and I do agree with your point of view. Eventually, in another 1 or 2 years, this old tax regime will be out of the Income Tax Act. Possibly, they can take even that step in the new income tax bill, which is going to be tabled in next 1 week. So I do agree, yes, it can be completely ruled out of the Income Tax Act.
Rajesh is calling from Chennai. Rajesh, hi.
Rajesh, hi. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, perfect. So I was looking at the tax slabs. My question is, like a person getting 12 lakhs and a person getting 12 lakh 1,000 rupees, right? So the net take home after taxes for a person getting 12 lakh 1,000 will be far less than a person getting 12 lakhs. Is my understanding correct?
Sanjeeva, you want to take that?
I think your apprehension are somewhat misplaced. This is not the case. Taking into account the overall scenario, your tax liability for a person who is marginally over 12 lakhs, he would get a marginal rebate, and so he will not be in a worse off situation than the person getting less than 12 lakhs. So I think you are somehow not warranted on that account.
Absolutely. I think that should be 100% when you write rebate. Otherwise, people will think of that as 100 rupees. Graphics team, please note. Shailesh Haribhakti is joining us right now. Please take that off, correct it and bring it back. Shailesh Haribhakti is with us right now. Shailesh Haribhakti ji, we spoke pre-budget, now post-budget. What's the headline?
The headline is that this is
louder, please.
This is a hugely investment-provoking budget. The money that is going to be left in the hands of people on account of tax reduction, coupled with the amazing amount of institutional support for funding and financing, the absolutely out-of-the-box way in which tariffs have been reduced for things which will be used for value-added export. I think this is an incredible budget which will boost the whole climate, the whole sense regarding investing in India, and I see massive investment coming in. Look at the investment in insurance going from 74 to 100% FDI.
Yeah,
I think that is such a significant move It will bring in huge long-term resources into our country.
I agree.
Coupled with all the other enablers that have been put in place, India is really signaling that we have arrived, we are confident, and we will be Viksit. And I think this 7% syndrome that has captured us, we will have to get out of it and start thinking about 10% compounded annual
I think this budget can do that. But what I'm happy about this budget can do that, Shailesh.
Booster rocket which can take us to 10%.
Yeah.
I have actually created a whole game plan to do that. And I'll make it available to you, Arnab. So if you like it, you can do what you like with it.
Yeah, share it with us. I'll put it on Republic World. We'll make it a talking point. You know, our job is to start conversations here, to steer conversations in the right direction. And I'm very happy because this is the highest exemption in 20 years for the middle class.
And you know what
So
Shailesh said about
and they'll be happy. You know.
No, but Arnab, what he said about insurance is very important. Increasing FDI in insurance actually helps recapitalize these insurance companies which were earlier hemmed and hawed in. A. B. IRDA now needs to be more responsible in its ombudsman role. Because one thing is opening the sector, the second is to make sure that premia and settlements and claim settlements are done with efficiency and alacrity. I will only say one thing before I leave, that Arnab, we are at a great inflection point in our country's history.
Oh, yeah.
Both globally as well as domestically. And I think what Nirmala Sitharaman has done is she has shown that the government is willing to be an enabler, provided we as citizens and corporates are playing and going to play our roles responsibly and respectfully.
But government's also shown it's listening.
Absolutely.
It's beginning to listen, you know, Sushil. And maybe that is an impact of the election result also. They're listening right now.
And the elections that are about to happen.
And they're listening. And it's the middle class which bears the most tax burden. I don't think you can win or lose Delhi based on this, but this is going to be a fillip for Delhi for sure.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a fillip for Delhi for sure. I think for the middle classes in Delhi. What do you think, Mr. Dana?
That is fine, but one point in the budget, if you go into detailing, total revenue collection is about 42 lakh crore. In the whole calculation, service tax is only 100 crore. Why don't you abolish it? Unnecessary, a compliance burden of service tax and only collection is 100 crore. That is one. Second area which government should look at is commodity transaction tax. They even don't know. 4 years ago, it was only 500 crores. One side you are giving away 1 lakh crore, keeping an account of 100 crore makes no sense.
But we'll have to wait for the income tax bill, which the government has said. So I expect, good point, but I expect a follow-up on the basis of this. I expect a follow-up, and I'm sure there is some room the government has kept for the budget discussion. They would have kept some room for leveraging things where things can go. Okay, now we also have our next guest. Maybe you can go across straight to our next guest, Abhishek.
Yes.
And our next guest is Mr. Atul Lal, co-chair of the FICCI Committee on Mobile and Manufacturing. Is managing director of Dixon. A manufacturing sector response would be excellent from him. Atul, what do you think? Wait.
We belong to the electronics manufacturing sector. And in the last 10 years, the policy framework for electronics sector has been extremely positive. The sector has grown from $25 billion to $150 billion. Now, the next target of the government is to take it up to $500 billion.
It's Sanjeev Narayan on it.
Significant initiatives have been taken in this budget. One is the rationalization of the inverted duty structure. For mobile components, the duties have been brought down from 2.5 to 0%. Which is going to make our mobile industry much more cost effective. Second, there has been rationalization of duty on the IFPD, that is the flat panel televisions, which is going to promote the manufacturing of this particular SKU in the country. Third, the inputs of the open cell, the duty has been reduced from 2.5 to 0%, which is further going to give a flip to the manufacturing. Now, these are significant steps forward. Further, on a larger basis, I think what the Honorable Minister mentioned of a light regulatory touch, that is most welcome. And she has already announced, just to give you an illustration, she has announced that for IGCR, which was a point of contention for whole industry, she has extended the end-use period from 6 months to 1 year. The filing of returns, which was every month, has been extended to a quarter. Now, these are very, very positive steps for enhancing the ease of doing business. From FICCI, what we had asked for in certain electronic products has been accepted. That means the government is listening. So we really want to thank the Honorable Finance Minister for these positive steps for our sector.
Yeah, I'm just telling, I've sent a message to my directors that I need the personal finance guests back on air because we got too many callers right now calling on personal finance, and I need to see them on the windows to make sure they're there. So I'm extremely sorry to all the callers who are lining up right now. I'm just fixing that bit and coming back to you. Vinayak Chatterjee is founder of the Infra Vision Foundation and chairman of the CI Infra Council. Vinod Sharma is MD of Deki Electronics, and both are joining us from CII. First to you, Vinayak. Vinayak, what do you make of this budget in terms of capex, in terms of,
yes,
where it's moved on from last year to now? Is it more or less in the same direction, or what's the directional move you think the government has taken regarding infra and man? Yeah.
Well, wonder of wonders. This is probably the first year in my living memory that the infra allocation is flat. The allocation last year was 11.1 lakh crores for infra sector, and the allocation this year is 11.2 lakh crores. So it's practically flat.
We have three experts.
Is there a disturbance at your end?
No, I can
or
hear
my
you
end?
loud and clear. Yeah.
Sorry? Okay. So what I was saying is that this is probably the first year in my living memory as a budget analyst to find that the allocation is practically flat. It's almost zero. From 11.1 lakh crores last year to 11.2. And that raises the larger question that till now, the governing mantra of the government for the last 10 or more years has been that infra outlays would be the vehicle for pump priming the economy. That 1 rupee spent on infra would result in 3 rupees of GDP, and that would lead to employment, multiplier demand, lifting people out of poverty. So the $1 million question is, or the billion rupee question is, has that economic mantra now changed? Because on the one hand, there is a call for private capital, which is there littered across the budget speech. And there is a very serious issue that the allocation, it is said, has not been increased because last year's budget has not been utilized. So now that's a very serious challenge facing the country, that if infrastructure and public sector outlays on building the country were supposed to take this country millions out of poverty, then this lack of project execution capacity is probably a very, very difficult challenge that we must now rise to address. You have the money and you haven't spent it. And because you haven't spent it, you're cutting the allocation. This could potentially be a vicious cycle. But let me stop here.
Yeah. I think you've said it absolutely clearly out there, Vinayak, but I think the government is doing a very fine balancing act out here. If you see the way they are looking at the fiscal deficit target for next year at 4.4%, despite the capex allocation, despite foregoing a significant amount of personal tax collections, I think they are walking a very, 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 very sort of, I would say, fine path on this. Vinod Sharma, how do you view it from the electronics industry sector, from the point of view of manufacturing capacity? Over to you.
Yeah, so I think the 3% GDP, yes, that 3% multiple that Vinayak mentioned, which will now not be there from the infra, government hopes will come from manufacturing, and we are very, very positive about it. So at CII, we had spoken about manufacturing at great length as also an employment generation and export potential. So from all three fronts, I think, we find that Madam FM has ticked the boxes. Let me go into a little detail if you look at it from electronic manufacturing perspective. Starting with investment and the fact that NRIs, for example, have been given that special privilege to be able to invest into the electronic sector. That is one positive. On a customs duty, there's a lot of rationalization. A lot of duties have been brought down, for example, on open cell, on connectors for mobile phones, etc. the idea is that we begin to do more value-added electronics manufacturing in India rather than pure assembly that we've so far gotten to. But there are also 2 points that really got my attention, which I think will have a deep impact. One is the National Manufacturing Mission that Madam announced.
Don't share names.
Where we believe that a GST kind of council, kind of consultative committee will happen, where center and state together can talk about contentious issues for manufacturing like labor, land and electricity. And I think that will have. Similarly on exports, and especially again electronics got a very big mention there. There is a sectoral discussion on how, because mobile phones has become the second largest merchandise export out of India now after oil. And we do hope that the entire electronic sector and the manufacturing sector will certainly not only be a factory to India, but factory to the world.
Absolutely. Vinayak and Vinod, thank you for joining us from CII there. Thank you very much, Vinayak, as well. Your experience does count very much for us. Vineet Agarwal, past president of ASSOCHAM, also joining us live on Republic Business. Vineet, your reactions, industry reactions, overall reactions to the budget.
It's excellent to see the budget again, looking at all the positive steps. Irrespective, the 11.2 lakhs crore spend on infrastructure is still massive. I think we have execution challenges, but still, if that happens, we see a massive trickle-down effect onto the economy. It has an impact of on almost 15 industries across the board.
Yeah.
The second aspect around infrastructure is that infrastructure helps to ultimately bring down logistics cost, which makes our country competitive, whether it is domestic movement or whether it is exports.
Yeah.
So logistics costs will come down when there is when you're moving things from road to rail or to sea or to coastal shipping. Those are areas where the government has focused on. There's a 25,000 crore budget on the maritime side, which is shipbuilding, etc. Today, almost all the ships in India that are being utilized are being built overseas. So this is another aspect where we will see ships getting built in India, repairs being done here, and subsequently that would help in ultimately more capacity being added to the coastal shipping and ultimately bringing down logistics cost. So there is a large allocation towards infrastructure. I think that helps. MSME has been wonderful. I think the impact is again multifold, and the areas with credit, increasing credit and the credit card scheme, etc., are all going to be very useful, because MSME in the last 9 months to a year have been struggling. And right now with this Philip will help in the PLI sectors also, because the PLI sectors are only focusing on the big companies. But the MSME focus will help to create the ecosystem of the next level of manufacturing. So overall, a great budget as we see from ASSOCHAM's perspective.
Well, that's great. Vineet, thank you very much for joining us and giving us the ASSOCHAM reaction, ASSOCHAM side reaction as well. We're going now purely to tax, because now the calls are going to be fired in a lot. And Mehul from Mumbai is our first next caller. Mehul? Hi, Mehul. Thanks for holding on for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. I'm Mehul Gala. I'm from Mumbai.
Yeah.
See, just something I think I was just listening to your conversation and the people are giving the good feedback. See, now just for a simple thing which I want to know. In India, there are, for a salaried person, there are various incomes are there. One is a salaried income, there is a rent income, there is a capital income. So I just want to know, this 10 lakh ka slab, it generally cover only the salaried income or only the rental income, excluding the stock market income? That was one question to it.
Okay, fine. I'll Sanjeeva, take that, please. Sanjeeva, only salaried income or other income or total income when you're calculating a slab? Can't hear you. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So now the FM clarified in a couple of times in the speech that this slab rate of 12 lakhs does not apply to special rate income, which are capital gains, etc. So it will not apply to capital gains, but it will apply to other kind of income such as rental and salaries and interest. So the special rate incomes for which a special rate is prescribed, they will not be eligible for this 12 lakh slab. Yeah.
Okay. Ramakrishnan from Chennai. Ramakrishnan is calling from Chennai. Ramakrishnan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, go on, ask your question. Shoot.
No, I just wanted to make one small comment with respect to the what we have been showing on the TV. See, it's a bit confusing when you say tax is zero. See, tax as per the new regime is zero only up to 4 lakhs. After 4 lakhs, till whatever the slabs are there, the tax is going to be assessed. Every assessee is going to be assessed for the tax. For example, somebody drawing 20 lakhs, he will be assessed a tax of 2,20,000. He will not get the 12 lakhs limit. What happens is, up to 12 lakhs, there is 71,250, including that 75,000 of your standard deduction. The tax will be up to 12 lakh 75,000, it is 71,250, which will be given as a rebate. So you will get the rebate only when you file your return. So the catch is on that point. So you should change your headline as tax rebate increase from 5 to 12 lakhs.
Yeah, but you can put it like this also, Ramakrishna. I was also confused on that. That was the first point I was making. So what happens is I think net tax will be zero up to 12 lakhs. You file your tax, you'll get a rebate.
You will be assessed for your tax.
You'll be assessed for your tax and
up to 12 lakhs, you are liable to pay 60,000. But since there is a provision which has been given, they are saying up to 12 lakhs, whatever is your tax, you need not pay. I give you as a rebate. Simple.
Yeah, but you are under my scrutiny. But you are under my scrutiny.
Yes, you are always. So only if you file your return, can you claim your the benefit of the rebate. So it is a very good catch that they bring all into the bracket. And the higher, for example, 20 lakh person will have to pay 2,20,000.
So are you saying it's like one of those, one of these cellular companies which say we'll give you 0 gigabytes, zero money for gigabytes till we start?
Yes, up to the slab rate you are fine. After the slab rate you are chargeable to tax from 4 lakh.
Yeah, but it's good. Are you a chartered accountant, Rama?
I am a practicing chartered accountant.
I can make out now.
And my mobile number is 405-89604.
Nice. What do you say?
He said his mobile number for people to
Okay, no. Don't put your mobile number. I'll charge you for advertising there.
Yeah.
And I'll charge you 100% on that. Ramakrishnan, thank you for calling me. Kunjan from Ahmedabad. Kunjan.
Hello, and Republic team. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you.
I would like to make a comment here. Again, I feel it again as a salaried class. And this 12 lakh income tax completely looks like a PR stunt coming into going next election. Why I am saying this? Old regime had deductions like HRA, NPS, ATC, interest on house loans and whatnot. I mean, living in a rented apartment across metros, and we have seen how impossible it is for salaried class to pay rents, pay education fees, pay health insurance. And
but there's a rental concession also, no?
Only for new tax is something fooling.
But there's a rental concession which has been added here also, isn't it?
Increase from 2.4 to 6 lakh.
From 2.4 to 6 lakhs, it's gone up, Kunjan.
That is for TDS.
But will the salary class be applicable to apply that? I mean, there is no clarity.
You get clarity.
Okay. By the way, Prime Minister Modi met Nirmala Sitharaman and congratulated her, saying you present a very good budget. On the point that was made there, Mayank, you want to respond. Is it really a PR stunt? I don't think so. I think it's a transition, but I think it would be unfair to say that. Can you unmute yourself? Unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Loud and clear, yeah.
Right. So I would digress with the comment made by the guest. I mean, see, ultimately, the fact of the matter is that in the long term, there has to be a rationalization. Right? To simply say that deductions are being reduced and not being given by way of different nomenclatures may not be the right approach. And it's also the fact that being the citizens of this country, we are under a responsibility to pay due taxes to the overall benefit of the country as well. So a PR stunt, I believe, would be overkill. Yes, in the short term and in the medium term, there might be some minor pulls on the middle class as well. Although that also, I believe, by virtue of the significant portion between the 5 lakh income bracket to the 12 lakh income bracket will be neutralized. So if I look at it from an overall perspective, I would say that this is not akin to a stunt in that sense. This is much more of a balancing act. And they've just been tried to be fair to everybody to the extent that's possible.
Yes, I think that's true. Rohan is calling in from Gurugram. Rohan, are you there?
Okay, I have a question. If I can take it to Sanjeevan Narayan.
Yeah, please.
Can we say, Mr. Narayan, that now the effective rate of highest tax slab is not 33% but 21%? Like, does it really affect me if I'm in the top income bracket?
Considering that the rates have been kind of, although we have now multiple rates, but yes, the considering the rationalization that has happened, things would look much better and rosy for the taxpayers, especially in the lower income groups. What really may be a point to be discussed is the tax administration and the working of the internal department. But I hope that the new tax laws, the income tax law that's likely to come in, will help in rationalizing the tax administration and making it more user friendly. Yeah, that's my take.
Okay, we have Sunil Sanghai, chair of the FICCI Committee on Capital Markets and founder and CVO of Nova One, who's joining us right now from FICCI. Sunil, hi. How do you look upon this budget? How are the capital markets reacting to this?
Hi.
What have been the expectations and anything on the tax issue?
Yeah. So, Arno, I would say that this is a very creative budget. It's actually a sum of three things.
Nirmala Sitharaman is
consumption, Capex, and at the same time, consolidation.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me? Okay. So on one hand, consumption, we all know that the way the tax rates have been reduced, almost 1 lakh crore, and that will increase the consumption. On Capex, there was a bit of confusion as to what the Capex numbers are going to be. The Capex numbers are maintained. Plus, there is a very creative announcement to say the asset monetization will be recycled back into the asset creation. So that's around another 10 lakhs crore in the next 5 years. So on an average, 2 lakhs crore of additional Capex which will come in. And that will actually support the private sector Capex investment. And the fiscal consolidation, which is more than what the market was expecting. So this combination is very creative, and I think this is going to go a long way.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us there from FICCI. I'll go back on the tax issue. Murali Hariharan is calling in from Chennai. Then I'll take a short break. I'll continue till 2. Then I'll come back in the evening. Yes, Murali. Murali, are you there?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Arnav, and good afternoon to all the panelists. And it's really a welcome move by the finance minister for the tax exemption and everything. I think it is in the new tax regime. You will get a rebate of around 20,000 or whatever it is. But it would have been much more sweeter if the finance ministry would have removed that 4 to 8 lakh 5% tax. Because in our country, 1 lakh per month earning a middle class are very less in percentage.
Yeah.
So I think that 4 to 8 lakh 5%, if it would have.
No, but you'll get a rebate on that.
Yeah. It rebate even in 12 lakhs, you have to pay, first pay the tax and then you claim for the rebate. It is there, I understand.
You're saying there should not have been a tax at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
That 5%, if it have been removed and then started from 8 to 12 lakhs, 5, 10, 15, 20, and then it goes on to 25.
Yeah, that's an observation, not a question, but thank you very much, Murli, for that. And Chandar is calling in from Bengaluru right now. Chandar?
Yeah, hello, sir. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Hi, sir. Yeah, I'm good, sir. I'm a big fan of you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I have 2 questions here, sir. I still have a doubt, they say that, will still 12 lakhs, there is no tax, but still I see the slab as a 10% and 50%. And I have another question also. One of my brother is a NRI, and he wants to, invest on a property here. So in case if he buys a property, how much tax he will be paying, sir?
Sanjeev,
you want to take that or no?
Yeah.
You see, this we've clarified a couple of times earlier. The new regime. Let me just clarify the difference broadly between the new regime and the old regime. old regime, the slab rate is tax exemption is 4 lakhs, and you are entitled to certain deductions on account of various exemptions, contribution to provident fund, LIC, insurance, etc. So, if you want to take advantage of that, you have to perforce opt for the old regime. Under the new regime, you get a exemption of 12 lakhs by way of a rebate to the amount of tax payable from 4 to 8 lakhs. So you forego of the exemption, but you get a rebate of tax which is about 70,000. Now, so that is the difference between the old and the new regime.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, as regards NRI taxation, it will all depend on the amount of rent that he receives. He'll get a rebate for certain expenses they can cut their against. And what is his other income? It's very, very person-centric and SSE specific.
Changes, yeah.
So
yeah.
one can't.
From SSE to SSE. Okay, I'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll continue the calls after the break.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no-confidence motion despite not having the numbers. It seems like some foreign hand was guiding him on what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hindenburg report, just before the budget session of 2023, Hindenburg, which is now closed down, announced its report on Adani 1 week and a few days before the budget session on January 2023. Then, let me go back to 26 January 2021, just before the budget session of Parliament. How can anybody forget the day when the so-called farmers rushed to the Red Fort, created an absolute mayhem supported by Rahul Gandhi, just when the budget session was going to start, and Rihanna, some singer I'm told, who came out in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying, why aren't we talking about the farmers' protests in India? Rihanna, you know nothing about India. The only thing common between you and Rahul Gandhi is that even he knows nothing about India, but she put out this tweet. It was also right on the eve of a Parliament session. So you see, viewers, before every Parliament session, there's a foreign hand, a foreign issue and a foreign interest which comes in. 2021, now mark the chronology in all of this. 2021, just before the winter session of Parliament, right on the eve of the monsoon session of Parliament, I correct myself, which was supposed to kick in from July 19th, Amnesty International foreign company, Forbidden Stories foreign hand, claimed that numerous politicians, journalists and civilians are targeted using Pegasus spyware, which was later to be proven to be wrong. but Rahul Gandhi picked up the issue in a big way. Rahul Gandhi is in love with anything foreign. Anything foreign he likes, foreign holidays, foreign trips, foreign agents, foreign interests, foreign countries, foreign sovereign interests. I mean, if it were left to Rahul Gandhi, he would make India a foreign country. Maybe it is a foreign country for him. Ladies and gentlemen, the indictment of Adani came 4 days before the winter session, and opposition was quick to capture and jeopardize the entire winter session on the basis of this issue, and Rahul Gandhi said Adani should be arrested. Now, viewers, the fact is, things are going bad for Rahul Gandhi. Terrible for Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Vadra Gandhi family, Robert Vadra and all that, because their favorite Joe Biden is out of power. Trudeau, who's very much like Rahul Gandhi-esque figure, has resigned. The favorite propaganda tool.
With their quality products, these MSMEs are responsible for 45% of our exports. To help them achieve higher efficiencies of scale, technological upgradation, and better access to capital, the investment and turnover limits for classification of all MSMEs will be enhanced to 2.5 and 2 times respectively. Daycare and cancer centers in all district hospitals. Our government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years. In the next year, 10,000 additional seats will be added in medical colleges and hospitals towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
When the Prime Minister said today that this is one of the first sessions of Parliament, and he said this on the first day of the budget session, where the foreign hand is not visible in terms of setting the Parliament agenda for the first time after many sessions. He said 2014 से लेकर अब तक शायद ये पहला पार्लियामेंट का सत्र है जिसके 2 दिन पहले कोई विदेशी चिंगारी नहीं प्रकट हुई, विदेश में से आग लगाने की कोशिश नहीं हुई है. In other words, he said, literal translations from 2014, this is probably the first time that you have a session of Parliament where foreign agents and foreign organizations and foreign governments and foreign interests are not working through certain political parties in India to light a fire in our Parliament. Now, it's a big statement to make, and the Prime Minister had said after the last round of the Lok Sabha elections, and after that he also spoke after the last round of the Haryana elections, Maharashtra elections, he openly spoke about a foreign hand. Is there a foreign hand which tries to determine the agenda of the session of Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some examples. I believe the foreign hand is very much visible in our Parliament sessions. Otherwise, how is it that coincidentally before every session of Parliament, just 1 or 2 days before any session of Parliament, you have a foreign linked issue brought up by a party which seems obsessively in love with foreign countries, which is the Congress party. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you examples, 2017, winter session of Parliament is about to start on December 15th, and right before this, the Rafale issue is brought up. The entire 2018 monsoon session is based on Rafale allegations. Rahul Gandhi even calls a no confidence motion despite